There we go. Now I'm on. Hello. Okay, it doesn't look like anyone's here yet. That's okay. It takes time. That's okay. It takes time. It takes time. So I'm just gonna run my mouth. Gonna be here a long, long time. Oh, look, there are people here. Hello. Nice to see you. Please announce yourselves. Oh, hey, Deneen. Good to see you. How is Saskatchewan? Let's see what we got here. There are 3 people here now, but only one person has made herself known. That's okay. You can lurk if you want. So, just as we started, I am now starting another one of these hats. I did one this morning, actually. I was working on a tutorial for this hat, and in so doing, I had to do a whole new one. Hello, M560. Oh, you're in Europe. I love Europe. Where are you? I don't believe I have met you before, M560. Hi, Kim's Crochet and Knits. Glad to see you. But anyway, I was just saying, I was working on a tutorial for this hat. The pattern is already available on my blog and on Ravelry. It's a free download on Ravelry. I always make my hat patterns free to encourage donations. So, just as we started, I started a brand new one of these. Oh, hey, Mark. Hey, glad to see you. So, honestly, thank you for wishing me happy Easter. I attended church online this morning. Actually, I'm still connected with a church I knew when I was in Dallas. So I watched them, and Wednesday night was the first time they actually had a live service. And then this morning was the second time in over a year because of, you know, what's going on in the world. Anyway. So I watched that, and then we had a dinner, and I'm still stuffed. We had ham, which is traditional in our family. We had, there's what has always been called a sweet potato souffle, which is sort of like mashed sweet potatoes and some kind of a, traditionally it had toasted marshmallows on top, but my sister couldn't find that recipe, so she found another recipe online that actually was a pretty good approximation and not nearly as sweet. And then we have this baked pineapple dish, which is sort of like a sweet, gooey dish with crushed pineapple and buttered bread cubes on top. I think it's just really too sweet. But we had that. But the ham was quite delicious. We got a, it's just the 2 of us in this household, so we got a ham and only cooked half of it. The rest of it we put in the freezer, and there are going to be a lot of leftovers from the part that we cooked. In fact, if you're around here at about dinner time, you might see me eating a sandwich made from the same ham. Let's see. Oh yes, Mark and Deneen are both Canadian. Let's see, M560. Did you say you're in the Netherlands, M560? Okay. Oh, hi, Jenny. Glad to see you. Yes, I haven't been YouTubing much this morning, except for that one church service I was talking about. It was quite nice. It was quite nice. You know, I've done a ton of church music in my life, and so I've seen all different kinds of traditions within the Protestant side of the river. Honestly, it's been my observation there's more variation within denominations than between them. But Oh, Mark, I should moderatify you if you'd like. Let me see. I can't do it. Can I do it in Streamweaver? Let's see. No, I can't. What's that say? No. Oh, okay. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing, huh? Okay, I'm in the YouTube screen now. Oh, oh no. Okay, it is what it is. And I'm very fond of Canada. I've visited a few times. I would like to visit more. And in fact, I wouldn't mind living there. Hello, Adeline Bell. Nice to see you. Not sure I know you, but nice to meet you. 2, 3. As I was saying a minute ago, this is my most recent hat creation. And I made one of these this morning as I was working on a tutorial. And just as the stream started, I started one. So I'll have another one by the time we're done here. Oh, that's right, Thunder Bay. I keep forgetting, Mark. I do want to visit Thunder Bay sometime. I know it must be beautiful. Jenny, have you looked at the hat pattern online? It's really not hard at all. And I was just working on a tutorial this morning. It'll go live at some point. I actually have to look at it closely because there are parts I might have to redo. Mark asks whether this one is for Hat Not Hate, and actually every blue hat I do is for Hat Not Hate. That's why I do so many in blue. And I have probably 20 or 25 in a box already. I should just go ahead and send them off and start on the next one. Oh, Adeline, I'm glad that you're here, and many thanks to Crystal. She was instrumental in really increasing my subscriber count. I owe her a huge debt of gratitude. It's wonderful. Spidey! Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Oh my goodness gracious. Fiber, would you like to come up with me and chat? It's okay to say no. Yeah, Crystal is awesome. I agree, Jenny. Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the link out there. I was asking if anyone, well, particularly you, Craig, if you want to come up with me, but also if anyone else wants to, I will entertain the request. But I just put the link there. So let's see. So, Craig, I started looking at your crocodile stitch blanket, but I haven't seen it all. Oh, Jenny, I wish you could come up. It would be fun. Let's see. As soon as anybody wants to come up, I will. So you can see. Oh, it's easy, Fiber. You just click the link, and I'll guide you through it. I'll be gentle, I promise. Or not. Craig, I know you like to stay in the, or not Craig. I mean Mark. I know you like to stay out of the spotlight. That's fine. That's just fine. I know it's not for everybody. I sort of like the attention. I'm that needy. 4, 6, 8, 10, 16, 18, 20, 21, 22. I've done too many. Oh no! What do we got here? 4, 6, 8, 10, 20. Well, then do I have too many in my? Do I have too many in the first round? Okay, this is what I get when I try to talk and crochet at the same time. Oh, I do have too many in my first round. That's why I have too many in my second round. So, as we're speaking, I'm working on another one of these, except in this perfectly ghastly color. So, I had to go back. I had frogged the entire second round in order to, because I had done one stitch too many in the first round. So I get 4. Oh, Adeline, you have not heard of Hat Not Hate? It's an anti-bullying campaign where the organization does presentations in schools. I believe it's elementary and middle schools, probably high schools as well. And part of the program is to give away donated hats. Oh, look. Yay!
What's weird is that I keep hearing like
There you are.
something that you've already said before.
Okay, it looks like you're muted, Craig.
Oh. No, it says the mic is on.
Are you muted? I can't hear you.
It said you're in the show, everyone can see and hear you.
Do you know what? I'll bet if I put my headphones in, I would hear you. I hear you now. Oh, I'm so silly. Anyway, I'm so glad to see you.
There's a delay. That's what it is. I hear like it's like a 5-second delay.
You have to watch in the Streamyard tab, not the YouTube tab.
Oh, so should I close out something or other?
Just mute the YouTube tab and go over to the Streamyard tab and you'll be fine.
You got too much going on. All right, hang on. Hang on. How do I mute this?
At the bottom, just hover your mouse over, or your pointer over the bottom, and you'll see a speaker symbol. And if you click that, you can mute it.
I'm working on it.
Are you on your phone? It might be different.
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
You might just have to close out of the YouTube tab then. I've never done it on the phone.
I'm sorry, I'm trying here.
You're okay. I mean, it's a new thing. I just learned it myself, Streamyard. It was just one day this week. I went on very early just as a test run to try to figure things out. And one of our Yarny friends was there, and she guided me through a few things. But anyway, yeah, it's if you're on your phone, then you might just have to close out of. Are you using the YouTube app or YouTube through your browser? And now it looks like you're frozen. Come back to us, Craig. Mark says we look like twins. There's a musical theater song that comes to mind that I will just not sing right now. So, but it being a big, big, big church holiday and me being a big, big, big church queen, there might be singing as the day wears on. So, what do we got? Craig, do you need to like step out and come back in? Would that help? I don't know. Anyway. Yes, Mark, you may post some links. Give it a try, and we'll see how it works. Oh, Katrina's coming. That'll be lovely. Are you still here? I hear something. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. I sort of figured we'd have some sort of technical issues going into this, but it's okay. Oh, look, okay. You came in again, so are you there now?
I see you. I hear you.
And I see you and hear you. And okay.
Okay.
So
I don't see the chat.
you're on your phone, right? There might be a place where you can click to see the chat, and it's possible on the phone that you just can't. I don't know how that is. I've never used StreamYard on the phone.
Oh, okay. Now, well, I see Mark and Jenny.
Oh, you might just see the latest ones, the latest chat comments.
And M560.
Mm-hmm. And Jeannie's Crochet Creations.
Oh, now I see all the stream.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Well, but now all right. I can't see you and the comments at the same time.
Oh, nobody needs to see me.
Too much going on.
Okay.
You know what? I'm going to put on my headphones because that might help with me and the audio, because I keep hearing myself and you doubled. So I'm sorry. I'm trying here. This is the first time I've done this before, folks. So please.
I understand. Yeah, it is a learning curve.
Morning hair.
Hi, Amigurumi Ninja. Hi, Julie. Glad to see you. Oh, hi, Mandala Sparkle.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. We're getting some questions from people about.
Ask away.
Ask away. So, are you still hearing echoes?
Okay, I didn't just hear myself. I'm not hearing myself anymore. Oh, now I am. It's oh god, it's like a 10-second delay. It's bad.
Well, that is the delay in. StreamYard. So if there's a way to exit the YouTube app and
Wow.
then go back into StreamYard, or into you're using StreamYard in your browser, right? Oh, hi Trisha.
Yeah, hang on. Okay, I exited out of YouTube altogether. So now I'm just on StreamYard.
Okay, and so are you hearing an echo now?
Now I don't hear you at all.
I hope you hear me.
I don't hear anything.
You don't hear anything at all?
Okay, we're gonna have to work on this on our own. All right, you know what? What I'm gonna do is, because I can't hear anything.
Okay.
I can't hear anything at all. Oh wait, now okay, now I can hear myself, but all right, say something.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, now I can hear you. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. I'm technologically defunct.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, so I can hear
You're
you.
cute and you can crochet, so that
I can
redeems
hear
everything.
you. You can hear me. We can see each other. We are the world. We are the children. And
reach out and touch
say it together.
somebody's hand.
But I'm sorry to all of you for being technologically inept. And the delay is really not that bad anymore. So we're going with it. And I can't see any of the chat and us at the same time. So that being said, if there are questions or whatever, please relay them through David to relay to me, and I'd be more than happy.
Okay,
So,
it's good. Thank you so much for coming up with me, and
you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Well, of course. Was there ever any question?
And you're in luck, because I literally got up less than an hour ago because my sleep is all discombobulated.
You told me before the kind of sleep schedule that you keep.
My circadian rhythm got completely out of whack the other day because I had okay, now to a normal person, this is going to sound like I'm being like Camille on a chaise lounge with lilies being all over dramatic. But
what's wrong with that?
Yesterday it was a 1 to 5 shift, and I usually only get up at 1 or 2. And so I had to be up for like 9 o'clock in the morning, which means in the back of my little head, it was saying, Craig, you have to be up. You have to wake up. You can't, get into like a really nice, comfortable slumber because you're going to have to get up early. So I couldn't sleep at all. So I'm discombobulated.
I always get that. If I know I have to get up earlier than usual, then I can't sleep. And I don't sleep all that well at all. Oh, hey, Jane. Glad to see you. Oh, yes, Mark, you must go and subscribe to Fiber Spider. He is lots of fun, and he does great tutorials.
I try.
Oh, he does. I've learned an awful lot. And Craig, I was just saying before that I started watching your crocodile stitch blanket tutorial. I haven't seen it all. But I think it was your tutorial on which I based from which I made a crocodile clutch a year and a half ago. Was that a tutorial that you did?
Probably Crystal.
It could have been. I don't remember. Anyway. It all runs together when you get to my age. It's all mush. Ah.
Well, because I have a couple of more ideas as far as the crocodile stitch goes. Now, I've already done. I'm sorry, I'm fiddling with my volume here.
That's okay.
Whatchamacallit? I have done three crocodile tutorials already, but I have a tendency of going on binges and going into like a theme. So I already did the crocodile stitch hat from the top down. So it looks sort of like Jughead, or asparagus or an artichoke.
Oh my God, a Jughead hat in
Yeah.
black? Oh my
Uh,
goodness gracious.
one
That's
moment you go.
exciting.
One moment you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, Jane is saying that I must have great connections to be able to get Fiber Spider on my live. Did you hear me
Okay.
just now?
Here's my impersonation of an artichoke.
It does look like an artichoke. I like that. You should call it the artichoke hat.
Or Jughead. Actually, a lot of people said that it reminded them of a crown.
As well it should.
And so this is done from the top down.
Now, do you know what? I'm thinking if you do like plain from the center out for a little bit and then do 1 or 2 rows of crocodile and then plain all the way down, then you'd have your classic Jughead hat.
It starts with with 3 scales at the very, very, very top, and then you do a couple of increasing bits, and then you just do 1 scale per scale, and then you do some ribbing at the bottom. It's really easy. This was with Red Heart Ombre.
An ombre would make it great. And then, you said that hat is a yarn eater, right?
Anything with the crocodile stitch is. Now, before that, I did one with Pound of Love.
Oh, I like that too.
I love my Oxford Gray.
Well, me too. I have 2 skeins of it over there. You can't see over there, but it's over there.
And then I also did a version of the hat, but from the bottom up. I'm sorry, I'm getting used to, because everything's reversed which way
I move. It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's very confusing.
So this is from the bottom up, so the scales are like flower petals.
Oh my goodness! I'm thinking 60s, 60s
bathing cap.
Well, yes, bathing cap, but you would see ladies.
I'm Ethel Merman.
Ah! Y'all be swell. Y'all be great.
I'll be grand going to a show.
Gonna have the whole world on a plate.
Yeah, so this is another
now.
This is another rendition of the crocodile stitch hat that I also did. Now, a lot of them, okay, so this starts at the bottom and works its way up. And I've seen a lot of them where it's just like, oh, you just cinch the top and make a slouchy. I'm like, no!
That wouldn't
What
work.
If you don't want that? So with really this, work. I mean, it fits the crown of your head perfectly.
Well, hi, Susan M.
Because you are doing some decreasing at the top. So, you only end up with, again, just 3 scales at the top. And I did one of these in a Red Heart Ombre as well. And it looked like a chrysanthemum, if you will.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it was the anemone Red Heart Ombre. And it looked like I was wearing a chrysanthemum on my head, which is,
I think I've used the anemone colorway for
it's a pink gradient.
Yeah, I used it for a baby blanket and had leftovers, and I made a shawl out of it. Anyway, hold on a second, and I'm going to go get your link so that I can post it.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
Of course. That's what we're here for.
Oh, so are we having coffee talk? Are
Talk
you
amongst
verklempt?
yourselves. I'll give you a topic.
Are you verklempt? Do you need to
Ah,
discuss
honey, I live for clumped.
chickpeas are neither chicks nor peas? Discuss. I'm verklempt. I don't know about you, but I'm verklempt.
Did you see her nails were like butter? Like butter.
Don't be a mashugana with me.
Oh,
Because you
Sabrina's
park
here.
in a
Hello,
driveway and you drive in
Sabrina.
a parkway. Understand that? I don't think so.
So did you see Sabrina's here? I'm so glad. No, you can't see the chat,
I
but
can't see the chat. I'm sorry.
Sabrina
You
Melodios
have
is
to relay
here. We
these
love
things.
Sabrina.
Hello, Sabrina.
Yes. Sabrina has been so incredibly helpful to me. Um, did you see the tutorial she did on one of my shawls?
Mm-mm.
It's in my community tab, the link. Or
Oh, okay. Do you have an example of it?
of the shawl?
Hmm. Somewhere in the menagerie?
Actually, the one that I had, I sent off to a friend as a gift. So I don't have one here. And I don't know how to insert still pics into a StreamYard thing yet.
Totally okay.
But it's in my Instagram. In fact, let me see if I can make this happen. Okay, so in effect, Nightbot is going to insert an Instagram link or not.
Well, it's okay. You could always show me later.
Okay.
No worries.
Well, anyway,
So, no,
a lot of this video stuff I'm still learning.
no, believe you me, I mean, you're one up on me because I've never even been on StreamYard before. So, you think I'm judging? Please.
Oh, honey, I don't know you. I know you don't judge, but
No, I
I
get
judge
better
enough for
things.
both of us,
I'm
or I
sorry?
judge myself enough for both of us. So
You and me both.
yeah. Gosh, I guess that makes me human, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, as creative people, we are our own worst critics.
Mm-hmm.
That's the nature of the beast.
Sabrina says hello to you specifically, by the way.
Well, hello.
We do love Sabrina.
But like if there's like one little stitch wrong on a project that I'm working on, I will undo an hour's worth of work.
Me too.
Even though, as my grandmother would say, a man riding on horseback would not know the difference.
Yeah, when I was in printing, one of my coworkers who had been in the industry for years and years and years would say, "You couldn't see it from 50,000 feet." I would see it.
Exactly.
I was doing a tutorial this morning on this very hat. Have you seen those?
No, but it's lovely.
It's based on the Hugs and Stitches, or Hugs and Kisses stitch that I learned from you.
Which stitch?
Hugs and Kisses?
Oh, Hugs and Kisses. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said like Huntington or Hodgkinson, or I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. So it's a Hugs and Kisses. That's cute. Cool.
I'm Southern. I don't talk right.
Well, I'm from New York. We don't talk right either. I've been
Anyway.
accused of being from a lot of places, but not New York.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I would say New York all the way. But then that's because I spent 27 years in New York.
42, baby.
Well, yeah. I've got 58 on this earth so far, but 27 of them were in New York.
No, hey, I'm getting there.
Yeah. Let's see. Jenny, if Jenny is still here, Mark was asking about his link. Jenny is a moderator. I don't know who else is here who's a moderator, but if Jenny could post the link or repost the link that Mark posted a few minutes ago, that would be great. Because Mark is a poet. I met him in Katrina's live stream, and if you don't know Katrina, she's lots of fun. You should look at my shout out Saturdays because I shout out lots and lots of people.
I've been kind of in a bubble lately.
I understand. Yeah.
I've been working on so much stuff lately.
Yeah, and you've told me about some of the things you have in your project queue, and it sounds like a lot to me.
Well, because like I was saying before, so I did the top-down crocodile hat. I also did the crocodile shawl, the crocodile blanket, but also I have, so I showed you before the crocodile hat from the bottom up. That's possible, you know, for another tutorial.
Yeah.
Also, how to do the crocodile stitch in rows, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's the traditional means of doing the stitch.
So, while you're pausing, there's some new people in the room. Hey, Nancy, glad to see you. Hello, Christine. I hope I haven't missed anyone else. Okay.
So this, sorry, got lots of clutter. This is the crocodile stitch done in rows. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I like the yarn. Does that come out very heavy?
This in particular, I'm sorry, I keep, because everything's reversed. It's like a mirror image. I'm sorry. This is actually a weight of 3. It's the Karen Cakes Skinny. And so this in particular, this example, the swatch is actually pretty light. The only thing that I've noticed thus far about working with the Karen Cakes Skinny, Skinny, light, whichever, is that the stretches of color are much shorter than the regular Karen Cakes, where you have like a huge block of color. This one is much shorter. As you can see, it's just
because
I only did like a couple of rows.
Yeah.
So that's really the only major difference as far as the colors are concerned.
You would need something with a long stretch before changing colors. Because if it had a short stripe, it would be difficult.
Sorry?
If it had a short stripe, it wouldn't come out as well, would it?
Well, with this particular stitch, you need a big block of color. Otherwise, it looks really choppy. Because, like, for instance, I was trying to use this yarn for when I was doing the crocodile stitch shawl, and it looked awful.
Is that something you would want to just manually color control, which I always try to avoid? Is that something you would want to manually color control? Because I try to avoid that when I can.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
But considering the width of this, I was able to just let it do its thing because it's a pretty narrow, swatch that I did. If you did a blanket, you wouldn't want to use this yarn. It's lovely yarn, but the colorway, it's like saying, yeah, no, I have ideas of my own. If that makes any sense.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I'm going to take a second and go into proper YouTube and try to set up some things. Try to things that I can
thank
only.
You, Mark, I see your comment.
Yeah, things that I can only do from YouTube.
Well, you do you, boo. Whatever works.
Yeah, well. Okay, so now I'm live on YouTube. Now, okay, Mark, if you make a comment, then I'll be able to moderatify you. And then you can post your links. Anyway, I'm back.
Good.
Okay. Did
Yeah,
you
I've
miss
also
me?
been doing a bunch of knitting lately.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was working on a rather extensive knitted piece, which I'm going to be doing a tutorial on sometime in April. I don't know exactly when, but sometime in April. Also, last night I was working on this piece. It is a knitted, well, it could be a shawl or a shawlette or a neck scarf, but this is what I have done thus far. And it's done on the bias.
Oh, cool. Cool.
You know, so it starts here, and then all of your stitches are on one of the sides. You know, like this right here is like the bottom, and this edge is actually the top. So it's done on the bias. So it's pretty cool. And it's only like a 4-row repeat or something like that. Very, very simple. And I also, also was working on a swatch of a really, really lovely stitch called Japanese foliage stitch.
Oh, my goodness. Of course, immediately I am trying to think, how could I do that in crochet?
Well, it's actually, as far as knitting goes, it was really, really simple, believe it or not, because it's only, if you think about how knitting works, every other row, you're just purling, okay? And with the repeat, you have 3 rows that are the same, then you have another 3 rows that are the same. So technically it's a 12-row repeat, but 3 of the rows on one section are the same, and then 3 of the rows on another section are the same, and then every other row, it's just all purls. So technically, it's a 6-row repeat, but you only have to remember how to do 2 of those rows. So it's actually very simple.
I'm already confused. But then
Sorry.
knitting is a mystery to me. So,
Well, you know, if you can crochet, you can knit.
I'm sure of it. I know lots of people who do both.
I'm convinced that if you do one, you can do the other.
Yeah, I can learn lots of different things, but right now I'm working on so many things. You know, yeah, I want to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Something went wrong there. Because I'm talking to you, I blame you, Craig.
Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. It's not your fault. It's me.
By the way, are
yeah.
you wearing a matching outfit to the bear behind you? Is it just me?
I hadn't thought of that. A
Because the
certain
shirt looks
someone,
very similar.
yeah, a certain someone gave me that bear as a gift because I'm so fond of plaid shirts like this, and the bear had the glasses, so it looked like the.
Because the shirt looks very similar. and
Uh-huh.
so do the glasses.
So
So
did you guys see this? This is a postcard that I got from Vistaprint, and I can include it with any package that I send out, or I could send it as a postcard.
that's nice.
Yeah, all of you who are going to get Christmas cards are going to get these. And I also got this subscribe sign from Brenda
I
the
did
Newbie
notice that.
Crocheter. Yeah, she's actually wonderful. She's got a great channel, and her husband does that woodwork on the side, in addition to his full-time business. And he's a very busy business owner, but he does the woodwork because he enjoys it. And so they do subscribe signs, they do customized signs for individual channels. They just introduced a thumbs up sign. They have a, speaking of which, thumbs up, people. And they also, oh, what was it? They do blocking boards that are like peg boards. You can use pegs to block you whatever you're working on.
You know what I've used?
What's that?
They do have like specifically these sort of foam blocking boards that interlock like puzzle pieces.
Yeah, I've seen those.
And those are expensive.
They are.
Yeah, I got a trick. I went to Walmart. Hashtag not sponsored. Went to Walmart and I went into their children's department and they had the play mats that look like puzzle pieces that are interconnected. I got a ton of them for like less than $10.
And you know, you're not the first person to tell me about that hack too, because it's all you have to do is call it a hobby product, and you can charge 2 or 3 times the price for the same product.
Well, and the thing is that it's not like I need the grid and the measurements and everything like that. No, you don't need that.
Jane has a comment. She says, "Mr. Spider, it took me 20 years to learn to crochet. She was a knitter first, and she thinks knit is easier than crochet. But
I think the
crochet
opposite
is faster than knit, and she wants to know your opinion."
My opinion is like, which is faster?
Or, you know, on her comment in general.
All right. Well, I mean, when I started with crocheting. And that's just because that's which one I found first.
Mm-hmm.
So I started with crocheting and I did that for a bit. And then after a while, I'm like, you know what? I want to also learn how to knit. So I did. However, as far as which one I don't want to say mastered because we're always learning new stuff, but the one that I got proficient at first, definitely crocheting. Knitting, it took me a lot longer because initially I had a Mount Everest of anxiety about knitting. And what happened with that was my stitches would be so tight on the needles because I was terrified that they would fall off of the needles and I would drop my stitches and I would mess up and I'd have to start over, that I overcompensated and everything was super, super duper duper tight. And because knitting is not as forgiving as crocheting. Now, what I mean by that is if you make a mistake with crocheting, you only have one stitch on your hook at any given time. With knitting, you have all of your stitches on your needles. So if you make a mistake, it's harder to fix with knitting than it is with crocheting. With crocheting, it's like, whatever.
Exactly. Do you know, I used to watch
but with knitting, it's a lot harder to fix.
Yeah.
So
I used to watch
like
Mike fix those. I used to watch my ex fix those dropped stitches that were like rows and rows behind, and it looked like magic to me. I did not understand. I could not figure out. No.
Yeah. So the thing is that Also, crocheting, it works up a lot faster,
Mm-hmm.
a lot faster. Now, knitting does have advantages though. And the biggest advantage I would say, as far as knitting over crocheting, is, and this is why you see knitted gloves and knitted socks and other things that are knitted that you don't typically see crocheted, is because with knitting, you can have a very interlocked fabric that you can't see through at all. And it's very fluid. It's very flexible. It has a lot of flow to it, and yet you can't see anything through it. Now, if you do that with crocheting, where it's a very solid fabric,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be stiff. It's not going to be as flexible, and a lot of air or light or space, like little fingers, can go through it. Um, and so that's like the trade-off.
Oh,
You know,
Hoko
it's like it
Crochet
takes
is
more time
here.
and so forth with knitting, but you can have a very solid fabric that is totally flexible. So that's the tomato and tomato of it, if that makes
Oh, it
any
makes
remote
complete
sense.
sense. Yeah.
Um,
There's, I think there is a wider flexibility with texture in knitting. You can create similar textures with crochet, but very often it takes a very advanced crocheter to do it, to reproduce that kind of texture, particularly if it takes a um, finer weight yarn and a smaller hook, that
mm,
sort of thing, or fancier stitches. Um, and in general, crochet does take more yarn than knit.
well, I mean, also, I mean, if you want something that is really lacy, and I
Mm-hmm.
mean like lacy, lacy, you can do a crocheted project in a weekend,
Mm-hmm.
no problem. If you want something that's really, really lacy knitting, it ain't going to take a weekend.
It takes a
In
lot
fact,
more
if anything, it
time.
would take you
Yeah.
longer um, than if it was a solid piece. Because like it's the lacier it is, the more complicated it is, generally speaking, and you have to pay a lot more attention to what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So, as far as achieving the same amount of fabric, something that could take you a weekend in crocheting could take you months, depending upon how quick you work if you were knitting it.
Jane is saying that knitting is not forgiving at all. I think that is why I am working with crochet due to due to migraines. I can't focus enough to knit. If I try to knit, I will have more frogged things and a pile of tears. Yeah, I
Well,
understand.
there are tricks. There are tricks. You can use the Lifeline trick, which I would so recommend.
I've never heard of that. Hey,
The Lifeline
Katrina.
trick, the Lifeline trick is where you do a bit of knitting and then you run a thin strand of yarn, not the same weight that you're working with, but you use a thin strand of yarn and you run that through all of your stitches that are on your needle and you keep it there. You don't take it out, you keep it there. And it's a thread that's not attached to anything. You know, it's just,
Mm-hmm.
you know, cut on both ends. But you run that piece of yarn through all of your stitches that are on the needle, and then you keep knitting with your working yarn. Okay. And then if you make a mistake, you can pull out your needle and you can rip back to where that length of yarn is resting because it's holding all of those stitches. So that's why they call it a lifeline. Now, the thing is that say, you knit like a couple of inches, then you put in a lifeline, then you knit a couple of inches, then you move the lifeline up. So there's always that backup. I would totally recommend using one if you've never used one before. Also, there are a lot of knitting needles, like for instance, these. You see the little hole right there?
Mm-hmm.
So that hole is actually called a lifeline hole. Okay. So what you do is, as you are knitting, you take a really thin bit of yarn or thread or whatever, and what you do is you put that yarn through that hole as you're knitting, and it guides that thread through all of your stitches. And then the next round, and on the next row, you have your lifeline already set into place. That's why they have, this little special feature on some needles. These are actually my Chiaogu knitting needles. I love these. Absolutely love these. I used to swear by the Clover brand Takumi needles. Used to swear by those. Those you can find at Michael's. They are not cheap. They're good, but they're not cheap. And they
Well,
have
you
really
get what you
good
pay for.
interchangeable sets.
Yeah.
Then
What
I
they
was
say, buy nice or buy twice.
Exactly. Now,
Yeah.
here's the thing. So then I really got hooked on the Addy ADDI, those needles. I got really hooked on those. And then I discovered the Chiaogus, and their trademark is the red cord. Now, the reason why I really, 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 really love these is because the cords have no muscle memory. So you can keep the cords in a tight little bag indefinitely, and they don't keep coiled like a little telephone cord. In fact, I can give you an example right here. So, for instance, these are some of the cords that I have for my Chiaogus. And so typically you would think, oh, it's going to be all coiled, all springy dingy. Watch this.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's completely flexible. It's not holding some weird coiled shape or anything like that, which is typically exactly what would happen. So you saw how tightly they were wrapped. I love it. Now, the thing is that as much as I do like the Addies and the Clovers, the cords drive me crazy. They do.
Jane is saying she has never heard of this technique. I imagine she means a lifeline. And she's going to look for
a tutorial on it.
You did a tutorial? That was what she was going to ask. Okay, that's cool. I would highly recommend Fiber Spider's channel. Let me see if I still have his
Thank you.
link.
The other thing is that Lifeline.
And I do.
Lifelines are also really, really, really great if you are doing larger pieces.
Oh, Whisper SDI is here. Hi, Whisper. I'm sorry.
Hello. That's okay.
She's wonderful. She does amazing amigurumi. Have you ever seen her channel? She's amazing amigurumi, little villages and towns and people. It's great stuff. And because she's in the Netherlands, she has that kind of Northern European outlook on things, which is frankly what most Americans need to hear.
I'm sorry?
Frankly, what most Americans need to hear. Oh, Katrina says she shared me out, which I imagine she means she shared the link for this particular live stream. Thank you, Katrina. So anyway, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Continue.
No, it's okay. No, I was just going to say that if you're doing a really large project on knitting needles, like on circular knitting needles, like these, with the cords, if you're doing a very, very large project and it's bunched up on the cords, like a shawl or a poncho or a blanket, um, and because you have more fabric than cord length.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a really great trick to do, which is again using a lifeline. So what you do is you get a really, really, really long length of yarn on a yarn needle, and you work all of those stitches onto that length of yarn off of your needle, off of your knitting needles. And that way you can spread it out and see just how big your project is.
Mm-hmm.
And I have found that to be invaluable. What's so funny?
Oh, to my comment about Northern European outlook, Whisper says, fiber spider, that basically means I am blunt as heck.
That's fine.
Which has been my experience with most Northern Europeans. The first time I ever visited Berlin, my friend was living there already, and he met me at the airport, and he got me a bus pass, and we got on the bus to go to his place. And so I validated my bus pass in the little meter thing, and I said, "Ich bin ein Berliner." And the bus driver said in German, "No, a Berliner wouldn't be so fat." Which I was at the time. But that's...
Okay. Well, see, the thing is, there's a difference between being blunt and being brutal.
Yeah, well, it's a fine line sometimes. Anyway. Nancy says she's heard of a Lifeline, and she thinks it's an ingenious idea. Linda Bishop.
Help.
Yeah, Linda. I didn't see you come in, Linda, but I'm glad you're here. She says she's subscribed to you and needs to go back to your videos to look for the Lifeline video.
It's in the knitting section because I have various playlist sections on the channel, so it's in the knitting section.
And Katrina says she's putting out a tutorial today. Oh, that was on the thing you showed on your live yesterday, right, Katrina? It was brilliant. You will love it. Look up Katrina's Crochet World.
And what is it?
It's a bag that hangs from a hanger. I mean,
that's what bags do. They hang.
But it's really cool. It's really cool. You could hang it in your closet to keep. If you didn't have dresser space, you could keep like socks and things. You could keep ties if you wear ties. I don't wear ties anymore. Or if you could. Yeah, I didn't think you did either. Or you could use it in your craft room to keep different kinds of things, especially if you put partitions in it. You could use it in the kitchen. You could use it anywhere. And I thought it was really great. And she's going to do, I suggested, I don't know whether she's going to do it, she's going to do 2 versions of the pattern. One is like built in, sort of attached to the hanger, and one that you can detach from the hanger. But anyway, it's a great idea. I thought it was brilliant. And of course, immediately I started thinking, wait, what could we do to make like something to a tie caddy like that? But you'd have to have like dowels and things. And when you're starting, that's just a little bit butch for me. So
anything to do with power tools and saws, no.
Yeah.
And see, that's the thing. I tend to avoid crafts where I could injure myself.
Yeah, for me, a power tool is a Cuisinart.
Well, the closest that I got is I think it's Hamilton Beach coffee grinder that one of my viewers so graciously sent me. And fortunately, it has many safety features, so my little fingers are going to remain where they are.
We love... Oh, Whisper has posted the link to your Lifeline tutorial. Thank you, Whisper. Oh, I think
Thank
that's a
you.
great idea. Thank you so much, Whisper. I love my moderators. I love all my viewers. Yeah, all of them. Yeah, I had to think there for a
Just keep
minute.
mulling
Yeah.
that over for a second.
But you know how it is. Uh, oh my! Oh my goodness. Well. Let's get some more input from the room. What is on everybody's hook? What is in everybody's cup? What did have you had your Easter dinner if you're Easter people? And what was it or what will it be? We had ham and a broccoli casserole and a few other things, and I'm still stuffed.
Well, I haven't eaten yet. Not yet. I'm going to be having shepherd's pie.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, my mom is making it, and she already made dessert, which I'm looking forward to.
Mm.
It's her famous cheesecake.
Oh, lovely. I love cheesecake. Is it that kind of dense New York cheesecake?
It's not that dense.
Well, you know, there are two different kinds. There's the really dense New York cheesecake, and then there's a sort of a fluffier cheesecake that I don't like as much as the New York one.
I would say it's like more dense and fluffy, but I really like it.
Oh, I love cheesecake. And I like cheesecake that's not flavored, because sometimes you get it with like a raspberry ripple or something. And that's okay.
This is straightforward cheesecake.
Yum. And if you want something else, you put it on top.
I would get hit if I did that.
And none of us wants that.
Pardon?
Yeah. I said none of us wants that.
No.
Yeah, I like it just plain.
Well, it
doesn't
speaks
need
for itself.
Exactly.
You know, the irony though is that so my mom, you know, she made this cheesecake, and chances are she's going to have this itty bitty little piece, and then she's going to be like, "Okay, the rest is yours. Enjoy." And that's dangerous.
I know how
because
that
I
is.
will.
Yeah. We wind up putting half of it in the freezer.
No, it will probably be finished within the next day or two.
That's a lot of cheesecake.
I like sweets.
Oh, well. I don't like sweets as much as I did when I was younger. Which is not to say I don't like them. I have a bag of jelly beans here. But
the spicy jelly beans are evil. I like the ones that taste fruity. My grandfather was a candy junkie. He loved his candy. You know, you name it. There were little candy dishes all over the place. And there were two separate jelly bean containers. And you didn't know which was which until you took a chance. And so one of them, it was the spicy jelly beans, and the other one was like the regular jelly beans. And inevitably, I picked the wrong bowl first.
Did he switch them out?
It was a rude awakening when it happened. Oh, gosh.
Now, some people hate licorice jelly beans, but I love them.
If I ever get any, I'll send them to you.
That would be fine.
Because I don't like the liquor. Black licorice, no. Red licorice, yum. You know, give me some Twizzlers. Not red vines. No, not red vines, because those taste like cough syrup. Waxy
I like
cough
syrup better than red licorice.
I don't like red vines. I like Twizzlers though. Even though Twizzlers taste like plastic, I'd rather it taste like cherry flavored plastic than cherry flavored cough syrup.
I sort of like the taste of cough syrup. I like NyQuil. But then
well,
again,
they shouldn't call it NyQuil. They should call it coma in a bottle.
Oh my goodness. One time many years ago when I was doing office work, I had to sit at the front desk and man the phones while the receptionist was at lunch. And I had a cold. I took a dose of NyQuil just before sitting there for an hour. And my boss called up, I guess, to get her messages or something. And I must have sounded funny because she asked me if I was on drugs. I said, wow, all right.
Well, it shouldn't be operating heavy machinery, but
And sometimes it feels like the telephone is heavy machine. Oh, the Naughty Canuck is here. Oh, Nancy is making a cardigan out of 2 hexagons.
oh, those are a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do that. And she went
I
to
do have a series on that.
Oh, great. I'll look for it.
Yeah, I did granny squares. Well, I'm sorry, granny hexagons. So I did do that. Oh, I want to say a year or two ago.
I have a granny hexagon blanket that has been, I've got all the hexagons done, and I have started to assemble it and then put it aside, and it's been sitting for about a year now. I really need to finish that darn thing. Anyway.
Well, you should do the a continuous join as you go method. Makes it so much easier.
I have never understood that. And I know that you have videos about that too, but I have just never understood it. Anyway, let's see.
We just got to figure out the path. I mean, granted, for a hexagon, it would be slightly different than for a rectangle or a square or any 4-sided object. The path would be a little bit different, but once you figure out which path you're going to go, you won't have to sew in a million more ends than you need to. It makes it so much easier.
Have you seen this? This is a clergy stole. It's made of 22.
I love the color.
Yeah, it's a very nice color. And this is that Dollar Tree yarn.
I have never found yarn at the Dollar Tree.
It used to be that I couldn't, but then recently the one nearest me started stocking it. And,
I mean, I've never seen any crochet or knitting, accoutrement, or yarn or anything like that at a Dollar Tree, Dollar General, dollar place. No, never.
I think Dollar Tree, of the dollar stores out there, Dollar Tree is probably your best bet. You could order it from Dollar Tree online. And these little skeins, let me see, got one here. These little skeins are 131 yards. It's Premier brand, they call it Just Yarn. It's a worsted weight. It's 100% acrylic. It's 131 yards. It's $1. This took 4, 5. So it's not.
How does that compare texture quality wise to say like Super Saver?
I'm not a big fan of Red Heart Super Saver. I would say it's every bit as nice as Walmart Mainstay, Joann's Big Twist, you know, the nice store brand yarns. I'm not a big fan of the Michaels store brand yarn.
Loops and Threads.
No. Craft Smart, is that it? Something like
Loops
that.
and Threads Impeccable.
No, that's not the one I have in mind. But anyway,
I think
that's not the one I have in mind, though. That's anyway. But I would compare this in texture and feel and ease to work with. I just got distracted for a second. And I think it's as good as the good store brand yarns. I like working with it. Because, you know, I like budget yarns. I don't like budget yarns that are crap.
Well, that's why I generally have not used the Karen 1 pound in many years.
It's a little coarse. It's yeah.
Well, I mean, if for instance, okay, to be fair, if you
Mm-hmm.
are making, say, floor mats, rugs,
Mm-hmm.
um, blankets where you need a ton of yardage on the cheap, great, more power to you. But if you're, like, for instance, making hats and scarves that you're wearing close to your skin and so forth, or sweaters or that sort of thing, it wouldn't be my first choice.
I
But
understand.
for instance, if you're doing like a lot of charity work, oh, it's perfect.
I've made blankets out of Karen 1 pound, and that's just fine. And it's the sort of acrylic that when you wash it, it'll be okay.
Mm.
I
A lot
I
of them are
have
like that.
yeah some of them. There's one that I got. It was sort of a mystery lot, a pound of yarn for $4.99 when I ordered something else at Mary Maxim. And it feels just like one of those store brands that I don't like. And I made something with it and I washed it and it didn't feel much better afterwards.
Did or did not.
Did not.
Mm.
So, oh, thank you, Whisper. Thank you. Mark was asking about um, um, posting his link, and I haven't been able to get over there and moderatify him. And Lucky, I'm glad to see you here. Thank you for coming. Let's see. Oh, Whisper posted your link again. Oh,
Thank you.
Whisper is so good to me. Okay. Let's see. What else? It's
What
hard
else
to
is
keep.
going on in chat?
Oh, let's see. Oh, Lucky's a cool guy. I don't know if he's a yarn guy, but I met him in Katrina's live. He does a lot of really admirable work with the homeless in his community. And so that's reason enough to follow him. And he's pretty cool. We don't agree on everything, but he's pretty cool.
No, we've got a very cool community.
We do. We do. Mark, whose link we just posted, he is in Thunder Bay, Ontario. He is a poet. And so I have just ordered his book from Amazon, and I'm going to select one of his poems to read with my Sunday readings.
That's nice.
That's a hint, everybody. I do Sunday readings of poetry. This morning I did a special one for Easter called The Lamb.
By the way, I think you got a typo.
Where?
When you spelled lamb, I think you used an N instead of an M.
Oh, that's very possible. It wouldn't surprise me a bit.
It's not a big deal, but I thought you might want to know.
Oh, okay. Now I'm going to be
because I knew that you were meaning lamb, and I'm like,
okay, excuse me, gotta fix that.
I was just doing a double take.
Okay.
It's not a big deal. I'm just
I know. I know. I just have to fix it right now, this very minute.
Sorry.
It's okay. No, I'm glad you brought it to my attention.
My intentions are just wanting to help. That's all.
I know, exactly. I just hate making mistakes. And I hate even more when I don't catch them.
It's okay. I've done it myself.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, it took me 20 minutes to figure out, how to log into this thing in the first place. So,
yeah, it does. It does take a while. Okay, why am I not getting my... I'll have to fix it later. It's possibly because I'm in this chat that I have trouble accessing my dashboard.
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, let's see. Oh, hi, Navy Freck. Oh, hi, Crochet Nana. Oh, Triple C is here. Hi, Dana. And she says hi to you, Craig, as well.
Hello.
Oh, and Granny D is here. Oh my goodness. Granny D apparently is sending everyone from her live that would have just ended over here. Yay!
Hello, everybody. How many people are in here right now?
It looks like there are 25 right now.
Cool.
I think so too. I think that's cool. You know, I knew that because other people have lives and live streams as well as lives.
Well, it happens.
That this sort of thing, people are going to come and go as they are able.
Well, also, it is a holiday.
That as well. And some people have family obligations that would not normally happen on a weekend, or might happen on a weekend. You never know. Some people don't do anything. Hello, Maria Elena Valdivia. Hello,
what was that?
Maria Elena Valdivia.
You ever watched the movie Barbarella?
Oh, not in many, many, many years.
It was The Password.
Oh, Maria
where it was
Elena
like 37 syllables, and it ended with "go go go." It was like go go go. I'm sorry, I am not casting any aspersions on a name, but it was just it was the way you said that made me think of Barbarella and The Password. Go go go.
Well, I'm
because I love that movie.
Sort of pleased with myself. It's a looks like an Hispanic sounding name, and I was able to get it out smoothly.
Oh, I am atrocious at pronouncing and unfortunately mispronouncing names, so more power to you.
Yeah.
I mean, when I'm at the library and I see somebody and I have to say somebody's name, I always I'm like, did I pronounce that correctly? And if not, please correct me. Because I don't like doing that to people, because I don't like what people do it to me. So I get it.
Maria approves of how I pronounced her name. You know, I studied languages in school because I studied to be an opera singer. And I spent 5 years in South Florida and 27 years in the New York tri-state area. Never did learn Spanish, but I can pronounce it. But, you know, what's funny is when I run across a name, particularly an Italian name, most often it's Italian, or an Italian term with people whose family has been in the country for a few generations, and I will use my Italian 101 pronunciation and they will mock me for it because it has evolved. Because there's a difference between, you know, Milanese Italian and Brooklyn Italian, let me tell you. Hi, Pat Dancer. So I would say very cool. And they, sorry?
I knew a woman who went to Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And whenever she would talk about this trip that she went on to Italy, she always would say, I went to Italy. I'm like, there's an A in there, you know. So I went to Italy.
Italy, yeah.
Italy. And
did you go on Saturday?
Pardon?
Did she go on Saturday?
Well,
that's how. Yeah.
The thing is that apparently they went to a vineyard, or something to that effect, and so she didn't want a full glass; she just wanted a little. So she kept saying that she wanted a little bit, as in like a little bit. So they gave her bitters. They gave her bitters because she kept on saying little bit.
I once went to a diner with a friend of mine who was from England, had like a London accent, and the waitress asked him what he would like to drink. He said, "I'll have some water." And she said, "What?" He said, "Water." And she said, "What?" And he said, "Oh, water." Dana says she has always wanted to go to Italy. So have I. I've never been there. I've spent time in Germany and Austria and the Netherlands and Denmark and England, but never been to Southern Europe. I've never been to France.
I've
Oh,
never been off the East Coast.
you've never been out of Long Island, have you?
No, I have been out of Long Island. I've just never been off the East Coast. The furthest away at all,
Hmm.
New Orleans.
Oh, that's a bit of a
That's the
schlep
furthest.
from Long Island. One of these days, I'm gonna go to one of these yarn events, and I'm gonna drop by and kidnap you and make you come with me when we can
Okay.
travel again and interact again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, it would be nice.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, the furthest away I've ever been, I mean, I've been up north as far as Maine and
Mm.
as far south as Florida and, Louisiana. But west, no. Other countries, no. I would love to go to like anywhere in the UK.
I've always wanted to have a Dickensian Christmas in
Mm,
London. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Or one summer I was lucky and got to visit the Cotswolds, where they have all the beautiful countryside. A friend of mine was living in a monastery there. Oh my God. I was in heaven. And I got to visit Oxford, and lots of fun places. Yeah. And you know what else? I visited these guys I had met in. They lived in Sheffield. I had met them in Amsterdam, and we kept in touch. So I went up to Sheffield to visit them. And we were driving around town. They were showing me things, and we went past this one church, and I'm going, wait a minute, I've been here on choir tour in like 1982. I had sung in that church. And this was in the late 90s. But yeah, it was amazing. But
the small world.
very, very. So let's see. Okay, people. Let's keep the chat going. What's on your hook? What's in your cup? What did you have or will you have for dinner for Easter? Have you all been to church? I know that Dana and Joe have done a lot of church today. What's your favorite Easter music? Tell me. This morning, I actually, when I was in Dallas, I got involved with a church called Cathedral of Hope. And so I sometimes watch their services online now. I actually watched them online then. And this week is the first time in over a year that they have been able to meet in person. So I had to watch the Easter morning service there, and it was a very emotional experience for everybody.
I don't really have any favorite Easter music.
Yeah.
I have favorite Christmas music.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm talking like, old school Christmas music.
Perry Como.
I don't know about Perry Como, but like Burl Ives.
Frosty the Snowman.
Yeah.
Or
the music that was playing on the radio and so forth, like the Andrews Sisters, Benny
yeah.
Goodman, old stuff, classic stuff. That's the kind of music that I gravitate to most. But like, I'm sure that she's a lovely woman, but Mariah Carey's "All I Want for Christmas Is You." If I hear that one more time, I'm gonna projectile vomit.
Well, nobody wants that, especially if you're wearing a mask.
Mm. But no, I hate the new Christmas Christmas music.
But you
I'm
know
just not
that
a fan
stuff
of it.
sells. That's why they do it.
That doesn't
It
mean it's good,
sells. Of course not.
you know.
We're
And also,
talking
I'm
about
sorry,
commerce. We're not
I'm
talking about
probably
quality.
I'm probably going to lose a lot of subscribers over this, but I'm going to say it.
What?
Paul McCartney. Everybody having Christmas time? Whoever was playing that synthesizer needs to stop. Down, 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 down.
Yeah, well,
You know, like
yeah. I don't pay much attention
it's
to
overkill.
stuff.
What?
I don't pay much attention to the popular stuff, the Mariah Careys, the Paul McCartneys, because I love the
Well, no,
older stuff.
but that Paul McCartney song, that's from a while back.
Oh, I know,
But
yeah.
it's just sort of like, okay, it's too saccharine. I mean, that's why John and Paul had this, like, uh sort of rivalry as far as, like, just another silly little love song. Because that's the thing. I mean, Paul, he was good at writing like the pop that was sort of like light and fluffy and saccharine, whereas John, he was like, all right, I'm gonna like try to craft something with a little bit more je ne sais quoi behind it. Now, granted, one's still alive, and unfortunately, John is not.
Do you know he was assassinated on my 18th birthday?
Ugh.
And at the time, I didn't know the Beatles all that well because I grew up with the Carpenters.
Right.
But
well,
anyway,
what I'm saying though is that it's like, both of them were great in their own ways. Both of them had their own faults.
Of course, of course.
But if I were to gravitate towards one over the other, I would say John.
Oh, yeah, of course, of course.
I mean, everybody's got issues. Don't get me wrong. Whether it's professionally or personally, everybody's got issues. But as far as gravitating towards one over the other, I would say I like John more. Ringo and George, I don't know. I mean, I did see there was Ringo. Ringo did a very interesting performance as a mock Chernal in the 1985 televised Alice in Wonderland.
Okay, I haven't seen that. Dana says that she had church and her kids did Easter speeches. I'll bet that was lovely.
That's nice.
And Becky says that she likes Bernadette Peters singing Santa Baby. You know, the first time I ever heard Santa Baby, it was Eartha Kitt. I had no, this was like a 1956 recording. I heard it in the 80s, but still, even then, I loved all the old music.
Now, Bernadette Peters, is she the one that was in Annie?
She very well might have been. I don't really know Annie.
She was the one with Brewster, named after the hotel.
I don't know. I don't know the musical Annie, but no, I don't. I'll turn in my toaster. I don't know Annie. Have you seen An Affair to Remember?
No.
Okay, turn in your toaster. Anyway, oh, Linda is going off to cook dinner. So we're all having dinner at Linda's house.
Save me a dinner roll.
We've got some dinner rolls left over. About, I don't know, 6 o'clock, I hope a ham sandwich magically appears before me.
Nothing wrong with wishful thinking.
I know. I think my sister is napping right now because she worked very hard today, and she has back issues. She has trouble with her ankles, so she's napping right now. So I might have to make my own sandwich, which I would normally do anyway. But,
I have one response for that.
What? World's smallest violin, right?
Playing just for you.
Stereo. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm accustomed to the world's smallest violin. Yeah. That's all the sympathy I ever got. Anyway,
I'm just busting your chops.
Hmm?
I'm just busting your chops.
As luck would have it, I like having my chops busted from time to time. Anyway, so I started this when the stream started about an hour and a half ago. I'm making this hat. So I've done all the round bit, and then I did a row of back loop only single crochet. By the way, people, I do have a tutorial coming out for this hat, and there is a pattern online already. So I'm in the first row of the real hugs and stitches, hugs and kisses stitch.
Snuggles and smooches.
Yeah, something like that. X's and O's. So everybody tell me what's on your hook. Nancy says, ask Craig if his mom influenced him getting into crochet. And has she ever been on one of your videos?
Actually, no, she's never been on any of my videos because she will embarrass me. She's told me
that's
that
her
she
job.
will. What's that?
That's a mom's job.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, she's like, no, and I'm like, Mom, if you went on, the video, whatever it is, would go viral because people would be like, oh, I want to find out the dirt. No, she's never been on any of my videos. But her quilts have shown up in a number of my videos.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Yes.
right. You said that she's very active with quilting.
Yes.
Yeah,
my sister, does a lot of quilting.
Yeah, my sister
actually,
does.
right now, she's working on a whole bunch of quilts for children in hospitals.
Lovely.
Yeah, so that they have something to comfort them when they're in the hospital. Unfortunately, right now, because of the pandemic, they aren't accepting anything at the moment, which it's understandable, but she is getting some ready.
They probably could, but they probably don't have the time or the manpower to really exercise all the precautions they would need.
Well, that's it. I mean, it's right now, it's better to err on the side of caution.
Exactly.
Definitely.
I wish a lot of people in this country would learn that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I am excited though because the end of this month, I have my appointment for my first shot, so I'm all excited.
Oh, excellent. I need to look into when I'm eligible and where I can go.
Well, they changed the requirements here in New York. They keep changing them.
Yeah.
Because it used to be if you were 60 or 65 and older, and then it was 55, and then it was depending upon what you did as an occupation, and then finally they changed it such that if you work with the public, then that gets you eligible.
Which you do.
And when I do. So finally I became eligible, so I made my appointment, and yeah, I'm going to have to wait the better part of a month still, but it's a step in the right direction, so I'm very happy about that. So yeah, she does a lot of quilting. Actually, the thumbnail for the bunny tutorial, where he's sitting down on a coffee table, that table runner, that's all hand stitched. It's called Cathedral Windows. And then the quilt behind the bunny on the couch, that's an Underground Railroad pattern of quilt. So any sort of projects or anything that you see in the living room, that's all my mom. She has also done crocheted lace tablecloth and the quilt and so on and so forth. She does all that stuff. As far as inspiring me to do it, actually, no. I was inspired by a reality TV show called 1940s House, and that's what actually got me started. Because I saw two of the people in the show, and they were crocheting, and I'm like, oh heck, if they can do it, I can do it. And that's what started me. And that was over 20 years ago.
Mike used to watch a knitting version. It might have been knitting, or it might have been all yarn craft version of the Great British Bake Off. Except it was, I think it was Norwegian. So of course they all spoke, they didn't speak English, but I think there were subtitles. But even without the subtitles, he could figure out what was going on. And he thought that was fascinating. So, I can't find where I lost the stitch. Oh well. Just pretend it didn't happen.
Also, the other thing is that when I was starting to learn how to crochet, my mom, she did help me out a little bit. Because I was having issues with my double crochets at first. Because when I started, YouTube was not a thing. Not with like what it is now. So it was a lot of books, a lot of trial and error. And so she was showing me, the thing is that my mom is a lefty and I'm a righty.
Ah.
So I had to try to invert everything that she was showing me, which is tricky. Now, to all of you who are lefties and you want to be able to watch videos where it's all about being a righty, put a mirror next to your screen. Watch the mirror.
A lot of people who do. Mark is asking you and me what our favorite things to crochet is. Pat is astonished that I've never heard of Annie the movie. I have heard of it, I just haven't seen it. But
well,
Mark
there's a really great part in that movie with Carol Burnett singing about how much she hates little girls. She runs an orphanage and she's just like talking about how she just want to strangle them and kill them all. And she's trying to harmonize by clinking her gin glass together. Clink, little girl. Her and her bathtub gin. It's actually really funny. But I'm sorry, the question was, what is our favorite thing to make? You first.
Well, I'm not sure that I have a favorite. I might, the easy answer would be whatever's on my hook right now. But I'm not sure that I have a favorite. I do enjoy the bigger things like sweaters and blankets, but I also like hats and scarves. What else have I done? Lately, I've been doing a lot of those clergy stoles, and I don't know why. It's just a compulsion with me nowadays. Because, I went to a church music school. I know a lot of people who went into the ministry. So, and I've been in church music myself for a very long time. So I know a lot of people who could use them and tell their friends that I do commissions. So what else? I don't know. I'll be yawning a lot before this live stream is over, I'll tell you that.
Right? Like I said, I've only been awake for like 2 hours.
But, gosh. If I have a favorite, it's... My answer today would probably be different from my answer tomorrow. That's really all I can say about it. What about you?
I wouldn't say that I have like a favorite project per se. I do like making shawls because they're very versatile. There are different shapes and different sizes and different techniques. As far as the kind of project that I like to make, I would say I like shawls. because there's so much that you can do with them.
Mm-hmm.
Ironically, prior to making my YouTube channel, I had never made one before.
Really?
Yes, really. Yeah, never made one before at all. And I didn't realize how much fun they would be, because it's sort of like, I had done a ton of scarves prior to the channel. Scarves, blankets, and hats, and amigurumi. Now, when I discovered shawls, I was like, wait a minute. Oh, so you can do that much more than just the scarf. I mean, scarves are cool, but scarves are sort of like a really long swatch. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, with the shawl, you have more dimension. Because
exactly.
you're not just going out, you're also going down. So you have more dimensionality. It's basically half of a square blanket. So you have more directions to go in. And I think that that's just
Mm-hmm.
more interesting. Just me personally.
I tend to get bored in the middle of scarves, and sometimes in the middle of blankets. Now,
in the middle of anything, it can get boring. So that's when you swap over to another project and then you go back to it. So I would say, as far as my favorite kind of project, I would say probably shawls. As far as my favorite stitch, yes.
exactly.
Yes.
Mark is asking, having heard me talk about church music, Mark is asking
like anything
whether
with
I
a granny stitch, I'm all over it.
Exactly.
So
Mark is asking whether I play organ, which I do not. I've always, when I've done church music, I've been a paid singer in church choirs, particularly in large cities. There are churches that have the budget to do that. And let me tell you, Lent and Easter is a bonanza for the paid church musician. Also Advent and Christmas. Summer is a long, dry spell. Yeah, I've always just been a paid singer because I studied to be a singer. So, Mark has an old Hammond organ that used to belong to his father's uncle. Oh, how lovely. Mark, do you play it? Okay. Oh, Mark shares my fondness for Carol Burnett also. Mark.
Well, I just love it when she was doing her Norma Desmond routine. Max, 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 Max. Or actually, like, it's more like, Max, Max. Come here, Max, Max.
You know that the one they did, Went with the Wind. The moment when she walks down the stairs with the
curtain rod.
The curtain rod.
Yeah.
That is considered by many to be the funniest moment ever on television.
Oh, I just saw it in the window.
I just had to have it.
Like, where did you find that dress? Oh, I saw it in the window. I just had to have it.
But I have tried. Do you know, some of the best bits from that show were some of the musical numbers that you don't see that easily on YouTube. They were not comedy bits. They were like really, very sincere ballads and things, very deep felt things. And, Carol was wonderful at that. And some of the guest stars they had, Steve Lawrence and Edie Gourmet, and, some of the other people. It's just amazing. There is on YouTube a performance of Carol Burnett singing Ladies Who Lunch from Follies. It's not from Follies. It's not from Follies. Oh, God, I wish I could remember what it's from. But here's to the ladies who lunch. Everybody laugh. That performance, it was a concert. That performance will rip your heart out. It's just amazing. And that's the sort of stuff that really, really gets to me, where that singing and that acting and that connection is there. That's just amazing. Mark, I'll bet if you look around, you could find old church organ sheet music. You really could. Hi, Blind Stitches Creations. You found me on Dana? You mean Triple C, Dana? Anyway, Bobby says she grew up singing in a Catholic church. Was not aware there was such a thing as paid singers. It depends upon the size and the budget of the church, and also the denomination. Some denominations tend to spend more money than others. Just a gross generalization, and I can't say it's universally true. Okay. Oh, Whisper just put your link up again. Thank you, Whisper.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, hi, Nani May. Oh, I love to see all my friends here. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad that you're still here, Dana. Yes.
So I do have to get going. Any last minute things?
Well, tell us what we can expect soon from your channel.
Not sure.
Hmm?
Not sure.
Well, tell people who are new to your channel what to look for and what they're going to find.
Well, okay. Crocheting tutorials, knitting tutorials, audiobook narrations. My other YouTube channel, Fiber Spider Games. Lots of different types of games on there. Like right now, I'm playing one where you're a little boy and there's essentially a griffin, and the two help each other out, trying to escape from this really large, expansive ruin. It's actually so cinematic. Games have come a long way since Pac-Man. Okay, it's beautiful. The soundtrack, the emotion involved, it's gorgeous. I mean, I would say that it's better than some animated movies I've seen. Really good. It's called The Last Guardian.
Sure. Yeah.
Pardon?
I said, I'm sure.
So,
Nani
yeah,
May says,
what?
No, Nani May says, what a pleasure to see both of you handsome young men together up on panel together. And I'm going,
which handsome young
looking
men?
at this channel?
Are we watching the same video?
I know. Young? You are mistaken. Well, you're young. I'm not.
Oh, I'm an old fart. So yeah, The Last Guardian. Actually, I'm going to be posting a video of that today on my gaming channel, Fiber Spider Games. I have a whole range of games. Some are cute and fluffy. Some are dramatic. Some are downright horrific. You know, zombies and vampires and all sorts of craziness. So the taste, there's a wide range. As far as my main channel, though, on Tuesday, probably going to be another chapter of The Road to Oz. You know, my audiobook reading. It's the 5th Wizard of Oz book. It's been a long process of getting through that. But yeah, that's going to be another chapter from there. And then probably, not definitively, but probably on Thursday, I'm thinking maybe some more poetry of Walt Whitman, Leaves of Grass.
Lovely.
Lately, I've been going back and forth between Whitman and Emily Dickinson. And
which is why I haven't done either one since I've been doing poetry, because I know you do.
Well, thank you. because I've been doing both of those poets for quite a while. And so basically I'll flip-flop between Emily and Walt every other week lately. And that'll be either Tuesday or Thursday, and then whichever other day I didn't do, then it would be these days another Oz chapter. As far as my tutorial for next weekend, that I'm not decided on yet. I've got a lot of different projects to choose from as to like which do I want to do. I'm just not sure yet, to be perfectly honest. But as far as the gaming channel is daily, every day. So between my main channel and my gaming channel, I do about 10 videos a week.
My God.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the game videos are anywhere from like a half an hour to an hour long, and that's every day. So
Nani May says, Craig, love your tutorials. I've made many of your projects. And I will say that long before we ever met, long before I ever had a YouTube channel, I was watching Craig. Mikey from Crochet Crowd and Craig were basically my first two teachers. And then I found Crystal and Secret Yarnery and other people. But yeah, we have a long history. But back to Emily Dickinson. I'm sure I told you this before, but someone once told me that you could sing any Emily Dickinson poem to the tune of Gilligan's Island.
I don't know about that.
Try it. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. Why did they kick me out of heaven? Did I sing too loud?
I might try that sometime. I don't know. Well,
I'll give you $1 if you do it on your channel.
Oh, crikey. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. And sweetest in the gale is heard, and sore must be the storm that could have bashed the little bird that kept so many warm. I've heard it in the chillest land and on the strangest sea, yet never in extremity it asked a crumb of me. Are you happy?
I'm deliriously happy.
Are you happy? Making a little silly little fool out of myself? Just for stuff and giggles?
Yeah, the only poem I know of that it doesn't really work for is I'm Nobody.
Well, you're nobody till somebody loves you.
That's a different poem. It's I'm nobody, who are you? Are you nobody too? Then there was a pair of us. Don't tell. They banished us, you know. How dreary.
I can't believe I just did that. I'm sorry, I'm still reeling. I can't believe I just did that.
I think I really. That's wonderful.
Anyway, on that note,
well, thank you so much
for coming scarce now
and spending this time with me. I'm so glad we had this time together.
All right. Well, listen. Thank you for having me on. I hope that you and everybody here has a happy Easter, spring, holiday, whatever it is that you celebrate or don't. You have a great day regardless. Okay?
Well, you have certainly made my day happy.
Well, thank you. You made mine too.
Much.
Thank
you. And we will talk.
Yes, we will talk. Okay.
Okay.
All right, now I'm going to see if I can scoot out of here and close out my window. And I will catch you later. You have a great day, everybody.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There we go. Wasn't that wonderful? Actually, we last fall at some point I won one of his giveaways, and we started emailing and became friends then. And he's been very encouraging for my channel, and I've learned a lot from him. So, in my eyes, he can do no wrong. So, I'm going to put the link up and see if anybody else wants to come up. So, there we go. So this is how far I am with the hat that I've been working on. I started it at the top of the stream. So it's an easy hat and it doesn't take an awful lot of yarn. And the pattern for it is on my blog and on Ravelry. So, oh, Mark, have a good dinner. I'm glad you you stopped by, and I hope that you do come back. And if not, then I'm sure I will see you in these YouTube streets soon. Hey, Barbara Batzer. So I just put the link up if anyone wants to join me again. And we can't have more than one people. Let's see. Or not. So standard live stream questions. What's on your hook? What's in your cup? Currently nothing is in my cup, so I might have to step away for a minute. And then have you had your Easter dinner yet? Oh, thank you, Whisper, for putting my Ravelry link up there. All of my hat patterns are free on Ravelry and on my blog. I make them free to encourage people to donate them. I have other patterns that are not free, but I really don't charge very much. I've seen some other patterns that other people have that were more, but I'm still getting my feet wet in the in the arena of selling patterns. So my patterns are modestly priced. Okay, Whisper is drinking Coke Zero. Oh, she's working on a purple fairy house. You guys, you need to check out Whisper. She does the most amazing amigurumi. It's just to die for. And I am going to step away for just a moment. I'm going to refill my beverage. I'm going to see if I can put up an image as a placeholder while I step away. Hold on, I might mess this up. Okay, that wasn't it. That wasn't it either. Okay. Well, you're going to see an empty chair, and I'll be back in a minute or two. Don't let people think that the screen is frozen. I've just stepped away. I'm back. Did you miss me? Peach flavored water. Part 4 of A Secret Yarnery Cow. Do you know? Oh, hey. Hey, Nani Maria. Hi. Or Nani Me. Okay. Add to stream. There we go.
Hello, young man.
Hey.
I was asleep and I thought, oh my gosh, David's on. And I woke up and I came on your channel and I saw Fiber Spider up there and I had the vapors.
He has that effect on women.
Effect on women. And I thought, oh my gosh, 2 good looking, handsome men in one place. I better be, oh my goodness. How lucky are you? You guys have been emailing back and forth and become friends. That is so awesome.
He is a perfectly lovely guy, and
he is, yes.
Even without the crochet and the YouTube in common, I would be happy to have him as a friend.
Anyone would. So I was like, "There's David. There's Fiber Spider." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, what thrills a girl more than anything than guys that crochet and do fiber arts and read poetry?"
If those guys were straight.
We don't care if you're gay or straight. We still love you. Want to be your friends. You know, I've always said, and a girl's best friend is a gay guy. You know, no matter what he does.
That's true. That's true. I mean, there was a series on YouTube a number of years ago called "Sassy Gay Friend."
Yeah.
I don't know.
I have 2. Well, all of my friends are my best friends, but my friend Gary and I have been friends since. Oh my gosh! Since I think I'm 5 years older than him, so we've been friends since he was just a tiny little thing, and I was pushing him around because he's related to my sister-in-law, which is, you know. Before I get ahead of myself and tell you my whole family history and how this one's related to that one, but he's been my best friend forever. And I don't know what I would have done without him. So that is so awesome.
Exactly. We're great.
Exactly, yes.
Trisha says, we love you, David, just the way you are. I'm glad to hear that because I'm not changing for anyone. Let's see. Did anyone come in while I stepped away? Have I missed anyone?
Yeah, I was away. I was down in the basement while you stepped away, and I thought, oh, David slipped away. Where did he go?
Yeah, I had to refill a beverage and release a beverage, and
you only rent those beverages, remember?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's.
I'm sitting here enjoying all your and looking at all your things in the background. I'm one of these people that looks in the background, and I love to see you've got your cute little grandpa bear or something like that up there.
That bear was a gift to me from.
That's you with it's not a grandpa bear. It's a David bear.
It is because I wear plaid shirts a lot, and he has the glasses, and it was from my ex, and it was very sweet.
That is very sweet.
And then, of course, you've been present when I showed this postcard, right?
Yep.
I got this from Vistaprint that I can write a personal note when I send packages to people. I can actually send it as a postcard too.
Oh, cool.
Any of you who are getting Christmas cards from me, that's what you're getting. I haven't sent Christmas cards by snail mail in I don't know how many years, but I probably will again this year. Let's see, what else do we have? My subscribe sign. That's a hint, people. This came from Brenda, the newbie crocheter, who has a wonderful channel herself. And she also, her husband, on top of running a successful business of his own, he does woodwork on the side for
Oh,
pleasure, and they create these signs. They
my
have
goodness.
other signs. I've seen some custom signs that they've made for other people's channels that are just beautiful. So if I can ever afford it, I will look into getting a custom sign. Oh, hey, Barbara. Glad to see you.
Yeah, hi everybody. Well, I don't know if you've ever seen my Noni May doll. Of course, I don't have my pink glasses on today, but woohoo!
Oh, that's
she's going.
cute. That's cute.
Me and Kim Crochet and Knits did a challenge a long time ago. She's kind of got my crazy hair, but to do the mini me doll. But then we realized a lot of people don't do amigurumi, so
Yeah, I don't. I once got in trouble for making a typical David comment about an amigurumi doll, and I hurt somebody's feelings unintentionally, and I still feel bad about it. So, it's a beautiful doll. No, actually,
yeah.
it really is. It's quite nice. And have you always had pink hair? Well, not always, of course, but
well,
how long have you had pink hair, I guess I should say?
I'm going to need to retouch. Actually, next month will be 1 year.
Really?
Yeah, because I am 58 years old, and I am totally.
Mm.
I had one of my friends from school tell me that I'm the most gray-headed friend and the whitest. I'm like, thanks a lot. So I'm going pink. No, I told my kids, they dared me, and I said, I will do it. Don't dare me. Do not dare me.
They dared you, didn't they?
Yep. Because I mentioned it, and they said, and I said, I'll do it. I don't care. And then I liked it, and
I think it's cute.
Whatever makes us happy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm fortunate that what's left of my head here
you don't have any. You're still, yes, you got.
I have some gray on the temples, but the gray is focused on my beard. I started growing. No, it looks like scruff. Really?
No, it looks good. That's the thing. That's like my husband. His beard's like that too.
I started growing my beard in my 30s, and I was appalled at the time to see that that it was coming in partially gray, not as gray as it is now. And then I noticed I had gray chest hair.
I don't think I have. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
I'll stop.
Next topic.
I won't say anymore right there, but I'm so glad to catch you on. And I wrote your schedule down, and of course, I'm old grandma, and I tend to fall asleep in my chair if I'm sitting down. Anytime I'm sitting down I go, and then my crochet or whatever I'm working on is in the floor, and then I panic. Oh my gosh. It's in the floor because I do have dogs and don't want to get and they have got a hold of my things and drug it off before. Excuse me, I'm going to take a drink, but
that's fine. I drink all the time.
I do too. Every time I get thirsty.
Yeah, Linda is saying that she loves her gay friends and she has some drag friends also. I don't know if any of you have seen. A few weeks ago, I did a glittery, silvery shawl for a friend of mine who is actually a drag queen named Candy Samples. He raises a humongous amount of money for charity, for HIV social services, HIV research, for feeding HIV homeless people, for all sorts of things, and he is in demand all over the place. He's a singer-songwriter, and I believe that Candy Samples has a channel on YouTube. I'm not completely sure about that, but if you go over to her, tell her I sent you, because she's lovely. She's going
for sure.
Yeah. She's going to send. She's going to post a pic of her wearing that shawl, which is what I do. I send gifts to people hoping that they will post pictures in their own social media with links to me. I have one very, 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 very famous opera singer friend, and I sent something, and it was in Italy, so I don't know that it's even arrived yet.
Hey, Barb. Thank you, Barb.
Yay, Barb.
Candy samples, you said, right?
Candy samples, yes.
Okay, check her out. I have two friends that do drag, and they go all over the United States and do shows, and they've went abroad. They went to England not this past summer, but the summer before. Wait a minute, was it 2019? I keep saying 2019 for some reason. 2019, I believe it was 29.
Yes, the years are now 4 digits here.
Now now I'm saying 29. What's 29? I've been visiting too many cemeteries. 2019, and they're not on YouTube yet, but they do have Instagram, and they've done YouTube, and they have different characters. Their names are Dan and Daniel. Both their names are Daniel. They're married. They've been married for 3 years now, but they go as Dan and Daniel. But they have different characters, so I wouldn't even know where to begin telling you all the different names because I'd have to look in my address book. But they are wonderful, and they have asked me several times to make a couple of things for them, and I haven't gotten around to it because they said they wanted to order the yarn. So I'm like, well, I can't get around to making it until you order your yarn and have it sent to me. So it'll come when I least expect it. Right in the middle of a big, gigantic project that I'm doing,
Yep.
That's all right.
The old project manager in me wants to suggest that you create a project plan. And, this is how long it takes. And the clock starts when all the requirements are met. And in this case, the yarn is one of the requirements that are unmet.
Exactly. But I don't say much because I know they're busy. But I do. It's about time I start with my my pride things. That will be hopefully they get to have a pride here in our area. They get to have their pride events this year. I don't know.
Tell me again where you are. I've forgotten.
I'm in Missouri.
Oh, the Show Me State.
Yeah. We always say, what do you want me to show you?
What do you got?
We have all kinds of things. Yeah, that's what we always say. We're in the Show Me State. What do you want us to show you? But I just want to come up and say hi to you, my friend. And I'm going to, since it is Easter, family's here, and I'm going to have to pay attention to them. They're all outside right now, so ignoring me. And then I'm worried about paying attention to them. But yeah, I was sure surprised to see you guys you guys make a great, your panel's great, soft-spoken, good-looking guys.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
And it's not sexual harassment. I'm just telling the truth. Sorry, guys. Just had to put that out there. Just be. David's like, get this crazy woman off my panel.
Not at all.
But I just want to come up and say hi, sweetie, and you're doing awesome.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad to have you here.
Got in here in time, and I'm going to go join my family. But happy Easter if everyone celebrates and all that good stuff.
Exactly. And I hope you have a wonderful time with your family.
Oh, yeah. They're going to, doing their dishes. That'll be my wonderful time. But that's okay. That's okay. But I'm going to get down off of here, and thank you for letting me come up, David. I so appreciate it, sweetie pie.
Oh, of course. It's a pleasure always.
And I'm going to go out and check out what they're doing outside, but I'm going to leave you running, darling, okay?
Okay, cool. Okay.
I'll see you a little bit later, sweetie.
Okay. I'm going to post the link again, so if anybody else wants to come up, we can have more than one person at a time, too. I noticed that Starla just joined us. I'm really glad to see you, Starla. How are you feeling, Starla? Weren't you under the weather? Hey, Robin. I hope I haven't missed anybody who came in. Hi, Amanda Brotherton. Did I miss you? Hi, Barbara. You were here earlier, and you're back. Yeah. Julie says all she could do was just sit here entranced by Craig. Yes, he has that effect. Yes, indeed. So if anybody wants to come up, then let me see if I can figure out how to pin that link at the top. No. I can't put myself in timeout. Oh, that would be awful. Banners. Create a banner. Add banner. Let's go back to comments. Okay. Oh, thank you, Robin. You love my shirt. Okay, do you guys see the link at the top? Okay, let me look at this again. Okay. Okay. Well, create a banner. Now, let's see. Do you guys see a... Oh, hi, Ola Joe. Do you see a banner scrolling across the bottom? Hi, Julie. Welcome up.
Hello. Hi, everybody. How you doing?
Yay. Yay. So how is everything, Julie?
It's a bright, sunshiny day. It's in the 60s. I got outside, did a little bit of raking. I put together a compost bin, started filling it. It just felt good to kind of actually feels like spring for a change.
We need some yard work done. You want to come over?
No. I'm almost over it. Oh my gosh. You know, there's certain jobs you're supposed to do in the fall, right? And if you procrastinate, then you get a very busy spring. So improper management on my part, I guess, but
yeah.
I've been sitting here crocheting and watching the YouTubes, joining lives, and I've gotten quite a bit of progress done on the cardigan. I've got this Manarola yarn. You ever see yarn and you think, oh my gosh, it's beautiful, I love it, and you get it and it's soft and it's perfect, and then you're sitting there, what project do I do?
What the hell am I going to do with this?
I love that yarn.
Many times.
And I've sat on this yarn for about a year, and I was like, there's got to be a project for it out there somewhere, you know. And then I came across, I believe it's Fiber Fox, and I just seen this tutorial she was doing. I thought, it's going to be perfect. And voila. I don't know if you can see all that, but...
Oh, that's nice. I like the way the stripes work out.
Back of the sweater, I thought, that's it, you know. So there's times I've got yarn, and I know it's for the perfect project, but I don't have the pattern to... see it through. But I love it when it comes together, though. I really do.
Yeah, of course. I've been thinking, people have been talking about this cardigan challenge, and I've been thinking, since I want to do something for my friend's baby. She had a baby sometime around New Year's. I don't remember the exact date. So he's like 3 or 4 months old now. Yeah. And I know she has tons of stuff for him at his current size, but I want to do something in a 1-year-old size, or maybe larger.
Okay. Yeah.
And I found one pattern that I thought was really exciting, and then I found it was really difficult too. So, because I had to actually read it. So I might give that one another try. It's 3 different colors, and God knows I'm not hurting for yarn in different colors.
Yeah.
I probably will give that one another try. Otherwise, I might try to improvise a toddler cardigan myself. I mean, I have toddler cardigan patterns out the wazoo already.
Sometimes you got to kind of push that envelope, and just take it to the next level, And I get caught in those ruts, I get crocheting the same hat, same mitten, same scarf, the same Afghans, and it's like, no. Sometimes you just got to grab a project and say, you know what, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get out of that rut and push the envelope and do something different. And because I know when I get the project done, I'm going to feel like accomplished. I think that's the word I'm looking for. I'll have done something and accomplished something.
Granny D is in the room, so I'm going to post the link.
Okay.
Oops, that's not the link.
I just came up to say hi and.
No.
You sure?
No, I can have more than one person. Okay. Here's what I wanted to post, my Streamyard link. So, and invite Granny D to come up specially.
Yeah.
Because Granny and I have a history.
She's awesome. I love Granny D.
That is true. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
So, hi, Maribel. Glad to see you.
Yeah, she's been very loving and supportive of a lot of people. And I remember, I've been around for a while, and I remember going to Granny D's and people having 100 fans, on their channel, and now they're like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, and they're doing amazing things, and it's just awesome. And then people like myself, we've been kind of lurking in the shadows for a couple of years, and she gives us that kick in the butt. Come on, get some content on your channel. You can do it.
I just started doing this. That, by the way, people, that link is for everybody. If you want to come up, just click it. If I know you. If I don't know you, I might hesitate to let you up. But you can probably understand that. But I especially want Granny D to come up. Anyway, what was I going to say? Yes, I've only been doing the crochet channel since October. I had this channel, when did I posted some things in like 2006, a few singing videos, and somehow I managed to get and keep 17 followers to that, just a bit on the basis of those 3 singing videos. And then my Yarny friends started finding those singing videos, and they have been very lavish with their praise. And hey, Granny!
Outside, getting a little of this beautiful Carolina air.
Oh, it looks lovely. It looks lovely. I haven't been outside today.
It's gorgeous, gorgeous. Hey, Julie.
Hi, Dee. It's gorgeous here in Ohio too.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
Usually,
I was outside.
On my live, I said it's often cold on Sundays. I meant Easter Sunday.
No, I know exactly what you meant when you said that.
Yeah, even if we get, warm weather, it seems to always, we get a chill around Easter. But it's nice today. I mean, it's like...
Oh, look, Joe is here. Hey, Joe. Hey, Freaky Geek.
I'm used to the cold wind, snow, having to do fluorescent Easter eggs so you can see them in the snow and the mud. And the
oh, my gosh.
I've had many a rainy Easter Sunday, and almost always those years I would be singing somewhere where we had to process and go outside to get to the back of the church.
Oh, gosh.
Oh.
But
I'm just hanging out on the deck. Don't even have a chair to sit, so I'm just leaning on the rail. I do have a chair, but it's full of leaves and kind of dirty, so I need to work on it.
Yeah, you need a place to sit. I know how your legs are.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're terrible. I'm going to be sitting in a minute in my comfy chair with my feet up, and then I'll probably, you know what, go to sleep.
Of course, don't we all?
Wild or crochet.
Yeah, I mean, come back at about 10 o'clock, you might find me snoozing on camera.
Yeah, I figure I'll pop in and out.
Well, that's what I meant for people to do, because I know that nobody can stay the whole time.
Yeah, I saw didn't you have Noni May a while ago?
She was up. I had Craig, Fiber Spider, up for
he was
probably
up
an hour. He is so lovely, and you know, offline he has also become a lovely friend.
Yeah, that's great. You crocheting dudes got to stick together. I'm so happy that we have AJ now too.
I haven't met AJ. I saw him on somebody's live the other day. Was it yours?
He came to mine.
Okay, yeah, and that was the that was the one that I came at the very end, so I didn't get to really see much, but I saw that there was a guy up there. I'm sorry?
He has one video up. He may have. I checked yesterday, and he just had one, but it was good for his first one.
And what's the name of his channel?
Navy Freck something, or I can't remember, but it's.
AJ is Navy Freck?
Yeah.
I didn't know that, because Navy Freck comes to my lives.
Well, I thought you knew.
Yeah.
I did not know that. No, I can hardly keep.
See, I asked him his name, and he said AJ, and then, you know, when he did actually put out a video, he had AJ in the name of it's Navy Freck something or other, and then it's got AJ in there.
Yeah. Oh, Barbara has My Fair Lady playing on the TV. Lovely.
Oh, wow.
He had a comment from Krista from the Secret Yarnery on his video.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've had her comments on I think on Instagram when I've done her patterns.
She's come on my live before, maybe once or twice, but you know, she's the time difference and everything too.
I don't recall whether she's been in any of my lives, but she has recognized me very kindly when I've been in hers.
Oh yeah, she always she usually says hello.
Yeah.
She's like Crystal. She's got so many.
Of course, and the thing is, when they get that big, there's so many people who are just clamoring for their attention, and some of those people are a little bit lacking in social skills, let us say.
They keep saying the same thing over and over again, or just keep on and on and on and on.
So it's a mixed blessing having that big of a channel.
Have you looked at the Crystal? Oh, she's been showing the prettiest yarns from that Little Knits place.
Oh, I have to look into Little Knits, but I'm afraid to, because
I looked into it, and it's very tempting. I love Noro yarn. I've used Noro before, and I've got one here somewhere in these whip.
I got
a couple Noros buried too. I don't need them. I don't need them.
It's roving, and it's a lot of wool in it too, and I think the one I have.
You can go through. I'm live, but you can go through.
I've only used Noro once, and that was early. I mean, I had just started crocheting again and really didn't know yarns. And at that time, I didn't much care for it. I would have to try it again to evaluate it.
It's not everybody's jam, and they have different types. And some people say I've used some before that was very delicate. It would break easily. But the one that I've been using, the one that I was using last, was like a fingering, sock weight fingering. So it was wound much tighter, so it seemed like it was stronger. But they have some gorgeous color combos.
Their colors are just amazing, and that's why the skein that I had, I bought was for the color, because I'm a sucker for color.
Color catches your eye.
Yeah, and that's and I can always find something to do with the colorful yarn if there's enough of it.
I'm gonna pop off. I just wanted to pop on and say, hey, y'all seen enough of my mug. Hey, Miss
Well, I'm
Pat,
so happy you were here.
I'm here.
Yeah, it's good to see you,
Chat.
Dee.
You too, sweet. Hey, everybody. I'll be in the chat.
Okay, bye-bye. And come up later if you want to. So
Yeah, she can always come back up.
Exactly. And in a second, I'm going to just have to finish this puff stitch. I'll post the link again if anybody else wants to join us. This is what I'm doing. I started this when the live stream began. It's going to be this hat. I have a pattern.
That. That's very pretty.
Oh, thank you. I have a pattern for this hat on Ravelry. It's a free download, and it's also on my blog. The links are in the description. It's a free download. I always make my hat patterns free to encourage people to make hats and donate. I have a matching scarf using this this stitch that has the diagonal detail.
Wow.
The scarf pattern is not free. But it's not expensive. I don't charge a lot for my scarves.
I paid up to...
Whisper, you are such a saint. She just posted the link to the Ravelry link to the pattern.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. I think I love you, Whisper. Well, I knew I loved you, but I love you even more.
That's awesome.
Best moderator ever.
Yeah, there's times that, I pay for patterns. I don't have a problem paying for patterns, Ravelry, Etsy, and most of them are under $5. It's all right. But I paid as much as $15, $20 for a pattern. So, yeah, it just kind of depends when you're looking at it. How bad do you want to make that?
Exactly.
Does that design grab you? And most patterns that I see are anywhere from like $1.99 to $2.50. I mean, it's not outrageously expensive.
Yeah, my current range is $1.99 to $2.99. If I start,
better than what it was.
If this business, if we want to call it that, takes off, then I will start charging more because I will start publishing more complex patterns. I've talked about the sweater that would not die. And I'm going to revisit it, and I think I'll be able to publish the pattern, well, certainly in time for sweater season next year.
Yeah.
So I will probably want to put it out for testing again. I had some testers, and they sort of fell off the face of the earth. Sort of like when I send a resume to people, they fall off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, that can happen.
Yeah,
that can happen.
That's okay. If that's the worst thing that ever...
I think you'll do quite well with publishing your patterns. I think you'll do quite well.
I hope so. People have been very kind in their comments about my designs. And also, Dina says she just downloaded the hat. That's wonderful. It doesn't take very long to do, and it doesn't take an awful lot of yarn. So you can make a bunch of them for Hat Not Hate. You could make a bunch of them for your local homeless shelter, that sort of thing. You can adjust the yarn and the hook, if you like, to make a smaller one for, say, a teen.
Next time I get to go to the store, I'll try to
I mean, it's very flexible. I've only done it with solid colors, but it might work well with some. I think the detail would be lost on a variegated yarn, but something that's self-striping would be nice.
Yeah, like that Premier Blossom, maybe. or no?
I'm not that familiar with Premier Blossom.
The thing with the Blossom is when I've seen the samples, it's always been knitting. And with the knitting, it lays out beautiful. It's patterned beautifully.
Mhm.
And then when you try it at crochet, it really depends on your stitches.
Is
I don't
that
know,
the one that sort of looks like it creates flowers because of the
Yes.
way the color flecks are?
Yes.
I would think that would take a lot of care to make that work. But
For
it
me,
could work
I
very
bought
well.
it. I was excited, but
Yeah.
I bought it. I was excited. No, I'm not. It's more of for me, because I don't have that creativity, that designer mind, as it were, where I can spot a yarn and think, okay, these stitches will work. So I ended up, someone else was looking for yarn and they ran out and they couldn't get any. And so I mailed it out to her. She was pretty happy to get it. So
Excellent.
yeah.
I think if you have a self-striping yarn with a short stripe, so that it doesn't go like half of the half before changing colors,
Yeah.
or if you, I have seen those packages where you get the teeny tiny balls of yarn in like 40-11 different colors. That would be fun.
Kind of like a small paint box.
Yeah,
No, that's
like
not
that.
the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know the brands, but I've seen, and I think there are several different brands out there that do it. But that sort of thing would work well for manual color control from one row to the next.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Crystal's got one in her giveaway, that box with like 50 small skeins in it. I can't remember the company.
Yeah. Oh, I've entered that giveaway. You can trust me on that. Yeah.
Oh, I was definitely.
And you know what's funny?
all in.
Yeah. Yesterday,
You wouldn't be going to no beauty school, I'll tell you that.
I found that her thumb drive with all the patterns
Really bad.
was
Yes.
at an amazing sale price at her Etsy shop. I would suggest everybody go and look, but not right now because you're looking at me. Do it in another tab.
Yeah, do it in another tab.
Yeah, but because I bought it at this sale price, it's really a very low sale price. You know, within a week, I'm gonna win one of those thumb drives.
Yep, I got mine. I got mine in the mail, you know, and I'm like, I haven't opened it yet because I can't put it into this computer. I got to get the other computer, but it's like I'm fangirling. It's like, you know, the golden grail of fan letters here. So
exactly,
probably fangirling too much.
Were you there the day that she came to my live stream and I was like,
yes, I was.
And
I was so happy you didn't pass out. I mean, it was.
I know. I didn't know whether to pass out or squeal like a schoolgirl. In the end, I squealed like a schoolgirl, which should surprise nobody.
Yeah, that's better than passing out. And then,
probably.
And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, she's gonna do something for you. I'm like, you know. Yeah, she gave you that shout out. It's like, oh my gosh.
That was amazing. Just within those 90 minutes, I gained 93 subscribers.
Yeah. Wow.
And I will say that since my giveaway ended, I have lost some subscribers, and then YouTube takes away subscribers who don't interact. So, I mean, that's okay, but I'm hovering at within the same 10. And, you know, I'm not in any danger of losing my minimum subscriber count. But right now, I'm still working on getting watch hours, which is one reason I'm doing this live, but another reason is that it's fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Anyway.
Well, I just started out, and I've got my second video up for the Happy Mail, and I've got some unboxings I'm going to be filming this coming week because I'm finally feeling better. I'm over the crud. But I'm already up to almost 125 right now, and it's my second video, so I was pretty excited about that.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's very good.
Yeah, for a second video just being put out. So
Dana says she is giving away a pattern for Resurrection Day, which is what we have today. Hail the festival day, blessed day that our I told you there was going to be singing before the day was over.
Yes, you did. I mean, you promised.
First, we were singing Emily Dickinson poems to the tune of Gilligan's Island. But now we're back on Easter music.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Up from the grave he arose with the blood still dripping from his toes. That's not really how it goes, but
A little improv. I know some words. Yeah, improv.
yeah. Linda is asking for the exact name of your channel.
Oh, Julie Chaffee Mazza. Let me see if I can post some.
Chaffee. If you scroll up, you can find her name in the comments.
I'll put a hello here so that everybody can.
I'll bet you Whisper would put your link up for you. Do you think so, Whisper?
Yeah, this week I got a shipment of ice yard I haven't opened yet, and 2 from Hobby, and a Joann's, and a Little Knits, and the icing on the cake, the little cherry on the sundae. I decided to go ahead and splurge and be luxurious, and I bought some yarn from Shonday, Expression Fibers.
I love her channel. I love her patterns.
Isn't she just? Oh my gosh!
Oh my god! If I was really comfortable working with women on that kind of an intimate level, I would love to make those clingy sweaters that she makes.
Oh,
they're beautiful. Oh my god!
Oh, she is just incredible. I can't fangirl enough about her. And then when she's doing her tutorial, she was. A tutorial, there was a shawl that came out with knitting, and it was stitches I'd never even heard of before. I thought, what? And just the way she goes through it, she's smooth, makes a person feel comfortable, makes it look easy. I mean, you just kind of get caught up in. She's great with the tutorials. She really is.
Whisper just put up your link. Thank you, Whisper. We
Thank
love
you, Whisper.
Ola Joe says he arose, which is what I was just singing. Is one of her favorite Easter songs. So that's cool. A little earlier, I was asking people about their favorite Easter music, because I have a long history with classical church music, and I will tell you, Lent and Easter is a bonanza for paid church musicians. When you're paid, for every time you show up. Every rehearsal, every service. Yep. But it's been a long time since I've done that. But I still love all of that music. I still keep in touch with some of the people that I sang with too.
That's good that you're keeping in touch with them.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I don't know, time gets away from people. You get caught in your day-to-day routines, and before you know it, you went from, the sun is shining to, hey, it's a blizzard outside, and it's like, where did the year go? What happened here?
Yes, one moment you're flat on your back in the sand, and the next moment it's all come all ye faithful.
You're flat on your back in the snow. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Oh, I know it.
Oh, Mark Mulo is quoting Easter Parade. Oh my God. In my Easter bonnet with all the frills upon it. You'll be the something of the Easter Parade. I love that song. Or that movie, Fred Astaire and Judy Garland.
Oh, yeah. I want to thank everybody for the yarn through the window, and I will make sure that I do the same if I have not already done that.
Yeah, we support each other as much as we can. Yes. Oh, hey, Yaris M. Hello from Puerto Rico, and happy Easter. Feliz Natalis? No, that's not what it is. In Italian, it would be Buona Pasca. Buona Pasca. I don't know how to say it in Spanish. Did I say Fred Astaire? I don't remember. Oh no, Mark earlier said Bing Crosby instead of Fred Astaire. It's okay, Mark. You're forgiven.
Ah,
That's what today is all about. You're forgiven.
there you go.
Bonnie got knits.
Scissors pulling your hair in their lap.
Oh yeah, I think the losing touch has been more true in many instances this past year. Oh yeah, and this past year really just played into a sort of slide my life was trending toward anyway. I hardly even noticed when I wasn't allowed to leave the house. I could go to the grocery store, which was right next door at the time. So, but things are much better now. Felices Pascuas is what Yaris says. I spent 5 years in South Florida and 27 years in the New York tri-state area. And I also had Spanish in junior high school. And I can't speak Spanish. I just...
Well,
it makes me feel lazy, really, that I haven't learned it. Because it would be so
I don't know Spanish. I don't know Spanish. I had maybe a semester, or was it 2 semesters in high school, and that was it. And I really don't remember. I don't remember. But then when you come from a town of 500 in the middle of Wisconsin, you don't really get much practice.
I spent a lot of my formative years in Rochester, Minnesota. Because I'm quite sure that in Monroe, North Carolina, I would not have had Spanish classes available to me. Not until high school. In fact, when I started high school, when we moved to North Carolina, it was a new thing for them to have a Spanish teacher.
Ah.
But I took French when I was in high school and in college. I took Italian. I studied French, Italian, and German because I studied to be an opera singer. And that's what you did. I would have done much better if I had majored in a language, even though at my small school we didn't offer a language major, and then studied singing on the side. But anyway. Bonnie says she took several years of Spanish and then she married an Italian. And now she speaks a jumbled mess. Oh, hi, Sabrina.
But the key point is he listening to you? Is he listening to you with this speaking a jumbled mess?
Yeah. Sabrina, have you been here the whole time or did you pop out and back in? We love Sabrina. Sabrina is wonderful. Sabrina Melodiers. If you do not have Sabrina, please look at her channel. Mark, I think for Sabrina you would say pas de problème. Although she lives in England now, so it'd be no problem, B. Bonjour.
All right, well, I'm going to head out. I've got to get the supper part going, but I want to thank everybody for all the yarn. I want to thank you, David, for letting me be your guest up here, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for coming up and helping me to entertain the troops.
I'm really impressed by the hard work you've done and how your channel has grown and the different things you plan on doing. And, I think you're going to get quite far, and I think you're going to do quite well. And I can't wait for you to start publishing more patterns and think about a hard book pattern too.
I put up a 1 or 2 new patterns on Ravelry this weekend, including this hat, which, by the way, will be done in just a minute or 2. Another hat, not hate hat. What was I going to say? Yeah, on Ravelry, I think they offer you the opportunity to create an ebook from the patterns that you have in your store.
And I think you should do that. I really think you should do that.
Once I get a few more up there, I have some in testing now that I'm going to put up later.
Okay.
So once I have a few more, maybe 15 or so, I'll put together an ebook. Whisper.
That would be great. That would definitely be great.
yeah. And so the my patterns are priced modestly now between $1.99 and $2.99. But I'll figure out what to do with an ebook. People give me very wonderful feedback on my patterns, so I feel confident in putting more patterns up there. I also have an Etsy store, but I'm not as crazy about Etsy as Ravelry. And I would, if anybody has ideas about other channels, made a mistake there. Made a mistake. I don't care.
Oh no. You're gonna be walking with the frogs. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Frogging.
Anyway, thank you for coming up, and you've been a pleasure to have on my panel.
Well, thank you for having me, David. And I'll be
course.
popping in and out. So, but everyone, thank you. And I will be throwing yarn back if I need to. So thanks for
everybody
checking me out.
check out Julie's channel. Yes.
All right. So we'll see you later, David.
Okay. Bye-bye now.
All right. Bye-bye.
Oh, it's lovely having people up here. It's lovely having all of you in the chat. I'm putting the link up there if anybody else wants to join me. I can have more than one person, in fact. Mark says I've been going for 3 hours, which it looks like I have. And he's impressed. I only went to the bathroom once. I would love to have other people up here, but, you know, I can just run my mouth as long as you want me to. Because we have the standard YouTube questions, you know, what's on your hook, what's in your cup, what's for dinner, where are you, you know, what is the meaning of life, all of that stuff. Okay. Crochet Nana is still watching, even though her youngest son is here. Crochet Nana, tell me how old your youngest son is. He's grown, isn't he? Okay. This is done. I started this just as I started the stream. This is another one of this hat. And as I was saying before, this pattern is on Ravelry and on my blog. Whisper very kindly posted the link to the pattern on Ravelry. All of my hat patterns are free. I make them free to encourage people to make hats for donations. Oh, Nani May? Did you want to come back up, Nani May? Or not? Okay, never mind. If anybody else wants to come up, please do. Oh, Whisper's doing it again. Whisper is so good to me. She is just lovely. Whisper, you will never ever pay for a pattern of mine. Assuming, of course, you want a pattern of mine. Not everybody does. Anyway, okay. So, just sewing in the loose end. I hear the clock on the mantelpiece chiming 6 o'clock. And there we go. So when you sew in loose ends, do you go 2 passes or 3 passes? I tend to do 3 if I have a tail long enough. Otherwise, 2 is usually enough. So Let's see if that's inside tail. It'll be okay. Okay. I just wanted to see how long that would take. A little bit earlier, I did this one in the course of, oh, there we go. Hi.
Hi, David. I'm
back.
back. Now, I hope I'm not annoying you, but I'm styling.
Never.
I'm
love
styling with my grandson's gift.
Well, you know, I love purple, and it looks wonderful.
I thought I would come up and show you my gift. He said, Granny, they cost a whole $1.
$1, big spender.
Yeah, I have a pair just like them, but that I got that cost $1 too, but I couldn't break his heart, you know. But yeah.
So Mark had a question. I was talking about sewing in my loose ends, because I just finished this hat.
Oh, that's
and
beautiful.
I asked people if they do 2 passes or 3, and he said, "What's a pass?" And I'm sure people call it by other things. You put your, I should have demonstrated really, but there's a tutorial on this hat coming up soon.
Sweet. That's beautiful.
Yeah. I like it. I'm very pleased with this. I hope it.
Oh, that is gorgeous. I'm having a hard time because I'm on my phone now. What is that stitch? That is the bottom.
This we call it a hugs and kisses stitch. It's basically a combination of a puff stitch and a cross stitch, and and it's staggered so that the cross stitch creates this diagonal effect, the diagonal detail. Yeah. So anyway, as far as a pass, when you sew in your loose ends, you put your tail on a needle, a tapestry needle, or a thick needle, and you sew it through on the inside so that it won't show on the side that's going to show. You sew it through some loops, and you can go one way and then go back the same way, and that would be 2 passes. And if you go back again a 3rd time, that's 3 passes. Some people will only do 3 passes. I do 3 passes. I do 3 if I have enough yarn in my tail. If I don't, 2 is almost always going to be enough.
Yeah.
And it depends. Yeah, it depends on the situation too.
Depending on how strong, how long my straggler is. You know, my strand left over.
Yeah.
But it's always good. A 3 is always good because you know it's going to stay in there.
Oh, hi, Go Forth and Knit. Glad to see you. Let's see.
But I don't want to take your time up and don't want to be annoying because I tend to get.
You're not annoying in the least.
I get told a lot this old lady is annoying, but my masked children are all gone.
Oh.
And so Dad and I are going to go out and visit another old cemetery. I take advantage of my husband when he's home to take me to the cemeteries because I love to walk around the cemeteries and check out that history.
Oh, we like history.
And, you know, sometimes I think I can talk to spirits too, but not today. We're not going to try.
Oh, today of all days should be.
Yeah, might be a good one. I might try, but I came back in from outside and got everything straightened out and took care of my fur children and my feather children, and I thought I'd come back up and say, I'm going to keep you running, but I'm going to be heading out. So I want you to get those watch hours, my friend.
Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for coming up again. And you're certainly welcome. Looks like Trisha's going out too. Bye, Trisha. Okay.
Yeah, bye, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day, your Easter. But I'm going to head out, but I just wanted to come up and say bye. Everybody have a great rest of the day, and I'll be watching for, and you know, David, I never go to Ravelry, and Dana had talked about Ravelry. Triple C had talked about Ravelry. I never go to Ravelry, but now I think I'm going to have to go check out Ravelry. If I can learn to say it first, Ravelry. You know, I get about as far as YouTube and Facebook. I check into my Facebook page.
Ravelry is a great source of patterns. I have found so many free downloads there.
I have
that are
such a
very
hard
useful.
time finding. I have such a hard time following patterns. I can do tutorials from television and I can follow the most simplest patterns, but you know, that's the way I was taught. So I just either check out things that other people have made and try to look at the stitches. I bought several items. I said I was going to go, and here goes my long-windedness. But I'll say this and then I'll leave and quit bothering everybody. But I have bought several old projects from the Goodwill, the Salvation Army, and all the thrift stores and brought it home and look at it just to figure out what they had done, because I'm like pattern illiterate, I guess. I don't know. Pattern illiterate. Old and set in my ways is what I am, David. Old and set in my ways.
No, you're not. You can learn. It's not that hard. I always make this suggestion to people who say they can't read patterns but can do tutorials. Find a pattern that has a tutorial that goes along with it, and then put the pattern aside. Watch the tutorial. Make your own notes. Watch it a few times if you like, and then compare your notes to what the pattern says, and you can like see where all the different steps align, and you can learn a lot doing that.
I know I can do it because if I can figure out by just looking at something the way it's made how to remake it, I know I can do that. But then, you know, and I know what all the abbreviations and the stars and all this that mean, but I don't know. Maybe it's just my old stubbornness. I don't know. What do you think?
Oh, well, I can't do anything about your stubbornness. I'm pretty stubborn myself. Huh.
We get set in our ways as we age. I do believe but you know, we can always change, can't we? We
get ornery too, don't we?
Oh yeah, you better believe it. Yes, sir. But anyway, my friend, I thank you again for letting me come up and say hi. I won't keep you. I don't know who's still down in the chat because I can't see. I had to grab my phone. And I know that you're up here. I can see your plaid shirt and I can see me in purple and pink, but I can't really make our faces out. You know, I was wearing 2 pairs of glasses and that didn't even help. But
yeah, Robin says we're having chirp chat.
Church hats?
Chirp chat.
Oh, chirp chat. Oh, sorry. Yes, my birds are the star of the show, and they have been in all those 900 and something videos. They're in every single one of them.
Oh, that's fine.
And now I have 4, David. There used to just be 2.
Oh, dear.
But we had my birds had a family, so they'll always be in the chat. But like I said, for about the 4th time, I'm going to get off here and quit bothering you, young man.
You are not bothering me.
Well, I always feel like I'm bothered because I love to chat. I love to chat, and I love to talk as much as my birds do.
Me too. So
we were made for each other.
Exactly. Sisters.
Me and my sister. No guy comes between. What is that? No guy will come between me and my sister.
God help the mister who comes between me and my sister. And God help the sister who comes between me and my man.
Exactly. Jane Russell and Marilyn Monroe. Was it?
I believe so.
Oh.
No.
Was it? Or was it Rosemary Clooney and
Vera Ellen?
I think it was. I'm thinking Marilyn Monroe and Jane Russell, but I'm an old movie.
They were in Gentlemen Prefer Blondes.
Yes, that's right. And it was okay. Now I'm stuck on the old movies. Love the old movies. Watch them more than anything else. I think in the Christmas movie that was one of the things they did. Oh, I'm all messed up now, babe. The White Christmas, didn't they? Oh, oh my goodness.
Holiday Inn?
I'm all messed. Yeah, on the end.
Holiday Inn,
It was Rosemary Clooney and oh my goodness, David. That was my favorite movie when I was 4 years. Yeah, now I'm going to be worrying about that. That was my favorite movie when I was 5. It used to come on Sundays on the old movie channel we had in our local. May have been, I don't know, but I used to watch it every time it came on, and I loved it. But anyway, that's okay. I'm okay. I'm out of here. Going to the cemeteries. Going to the cemeteries, and you guys are all wonderful. I love you all. God bless. Happy Easter and all that good stuff. And David, I'm going to leave you alone, and I'll be coming up to. And I know you say I'm not bugging you, but now I'm getting all hyper, so I better get out of here.
Have fun at the cemetery.
Okay, thank you, sweetie. I'll see you next time. He's like,
Okay,
oh no.
bye-bye.
Bye, darling. I love you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I will post the link again for anyone who else, anybody else who wants to come up, because everybody is welcome if I know you. If I don't know you, I might think twice. Because you know how that is. You know how rambunctious crocheters can be. Let's see, what do we got here? So of course, as soon as I finished that hat, I picked up a whip. And oh my God, don't quote me on this, but I'm actually doing Tunisian crochet right now. I have a pattern. I started out alternating back and forth between traditional and Tunisian within the same piece. And then somebody suggested to me trying doing it as separate pieces. And so I'm doing that just to give it a try and see if that works. You always have to count. I always say count like your life depends on it, but especially in Tunisian. Well, especially in everything, but especially in Tunisian, you have to count. So anyway, instead of in the same piece going back and forth between traditional and Tunisian, I'm just experimenting to see whether doing separate pieces of each will work, and then piecing them together. And I don't like piecing things together, and I don't know anyone who does. I place it just below sewing in loose ends. But I want to see if this works. Because when I tried to make a sample all one piece, I found it a bit unmanageable. Mark, I'm sorry, I can't go back into YouTube right now to moderatify you right now. I will when I am able, but right now it just I can't make it work. Maybe someone else can tell me how to do that. What I should have done was start the stream in YouTube and then start it in Streamyard. But I did it in Streamyard without starting it in YouTube. So now that it's going in Streamyard, I can't do it in YouTube. It's very confusing, I know. So, okay, let me try. There's one other way I can do it. So, talk amongst yourselves. So, blah, 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 blah. And of course, I have this Bluetooth keyboard because the keyboard on my laptop is sort of messed up, and it goes to sleep if I don't use it for like 20 seconds. Okay. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. Okay, I wasn't able to do that. What are we doing here? Okay, there we go. Sorry, Matt. Either one is fine. Sorry, Mark, I can't. Oh, hi, Denisha. Glad to see you. But sorry, I can't fix it right now. Next time I go live, I will fix it. Or no, we'll figure it out. We can figure it out offline, Mark. But as long as Whisper is very kindly dropping your links, I think we're good. Anyway, let's see. Have I missed anyone else while I was away? Just a second. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to post the Streamyard link again. If anybody wants to come up, anyone is welcome to come up. And, you know, that's okay. I can blather on for a little while longer. As I was saying, I'm doing Tunisian because, hi Crafty Bones, because I had this idea that I thought was brilliant before I tried to execute it. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's ever had that experience. It's a pattern that alternates between traditional crochet and Tunisian. Oh, looks like I messed that up, didn't I? It was difficult for me doing it all. Oh, great, Starla! I forgot that you were the other one testing it. Thank you so much. I have two of my favorite testers in the room right now, and I didn't even realize it. But anyway, so I am experimenting with the idea of doing the traditional and Tunisian as separate pieces, and then piecing them together, which might work, or it might not, or it might just be presented as an option when I finally do the pattern. But I like the alternating detail in the traditional section, which has some nice detail in it, and the Tunisian, which is nothing more than a Tunisian lattice stitch. And let's see. So, but counting is always extremely important. Never underestimate the value of counting. You know, on the home renovation shows, they say measure twice, cut once. I think twice is not enough. Let's see, what else do we have? Hello, Kathleen Budrick. Let's see. Oh, no, I know exactly what I do. Count like your life depends on it. Because your project does. There we go. Oh, let's not get. 4, 6, 8, 10. Yep. Okay, we're done. Hey, Freaky Geek. Freaky Geek, I plan to be on until midnight or later, or until everybody abandons me. Or, you know, as long as you guys can stand me. Come back at 10 or 11, you might find me asleep in my chair, and I'm sure that would be highly amusing, and it might go viral. Who knows? At least then I get watch hours if it went viral. Denisha, how was your Easter? Or how has it been? Freaky Geek, I'm not sure I understand your question. Okay, I'm very happy with the number of people who have shown up so far, and I've had some lovely people up on the panel with me. And if anybody wants to come up, I dropped the link a few minutes ago. I'll drop it again in a second. Let's see. That's looking nice. This is my Tunisian lattice stitch. I'm afraid that the yarn is a little dark, but you can see a little bit of the detail. Ugh, I got something on this yarn, so I'm going to have to wash this or soak it when it's done. Let's see. Okay. Here's the Streamyard link again. Oh, Mark is asking about my poetry readings. I post poetry readings every Sunday. Most of them are pre-recorded. I have them up to May 2nd, uploaded and scheduled right now. Hook, Hook. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. Hey, Sandy.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Thanks. I just got back from my walk. I did my live earlier. I sent people to you, but I didn't see a raid. I didn't have very much people in, probably because the holiday.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, people, it's different.
It's a nice day here too. I don't know how is it by you?
It looks very nice outside. Let me just do a quick check of the temperature. 68 Fahrenheit. That's not too bad for what? It's after 6. Yeah.
We got 75 and sunny. Sunny.
Lovely.
Nothing. No wind at all. No wind in a windy city.
Mark, I also have a playlist of those poetry readings if you want to go back and see what I've done in the past. I'm in the middle of the Ballad of Reading Jail. There are 2 more installments. It's a humongous poem, so I did it in 5 installments. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay.
But
Mark said hello to me. Hi, Mark.
Yeah. Mark is a very nice fellow. I met him in Katrina's live stream. Is Katrina still here? I don't know. It's hard to keep up with the chat when you're trying to keep everything running and everything.
Yeah.
You know how it
You're gonna
is.
be tired tonight.
I will be.
Yeah.
I might be too keyed up to sleep. I don't know. Anyway.
You might be like overtired, so sleepy that you can't sleep.
Oh, Whisper just posted the link to your channel. Thank you, Whisper. Whisper has been so wonderful through this whole as long as she has been in the room. She has been a wonderful, wonderful moderator.
It's got to be like midnight, like not midnight, but the middle of the night for her.
I think they're 5 hours ahead of us, so it would be like almost 11:30 there.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was like past midnight.
But you know, with the time change and some EU countries, some countries do it and some don't. South Africa doesn't, so we never know what's going on with Ursula. But
and then I think Barb does it a couple weeks after we do it.
I think that in the EU they just did it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Barb is saying that it's 12:34 there, so they're 6 hours ahead.
Okay.
Your Greenwich Mean Time +1? Because I think Greenwich Mean Time is 5 hours ahead of us, which is England, UK.
Okay.
But Barb is in the Netherlands. Okay, your Greenwich Mean Time +1. Oh, Mark says he just subscribed to you, Sandy.
Oh, thanks, Mark.
Mark is very nice. He's also quite a talented poet. I can't wait to get his book in the mail.
Thanks. I need the people. Like I've been like, my number goes up one, down one, up one, down one. It's like
Talk about this.
this one. Yes.
I have been hovering within the same range of 10 for a couple of weeks
Yeah.
now. After I did my giveaway, I lost a few, which of course is expected. And then YouTube takes them away when they don't interact, and
Yeah.
so I go up one and down one and up one and down one. So I've been hovering within a range of 10. But
I forgot to mention during my live that my giveaway ends tonight at midnight. I totally forgot about it. So I'll have to do that drawing and then make the basket. So if anyone watching and is already subscribed, on another device or on another tab.
On another tab, go to Sandy's channel and find her giveaway video and enter, and then come back here to me.
Yes, don't leave David.
Okay.
I took my walk. I took this bag with me.
It
allows you to walk and crochet at the same time.
Oh, lovely.
And
Well,
so
you're not walking on a busy street.
Yeah, don't walk on a busy street. I live in the forest, so.
Okay, yeah. Denisha, what are you saying? You don't think I'm right about something, or you don't think that's the case? Is that about YouTube taking people away? I don't really know how all the intricacies of how it works, so I could very well be wrong about a whole bunch of things. Anyway. Freaky Geek says, no, don't leave. Stay and torment David some more. Sandy, did I enter your giveaway? I think I did.
I don't remember. No, you did. You did. It did. You did. You were one of the first ones. Yes.
Because the colors were beautiful of those baskets that you're offering, and you know me in color.
I like color, and I like this. This color is one of my.
What yarn are you using there?
This is Hobby Lobby. I love this yarn. This is the kaleidoscope color. I love this color.
I love that too.
But it's not. You can't make a basket out of this yarn.
What's the weight?
It's 4, but
you would probably have to double strand it to make a basket then, double or triple.
I do 4 strands of yarn, but it's a flimsy. Red Heart Super Saver stands up better.
That's because Red Heart Super Saver is so coarse.
Yes, it makes a good basket.
Well, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the Karen Big Cake makes a good basket.
Yeah, because that's a 5, right?
It's
it
a 4.
Okay.
It's a 4, but it's just something about it makes it works out. But I've made so many baskets with so many different yarns, and I learned over time, those 2 yarns are best for a basket.
Well, Mimi Cat Do 65 just came in the room and gives us both hugs.
Yes, Mimi, and I think she went on live yesterday, right? She was on Saturday nights. I remember. My phone goes nuts all day with the notifications.
Oh, me too, because I get the email notifications, the YouTube notifications, and the Instagram notifications, and notifications from a few apps, which I need to just turn those notifications off. And it's annoying, really.
But YouTube notification doesn't make a sound, right?
Well, I always have my phone on silent anyway. Okay. So
I remember I was trying to get, in my early days of watching YouTube, I was missing the notifications because I was expecting it to make a sound, and I had it off silent. I had it, where I could hear it, but it would never make a sound. It would just, be there on the phone.
Nowadays, every time I go to someone's channel, I double check my subscription and my notification status to make sure that it is still what I set, because sometimes changes happen that are unexplained.
Yeah.
I found myself unsubscribed to Bag O' Day once, and I'm going,
Really?
well, I had some colorful language about that situation, I can tell you. But I had no idea how that possibly could have happened.
Yeah, the mystery of YT, huh?
Behold, I tell you a mystery. Yeah, exactly. Of course, I've got Messiah on the brain.
Because of Easter.
Yeah, actually, do you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I was earlier today. I was watching a performance of Messiah on YouTube, and it sort of left me cold. It was one of those things that is technically outstanding, but doesn't seem to have any feeling behind it. You know, I was once talking to someone and that was when I was in New York, and I was like going to performances whenever I could afford to, and you know, I was very much in the music world, and he was too, and he talked about a phenomenon he called a mediocrity of perfection, where it's all about note perfect technique. It's all about, you know, perfect accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
And the actual feeling, the actual intent gets lost. Of course, the greatest artists are the ones who have both.
Yes.
And you see that in the ones, and in fact, some of the most famous, the greatest artists, they have the feeling, they have the intent, they have the passion, and they might not have the technical perfection. But they're more compelling to see and hear. And there was a time in my life when I didn't understand that, and I thought it was all about technical perfection. And I don't know, I didn't mean to get off on music, but
my son would love to have a conversation with you about
you should hook
music.
us up. I would love to talk to him.
I
You've
know,
told me about him.
Yeah, I gotta. He's gonna be coming home soon. I know this because at first I was unsure because I know how he is. He's like, well, why don't I just stay for the summer? I'm paying for the apartment anyway. But I know how to entice him. The puppy is gonna get him over here.
Oh, when do you get the puppy?
We're going this weekend. We're going to pick him up.
Oh my goodness, I want to see pictures. I want you to bring him into the live streams. Oh my god,
Yes,
I love, you know.
I want to do that, but I don't want to.
It should, surprise no one that I love puppies.
A lot of people like dogs, but I know a lot of people who don't like dogs. And
dogs, can be a lot of work. It's true, and I have a good friend who works very closely as a volunteer with a pet rescue organization, and he works a lot of adoption events. He knows from the moment that they adopt the dog which ones are going to bring him back.
Really?
He can tell. And more often than not, he's right.
I know that they have a gift for that. And I often wonder, is there, I always try to, I don't know how to word this, but I often wonder if I had something in my personality that gave off that vibe, because sometimes I can get a little bit hyper about a puppy. And I'm thinking, is that what it is that makes them to believe, like, you know, how they fall in love with a puppy and they like him, that it's that novelty, but then the novelty wears off. But for me, the novelty doesn't wear off. I'm still excited about
there are people who do make that decision on the spur of the moment because of that that instant feeling, and then they turn out to not be good pet parents.
I've never purchased a dog before or adopted a dog before without I never planned it. Sorry, I never planned my dog acquisitions. Never. This is the first time I plan. I've been in the works for a year with this puppy.
Oh, that's great.
Before, in my past, impulse. But I've always kept the dog. I always kept it and took good care of it and trained it. But this is the first time I'm going to have a dog with no children in my life, and I'm not a child either. You know, I don't have children, and I'm not a child. So this is the first.
That puppy will make you feel younger.
Yeah.
Or else make you feel really old.
Yeah.
But I have to share a couple of comments.
Okay.
Denisha said, some people like puppies, some like grandbabies. And then Freaky Geek says, I hope you're not talking about eating them.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark says he just entered your basket giveaway.
Oh, thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Just in time, Mark.
Yeah, cool. I never win anything, so I'm not expecting. But
well, you never know.
The last thing I won was a pack of buttons.
That's something. The way I am with puppies, that's the way my aunt is with grandchildren and babies and people, you know. I mean,
well, if I understand correctly, your sons are a little too young to give you grandchildren, right?
Well, I have a 24-year-old and a 20. He's going to be 23, and if they're anything like their dad, they should have had children already. My husband was 24 when my son was born. But
nowadays, people get married later. They have children later.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So now, I don't know if having sons, you never know. I could be a grandmother and not know it, right?
Well, let's hope not.
I know.
I would like to think that your sons are more responsible than that.
Yes, but at the same time, I don't want to live in a fantasy world because I know how I was.
Of course. Yeah, none of us should live in denial.
Yeah.
You know, kids will be kids.
Yes.
Especially kids who are actually adults will be kids. They're going to do what adults do.
Yes.
But
I know.
You know, you have to trust that you've taught them well. And knowing you, I have a feeling that you have.
Yeah, lots of tough love. They didn't like me very much as teenagers.
They did, but I'll bet they were mad a lot.
Oh, couldn't stand me.
I'll bet they're devoted to you now, though.
I mean, they're good. They're good to me now. But of course, I have a lot more patience than I did when they were teenagers.
Of course, because you've lived through it all.
Yeah, and I didn't crochet. Maybe had I crocheted, that would have saved a lot of.
Oh yeah, I can just see it now. Mom, pick up your hook.
Yeah, they would have told me that, because my husband tells me that. Where's your yarn? Where's your yarn?
Why aren't you yarning?
Why aren't you yarning? Yes.
Oh, is he there now?
He's here.
I'm here, David.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Hook Hook.
Hi.
Yeah, we got back from our walk, and you were still on, and he's like, go on with David already. I'm like, I am gonna. You must have read my mind. I said, I'm gonna, but I have to clean up first. I had to clean up my table had a lot of, when you go live, it's a lot of equipment, a lot of things that you have.
I'm very careful about what you can see with my camera.
That what I'm saying is what's on the other side of your camera. That's
Oh, you'll never see that, I promise you.
That's what I was cleaning up. What was on the other side of my camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, because I've got boxes and bins and a lot of crap.
Yeah, I don't know of a crocheter that doesn't have yarn all over some spot in their house.
I envy those people who have a lot of room for storage and all of these organized shelves, like what Krista of the Secret Yarnery has. Oh
my gosh!
My God, it's arranged like a rainbow spectrum.
And that dog of hers, Winston. Have you seen Winston?
I have.
Oh, man.
Oh, have you seen Bag of Days' dog, Clark? He's a bloodhound. I want her to put Clark on some of her merch. I would buy it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's an idea. I wonder.
What am I missing in the chat? Oh, Whisper wants... I assume you're talking about Krista of Secret Yarnery's room. So bad. Kathleen Brudrick says, you also have grandparents raising or adopting their grandchildren. Yes, I know that happens an awful lot. And I think that those children are much more fortunate than if they had been left where they were. Without exception. Without exception. Because when you're old enough to be a grandparent, usually you have gained some sense. Usually. And if their kids are in such a state where the grandparents are adopting the child is an option that is being discussed, then I think it probably should happen. I mean, I'm just speaking in generalities. Thank you so much. My dear sister has just brought me a sandwich and
Hi, sister.
Some tea. I'll just take a couple of bits of ice and some more iced tea. So you want to say hi to the people?
Hello, people.
Hi.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. She made a sandwich out of the ham that we had for dinner.
Oh, my husband is reacting.
And
he didn't get
it's
to have the Easter ham today. Disaster happened.
Oh no. And it's
I don't eat ham, so I wasn't going to cook a ham just for him. And my son doesn't eat ham either. My other one, the one that lives here. So we plan to go out for ham, right? So we go out for ham. They're out of ham. And so he's like, well, do you have chicken? No. Well, what do you have? Turkey or meatloaf? He's like, I'll have turkey then. And so he didn't have his ham. So I don't know.
No, Mr. Hook is...
Do they sell little hams to cook? Little spiral hams?
They probably do. We bought one. It was the smallest one we could find. Cut it in half. Put half in the freezer and cooked half for today.
Maybe I'll try that.
But Mr. Hook is from the Philippines, right?
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Are there good Philippine restaurants near you?
No.
I have always...
Filipino restaurants around here. Well, I have to travel maybe 45 minutes, an hour. Where we live is not, no.
We have, in Chicago, we have the north side and the south side. The south side is where we are. The north side is where all the restaurants are in the Filipino restaurants.
A lot of the, it's more ethnic there's more ethnic diversity on the north side.
Mhm.
So I'm the diversity on the south side.
Mm.
No, there's
Other than Hispanics. Hispanics.
South side you got Hispanic and Arabic
But
and Polish.
in order for me to find a good Filipino restaurant, I
There's
have to
some
compare-
awfully delicious Polish food.
No.
He loves Polish food. I
Mm.
don't know how did you get to love Polish food?
I love it all. I love Polish food. I love Middle Eastern food.
Yeah, Middle Eastern food.
Anything
is
ethnic, I love.
ethnic.
There are lots of international foods that I just love. And here in Wilmington, North Carolina, even though it's becoming much more of an international city,
Mm-hmm.
you don't always get quality stuff. I can't remember the last time I had good Chinese food.
Oh, gee. You
Well-
think Chinese would be like everywhere, right?
But
Well,
we
there
have-
is Chinese food here. It's just
Not
not
solid.
good.
good. Like there is a great on the south side, great Chinese food restaurant that is always
Never fails.
it's never, you have to wait.
But
for
we
a
also
table.
have a Chinatown in Chicago. So
That's not near China. It's not near Chinatown. This is just outside of Chicago, right? Like you cross the street and you're in the suburb. That's where it is.
I've been
And
going there for years.
every weekday they have a buffet. Oh my gosh. And that's the place to go. You can't not go.
What the place
If
we
you
went
have
to
the
when
day off.
my in-laws in Chinatown with my sisters.
Mm. When I was in Berlin, I met a Polish fellow, and he cooked for a party once, a dinner party, and it was so delicious. It was like a hunter stew with sausages, and
Really?
I think it had other kinds of pork and stuff, and sauerkraut, and dear Lord, it was delicious. I wish I could. I'll have to research that and see if I can find a
You would like
recipe for that, because that would work really well in the slow cooker.
that. Yeah.
But
Well, yeah, I cook a lot of foods that I don't eat because he likes he likes everything, and I don't eat everything. Like, I don't eat sausage and ham and like deer. He likes the deer.
Nice.
Venison. Venison? Is it venison?
mhm.
What am I thinking of? Veal. I always get veal and venison mixed up.
Veal is
They're a little different.
Veal is wicked.
Veal is, yeah, but veal is delicious. I like a veal.
I haven't had that much veal.
As sad as it is, my husband is against veal because,
Well, because it's baby cows.
yeah.
Actually, I think that. Well, I mean, there are two sides to that argument, and I'm not
Yeah.
going to get into it, but it's not all bleak.
Yeah, it's
One time, before I lived in Dallas for about 6-8 months, but one time before that, when I was visiting Dallas, I stepped into a small, looked like a family-owned Mexican restaurant, and in Dallas. So I walked in, and everybody there. This is probably awful to say. The place was full of fat Mexicans. And I'm going, I'm in the right place.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's where the locals go. You want
Exactly.
To go where the locals go.
yeah.
Exactly.
They know what they know.
Yes, right.
What-
Exactly.
And it was
The-
great
Now, if
food.
you go into a Mexican restaurant and it's full of non-Mexicans,
Yeah, don't.
like, okay, so this is a tourist trap.
We had Mexican yesterday. We went to the place where Mexicans go.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we ate because we know better. I mean, yeah, just like
And
Olive Garden.
nowadays.
You don't have Italians going to the Olive Garden.
You don't have Mexicans going to Taco Bell. I mean,
Well,
Oh, dear Lord.
you don't go there. I like Taco Bell, but it's not Mexican food. It's just junk
Taco
food.
Bell bears the same relationship to Mexican food that McDonald's does to a fine steakhouse.
Yeah, it's not the same. So don't even compare it. So if you're gonna eat it, know that it's not cuisine or anything.
I have a friend who lives in San Diego, where he's surrounded by Mexican restaurants, and he loves tacos. Well, he loves all food, but tacos especially. He goes to Taco Bell.
Oh, wow.
I just don't understand it. I mean,
people come here and order Domino's.
Oh, the pizza. We're known for our pizza. And my husband used to work at Holiday Inn, and the people would come in, the flight attendants, they would, stop in Chicago and go, where can I get free pizza? Where can I get good pizza? And there was a actual few locations. But the girls at the front desk would say, oh, go to Domino's or go to Pizza Hut. And oh man, well, why would you do that? Why would you send, someone? Okay, like when we went to visit Wisconsin, we had pizza there. That was the worst pizza ever. And I was a little shocked because they make cheese in Wisconsin. Shouldn't it be? But there was no cheese on this pizza. It was all sauce. It was like almost like a gravy bread, like red gravy bread. And there was hardly any cheese. So
Whisper says that Domino's and Pizza Hut are like the McDonald's of pizza, and it's true.
It's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Liliana says she loves Taco Bell, and Taco Bell is just fine. It's not awful food. It's
That's
just
good.
not
That's
authentic
good.
Mexican.
That's good junk right there. It's not Mexican food. It's
So you got Olive Garden is not Italian. Taco Bell is not Mexican. Panda Express is not Chinese.
Panda Express is not Chinese.
Oh, dear Lord. I will never, ever go to Panda Express. A friend of mine took his office to Panda Express for lunch one time.
Ooh.
They all got food poisoning.
Oh, no.
Some of them wound up in the hospital. And you know what the manager of the restaurant offered or said?
More food?
Yeah. Do you want coupons for more food?
More food. Yeah. Eat her again.
Yeah.
That's always the case.
I don't think so. How about you pay our hospital bills?
Oh my gosh.
No, that's awful.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, but I used to like going out to eat. Now that COVID is around, I feel like everybody's being kind of lazy with the quality of the entrees that you get.
I think the focus has changed to takeout and delivery, and there's less emphasis on the in-house dining experience, because for so long it was not available, and those who the restaurants that survived adapted for the takeout and the pickup world. And frankly, some restaurant food just doesn't travel well. I don't care how fast you can get it home. It really doesn't travel well.
Like, have you ever had pho, like the Vietnamese soup or noodles, or even ramen?
You know what pho is?
Yeah. It's like a Vietnamese soup, and it's really good, but it doesn't travel well. Is like you got your base, the noodles, and your broth, and then they serve all this other fixings that you add, all the vegetables and stuff. and it just doesn't travel well. I try to eat it working on my office desk on my office desk. I'm like, I just can't eat it. It was a mess. In a restaurant, they serve it in a humongous bowl, almost like a fruit bowl.
Like
Yeah. And it was just,
Don't swear on David's life. He almost swore
Did
on
I
my life.
swear?
No, please. It wouldn't be the first time.
He swore on my life a couple of weeks ago.
I did?
Yeah, he said all kinds of words at the end. It had to be at the end because I'm like, bye, everybody.
And he's saying, oh, thank God we're rid of those. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I mean, I like colorful words too.
Oh, I have quite the vocabulary, I can assure you.
Sentence enhancers. That's what one of my kids' cartoons, they used to refer to them as sentence enhancers.
I'm not sure I get it.
Like it enhances your sentence, those words enhance
Oh,
the sentence.
Sentence enhancers. I thought you were saying something and hamsters.
No. Yeah, that would be hard for me to understand too. What?
Sentence enhancers. Okay,
Yes,
I'm looking
to
for
make-
something
to
that I
make-
dropped.
You
Here it
need
goes.
them to make yourself a spicy sentence sandwich.
I like that phrase.
Yes, that's courtesy.
Do you have
of
me muted
SpongeBob.
on the YouTube side?
Yeah,
I'm hearing a little bit of an echo.
really.
But it's not a problem.
Okay. Let me actually, I just turn YouTube off just to make sure.
Okay. Anyway, let's see. What am I missing in the chat? Starla says she has found the Mexican food in San Diego to be very, very lacking. And since Starla knows about food as a retired chef, she would be the one to ask.
Mm.
Well,
I still say one day I'm going to move back to Dallas and move in with Starla. She
My
doesn't know it yet, but I will.
My parents are in Fort Worth, and we always have a good time every time. We used to visit them. We would like their buffalo burgers.
barbecue is good. I think.
Well, you
anything
like the
south
barbecue.
I love
He
it.
likes the barbecue. I'm not a fan of barbecue.
Whisper says she's from a shipping family, so you can imagine the vocabulary. Starla
Oh.
says she cusses worse than a sailor. I knew I loved you, Starla.
Mhm. I love how it makes me feel when I say bad words. I get a thrill.
Sometimes they're the only right word. Now,
Even, I was in church and my pastor in his sermon, he's like, let's face it. You can't say fudge when you stub your toe. You just can't. You have to say. He's like, I say what you say. I'm not gonna pretend that I don't. But of course, I got to be careful when I'm up here. Just like we do. When we're doing live, we got to be careful.
So when you stub your toe, you gotta let it all out.
You have to. Otherwise, you're not gonna feel better if you say fudge. Fudge is not gonna help anything.
sometimes if you like fudge, it'll make you feel better if you eat it, but I don't really like fudge.
Yeah, I don't like fudge either. Or
But then I never say Oreos when I stub my toe.
no. And I don't say darn or shoot. It just doesn't work. You have to just let it out.
I have been known to say drat or
Really?
egad.
Drat, egad.
But then I like Victorian literature, so.
I don't know how I developed this, but every time I sneeze, a bad word comes out after.
I like that.
I don't know why though. It scares me. But I consciously, if I'm in a public place, before I sneeze, I will tell myself, don't swear, and then swear, and then, but if I'm at home and I sneeze, it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out, no matter what. And
When I sneeze, words are not what comes out of me.
no. Oh, okay, I get it. But yeah, I always have to swear, and that just started like a couple years ago. Just I don't know where it comes from.
Probably living with teenage boys.
Oh, I swore more when they were teenagers. I've cut down. Oh my gosh. And I, unfortunately, was one of those moms who swore at their little kids. Only if I needed to, because like, pick up your shoes, pick up your shoes, pick up your shoes. Okay, pick up your shoes. Okay, and then it gets done.
And then they would know you were serious.
I mean, why do I have to say those words? And I even asked them, boys, why do you make mommy have to say those words? Just do it. So I try. I give it the old college try. I try without the swearing, but.
Now, on the other hand, there are those people who cannot have any kind of a conversation without without throwing in totally unnecessary swear words.
Yeah, even when they're happy, when they're discussing flowers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I grew up in a home like that. My dad is Italian, and we grew up. He had his parents and his 3 brothers move in the apartment below us, and they just swore for everything. Just that was a normal thing for them to swear. In English, swear in Italian, just swear, swear, swear. It was normal for them. They didn't know it was wrong. And
I have observed that in other languages, swearing carries less weight than it does in English, particularly in American English. So when people whose first language is not English learn English, they throw in the swear words as if they were speaking their own language, and they don't realize that the weight is different, that the impact is different. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm back up. Okay, so if I'm, let's say I'm from Mexico, and my swear words are this word, that word, this word. And I come to the United States and I try to use an English swear word. Is that what you're saying?
In other languages, in some other languages, they use the swear words much more casually than we do. So it has less emphasis.
Now you're right. Like they'll in Spanish, there's a word to call something that instead, like we call doohickeys or what you call it. Theirs is a swear word to refer to the thing that you don't know the name. But
in German, this might be my Schaustelefon or my Scheißtelefon.
Your Scheißtelefon.
Which the English translation would be the piece of that I call my telephone. Yes. And I would refer to my Scheiß computer, my Scheiß Auto, my Scheiß, whatever.
If I can't think of a name of this, here, look, this doesn't have a name. It takes the crust off of a sandwich. If I don't know the name of it, I would say it's a chingadera. But in English, it's the effing thing.
Okay.
So yeah, you're right. It is very casual.
Starla is saying she learned English, or her father-in-law learned English that way. He was from Lucca in Italy. Julie says she was in a parking lot and fell on ice. Her son was 10 years old. She yelled out with a lot of colorful language. And she said her son's jaw dropped and he went into shock. Of course. I mean, we knew just how mad our parents were by the language they used. And there was one particular phrase that my mother used that I cannot repeat.
Really?
But that was the very worst phrase she ever used.
Wow. My mom never swore. Never. Not one swear word. And my dad swears because, you know, his family, they all swear. Could you give me my pink water bottle? And they all swear. So, but my mom was opposite. She was very quiet and very, you know, proper. But one day, you know, my dad was always yelling at her, always yelling. And she was kind of getting frustrated. I was already an adult. I already had 2 babies. And I'm like, Mom, have you ever thought about swearing back at him? And I said, practice with me. And I literally taught her how to swear. Repeat after me. You know, I said it and I made her say it. And she's like, oh my, this is weird. Oh no. And then she calls me the next day. She goes, Sandy, you did exactly what I told him to do. All I did was use that word. I'm like, it's the magic word, you know? Unfortunately.
It's what he understands.
It's his language. It's his love language.
Roseanne says she learned all of her swear words on the school bus.
Yeah.
Not surprising.
That's where you learn them. School bus, school park, the playground. All those good places.
Jane says she used to go to a Mexican restaurant in Wyoming with authentic food. Wyoming. She fell in love with Mexican food. Before that, she had dodged Mexican food like the devil running from the cross.
There's a Mexican population. There's a Mexican population in Wyoming.
In Wyoming, right? There's a Mexican. Wait, because I think there's an American Indian. A lot of American Indians in Wyoming. And since Mexicans kind of are like the cousins of American Indians, there's a lot of Aztec characteristics. Because my grandfather,
Idaho, surprisingly, has a good Mexican population.
Idaho.
Well, honestly, I think that Mexican migrant workers they've always been temporary workers all over the U.S. because they could go do a season's work and then go back home if they wanted to, and it was very easy, especially if they were undocumented. And then a lot of them have stayed in the communities where they did the work, and that's why you have growing Mexican populations. Oh, excuse me. In places where you wouldn't expect them. That's why we have better Mexican food in Wilmington than we have Chinese food.
Really? Yeah. I always said to my grandmother she should open up a taco place. And I used to call my grandmother Abuelita, you know, and I would always tell her, one day we're going to open up Abuelita's Tacos. She loved that. That I thought of her that much that she should open up a restaurant. But knowing her, she would have given her food away for free. You know, she wouldn't have profit. They don't, you know, a lot of the Mexican ladies, they don't like to take money from people. Not all of them, but my grandmother was one of them. No, she never wanted to take money from people. Oh, but I was like, take the money.
Especially mothers. Food is love. Cooking is love. And it's hard to monetize that. It's hard to quantify it. Do you know?
Yeah. She gave her crochet away too, which, because of ladies like that, people don't value crochet because the grandmothers always gave it away or charged you $1 for it, you know? And so when you want to tell somebody, you know, this is going to cost you, I don't know, I would charge $15 for this easy.
Oh, minimum.
I put that much work into it, but if you didn't know crochet, you'd look at this and say, oh, I pay $15 for that. What?
That's one reason I don't sell much of my work.
Me neither.
Although I probably need to start to, just to get a little money coming in. But I
Yeah.
hate the thought of negotiating. In fact, if I
hate that.
start doing commissions, I will state a price, and I will never ever haggle, because I'm not going to negotiate on the value of my time and talent.
Yeah. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, if you want a bargain, go to Walmart.
Yeah. You want something made from a factory? Go to Walmart. Go to the dollar store. But this is made with every ounce of my being went to every inch of this.
Mhm.
Well, this is my puppy's blanket. I don't know if I said that to you, but I just really realized he doesn't have a blanket to come home to. And I'm like, well, I'm on it.
I think we were talking earlier about an organization I know of that is all about pet blankets for rescue pets. And here's the link.
Oh, okay.
I'll
have to get it.
And they work in cooperation with local and regional pet rescue organizations. So you would go to the website and find an organization near you that you could work with, and they usually give a contact person. And they will take blankets. They will take yarn donations for other crafters to use.
Mm-hmm.
So I tried reaching out through them to one organization in my city, but I think that organization might have gone under because of the pandemic.
Mm.
So I have to find another one nearby, because I want to keep doing it, because God knows I've got blankets.
Yeah, I wonder also, because I know there are certain types of dogs or certain character, certain personalities in dogs make them want to eat the blanket, and then they get sick. That's always have been my fear. I don't want to give blankets to the shelters, and then, because I've heard of dogs passing away from eating something that was not edible, and I didn't know, so I didn't look into it. But that's when COVID started, and then nobody was giving any blankets. And oh no, I think I went to a shelter last year and I asked about it, and he's the one who told me. One person in the shelter said no, because they eat it. But then that could have just been one person.
Find a different shelter.
Yeah, that's why I got that in my head.
Yeah, but even if your shelter uses it for like an annual yard sale, you're helping out somehow.
Yeah. I have lots of stuff just in boxes. I don't want to just give it to anybody either. I don't know. I don't know. They're like.
Do you know Melanie, hooked to the left? She's one of the yarn hookers.
Mm-mm.
Her mother.
Maybe I do. I think I do. Yeah.
Her mother has a foundation where she takes in pregnant teens who would otherwise be homeless or in a really horrible situation. And she houses them until they have their babies. She can't keep them with the babies, because that's a totally different thing to the with regulations and everything. But they are in need of, if you look at her channel, any video will have information about what they need most recently. And because sometimes it varies, they might have enough baby blankets to start a store already, but they might need like sweaters or scarves for the moms, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I have sent them a few things. and a few boxes, and felt very good about it because I knew it was going in a very good place. But also, in the description of every one of my videos is a list of organizations that accept craft donations. So
I'll look into that because
that means y'all should look at my other videos too. You know?
yes.
Yeah. By the way, did y'all see the subscribe sign here?
Where'd you get that, David?
I got that from Brenda the Newbie Crocheter, another person I highly recommend. Do you know her?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I know Brenda. Yes.
Her channel is wonderful, and her husband, in addition to running his own business, which is very successful, he does woodworking on the side for pleasure, and so he makes these signs. And I have seen pictures of customized signs that he has made for people's individual channels. I'm going to look into that.
Wow.
When I win the lottery, I guess. I don't know. So
that's nice. You know, my grandmother was a crocheter. My grandfather was a carpenter. I mean,
oh, wow.
He was a carpenter by trade. My grandmother wasn't a crocheter by trade, but they did that as their hobbies too. Like my grandfather was a carpenter for work and for fun. So
Whisper says their blocking boards are amazing. Yes, I would agree. I don't have one, but they look amazing, and I've heard great things about them.
that's a good.
I don't know. Anyway, I was going to make a joke, but the moment is lost. So this is my last potato chip, and in a second, I'm going to play with my lighting a little bit.
All right, I'm not going to stay on too long because I'm going to try to get some sundown time. Our sundown is so bright on our balcony. It's so nice. But I'm going to keep you running all night until it's time. You go on until midnight, but my midnight is even later than your midnight, right?
No, my midnight is your 11.
Yeah, that's right.
So your midnight is my 1. I get you. Yeah.
So my midnight is the end of my giveaway.
Oh, thank you, Whisper. She just posted Brenda's link. Whisper, you are the best. Or perhaps I should say the effing best.
Yeah, Barb is cool. Barb is cool. Every time I hear anything about the Netherlands, I always think of her.
I have visited the Netherlands, and I have enjoyed it very much. I wish I had known Barb at the time, but it was over 20 years ago.
Wow.
But it's wonderful. It's wonderful. I love Amsterdam. I've been to Den Haag, as they say it there, with that guttural G.
Oh, that she's the shape yes.
Shape yes. Say shape. Say yes.
Shape yes.
Shape yes.
But she says there's a thing to it.
There is, but we're Americans. We can't be bothered with those things. I mean, how often are we going to be called upon to speak Dutch? Shape yes is good enough.
Shape yes. Yes. I still haven't used any of my shape yes from 2019 Valentine's Day. They're in a box.
I have never had any shape yes yarn.
Oh my gosh. They only sell the mercerized cotton in Hobby Lobby. I've never seen any of that brand in any other store, in any other fiber.
Well, by odd coincidence, Hobby Lobby is the local craft shop that is nearest to me.
And mine. It's on the corner.
No, Hobby Lobby is nearest. Next nearest would be Joann's. Michael's is on the other side of town. But Michael's is beside a pub that has good fish and chips, and very near a restaurant that specializes in chicken salad that you could die for.
Really?
So yeah, we have our priorities.
I have my corner Hobby Lobby is not, it's I also have another Hobby Lobby that's close to me. So I know it's not fair that I have two Hobby Lobbies right in my area. But the second Hobby Lobby that's further away from me is next to a Chick-fil-A. So I call it doing my Christian duty. I hit Hobby Lobby, I go to Chick-fil-A, there, I've gone to church.
Do you know that Chick-fil-A, as a corporation, has a stance against LGBT rights and equality?
So is that true? Now I heard Hobby Lobby has the same.
Hobby Lobby has a history of I don't know the whole picture. I don't keep up with everything in the news.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
Hobby Lobby, to my understanding, has a history of denying employees certain benefits, health-related benefits that they think are immoral, such as birth control.
Birth control, yeah.
But I don't. It would not surprise me to learn that they have a similar stance on LGBT rights.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, Chick-fil-A is very, 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 very public about their stance.
Really? And how come
Yes.
Sandy didn't real? Or maybe I'm just got my head in the sand. Or
Well, the thing is, it doesn't make news today because in the mass media, it's old news, so it doesn't get eyeballs, it doesn't get ratings, so you don't hear about it. But unless it has changed,
Chick-fil-A is new here in Chicago. I remember
Mhm.
somebody used to live in Ohio, and went to our church, and he would always talk about Chick-fil-A, and nobody knew what he was talking about. Like this was in the early 2000s. What is this Chick-fil-A he's referring to? Nobody knew what he was talking about. And he was like so confused, like, how could you not know what Chick-fil-A is? Like somebody saying, how could you not know what McDonald's is? He was that certain of himself. But yeah, I never
people
heard of
don't realize that some of these chains are regional. I'm surprised it has made it as far north as the Chicago area, because it is a southern chain. But and honestly, if you look at just about any corporation, you can find something that they do or support that you object to.
This is true.
I mean, Walmart is horrible, but I like their darn. I mean, their employees are on food stamps. But I got 18 eggs for 98 cents.
See, it's tough.
It is.
It reminds me of that episode of Roseanne years ago, talking about the original Roseanne, when Darlene was not going to serve the loose meat at Roseanne's restaurant. And Roseanne was like, serve it. And Darlene's like, no, I'm against animals. And Roseanne was like, really? Well, that pen you're using comes from an octopus or squid, she was. And then she kept pointing out other things that were from animals that Darlene didn't realize, And she goes, so if you're going to be, this way, make sure you're all the way, or the other ways you can't get out of either one way or another. You're going to have to break your moral stance on something, because
you have to figure out where the line is drawn, and it is unfortunate that for so many of us the line is drawn with the pocketbook. The Walmart mainstay skeins of yarn are $2.46 for me. I don't know what they are near you.
Not that much.
They're less?
I mean, they're not that much. They're not. I'm sure they're very
Hmm.
Good deal.
Hmm.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. But you know, it is unfortunate that it's the pocketbook, because there is no corporation. They all support both sides of the aisle in order to be safe to get what they want.
Walmart.
And Walmart's practices, both employment and business, are reprehensible if you look at them closely.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm poor. I can't afford to look at it all that closely.
It gets so complicated when you really think about things.
It really does. It
Where they
really,
come from,
really
what
does.
they stand for, and like there was this. Remember in the '80s, this Procter and Gamble thing with Tide and Dawn and Colgate, all that name brands, and they were like, it's a company that worships the devil, so stop using it.
I never heard that, but it doesn't surprise me, because some of those people, those extremists on the right, would do that sort of thing and think that they could gain traction with it.
They put a lot of energy into their little campaign against Procter and Gamble, and I got sucked into it. I was in 8th grade, and my friend Kelly, I remember Kelly V. She was trying to get me. What 8th grader goes and does that campaign? And she had a whole speech about it, and she was in 8th grade. She was on that wagon. But
okay. It looks like that
said
we
to
have.
her, my mom uses Amway, so we don't buy that stuff anyway. So
Yeah. Well, you know, I was just looking. I mean, just in every part of life, there are options. And the better or more charitable or more humane option is not always, it doesn't always cost that much more. It doesn't necessarily have to cost more. There's, in fact, I was looking at a site that is basically a network of small family-run farms that produce organic meat products, beef and pork, and they also have wild-caught seafood and that sort of thing. And so I was talking to my sister about what we typically spend on meat in the course of a month. And they have plans that you can, this particular website has plans where you can buy this much healthier and very likely much tastier meat product for not that much more than what you're paying at the supermarket. And particularly with things like ground beef, you never know what you're getting at the supermarket. And of course, it does depend upon the individual chain too. Some chains are have better reputations for meat than others do. But again, and it takes a little trouble. It might take a few more dollars, but you can feed your family much healthier food, and it will very likely taste better. But Mark is still here. Glad to hear it. Yeah, Whisper is saying that in the Netherlands and throughout Europe, in my observation, the food laws are so much better. I have observed, even in the fast food franchises, the food is so different. And in fact, there's a guy I follow on YouTube who plays American football in Germany. and he was reporting about being home for a period, particularly during the pandemic, being home in Oregon. And he had grown accustomed to all of those fast food franchises in Germany being, pretty much okay. And he went to one at home because he had no other choices because it was late at night and he was starving. And he got it, and it was awful. And he could not believe the difference between the European food from the same chain, probably the very same product, and what he got at home.
It's pretty bad. I used to eat fast food all the time until COVID. Everything shut down here in Illinois. Everything. Nothing was open. And then when it was open, the riots were here. So really it wasn't safe to go out.
Oh, of
So
course.
Food, you cook it at home. And so after months of that, when I first then I went out to fast food, it was blah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. You become accustomed to cooking for yourself, cooking, healthier food. And processed food, by and large, is really not very good for you because it contains all kinds of stuff that you don't want to know.
Yes.
And the stuff that you do know, you want to stay away from. I mean, high fructose corn syrup is the work of the devil.
You know what's with the work of the devil? Doritos. I said this to my husband. They're of the devil. My son went to Costco and bought that giant bag of Doritos. Well, Sandy likes Doritos. And I ignored that bag of Doritos for 24 hours. And then I was doing a live last week, and lives make me hungry. I don't know about you, but
you just saw me eat a sandwich and some chips.
So after my live, I dig into that Doritos. Oh my gosh, it's like heaven. Like, okay, and then I have my fill, and then I get this high. I feel high. I felt high. Oh my gosh. And then I felt sleepy, and then I felt remorse, and it's up. My husband comes home. He starts with the Dorito. I'm like, stay away from the Doritos. They're of the devil.
Exactly. I used to say the garden peas were the work of the devil, and I still do because I hate them with every fiber of my being.
Which one?
Peas. What? Green peas.
I love green peas.
Well, I'm very sorry. I don't.
I know a lot of people hate green peas. I can swim in a thing of green peas and just eat my way out. But I'm weird like that.
Please don't say things like that. Oh
I don't
my God,
like
I'm getting the
beans.
picture.
I don't like lima. Wait, we had this conversation.
We probably did.
On the chat. You like lima beans, right?
Lima beans are okay. Now, if we're talking dried beans, which are very different, I don't mind split peas of split pea soup made from dried beans.
We have this conversation on a chat.
And I grew up with dried lima beans and dried black-eyed peas, and I liked them both.
I don't like black-eyed peas, but of course, I don't think I've ever tried black-eyed peas. I grew up with pinto beans because
pinto beans are good.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to eat a lot of them. But the thing is that I have to have the Mexican cheese with it, and that's not good. So
why is it not good?
The Chihuahua cheese, it's very delicious cheese, but I mean, I tend to eat a lot of it, so a lot of cheese is not good for you.
Okay. Yeah, anything in it. Well, on the one hand, there's a saying, anything worth doing is worth doing to excess. And on the other hand, too much of a good thing is a good thing.
It's delicious. I can have beans and cheese on a tostada every day for breakfast. That's my breakfast of champions. That's what I have. That's what
that sounds good, actually.
Yes, but I have invested in protein shakes, and I should be eating those for breakfast. But
Yeah.
I have
Whisper
my
says she is Dutch, so she eats a lot of cheese. I love cheese. I
cheese.
really love cheese.
I like cheese.
Yeah. Starla says that Mexican cheese is fantastic cheese. I agree.
Yeah. Now, the sign of a good Mexican restaurant is they actually use authentic Chihuahua cheese. A lot of Mexican joints will use white American cheese to pass it off as Chihuahua cheese. I hate that. Why? Why? White American. Come on. Come on. I'm not against white Americans.
Yeah,
You're just
I
catching me
hope not.
a white American cheese.
But did you know that what we call American cheese actually originated in Europe?
Well,
I mean, and then the Kraft slices, that is not cheese. That is cheese food. That is
yeah,
plastic.
cheese food.
Yeah.
I hate that those two words together should not, like cheese food. What does that mean?
It
But
means
I don't like.
another word that we don't use on YouTube.
I know that's. I don't like.
Ooh, Whisper
American
loves
cheese.
Gouda. Yum, 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 yum. Hey,
I've
Pat,
had
glad
this
to see you back.
conversation with her. She's told me that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we love Whisper. Whisper, why don't you come up into the... well, if you come up into the chat, you can't act as moderator, which you've done so well, but I am so... oops, that's not the link. I am so enjoying having you as part of the conversation.
We like Whisper. We like Barb.
We
Whisper
love her dearly.
She was on Little John Yarn's live months ago.
Really? Yeah.
That lady never has anybody on. I mean, I shouldn't say never. She doesn't have a lot of people on her lives. But she had Barb on.
Oh, Whisper says that what made me notice that American food is not all that awesome was when my California friend is lactose intolerant in the US and not when she is there.
That's sad.
Oh, Whisper, it's 1:36 there. Oh, you've been so good to me, but I understand if you have to go to bed.
Yeah, and I'm gonna, if I don't get off here now, I'm gonna miss the sundown. That's my favorite time of the warm months is sundown. But I'm gonna leave you on. So David, I'm gonna leave you on, and who knows, I might come back in a couple hours. But
I would love that.
I wish you well, and take care and stay safe. Those are my words.
Oh, yes, thank you. And keep my ending phrase has become "keep coming back." So yeah.
All right.
So
All right. See you in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Bye. Oh, we love Sandy, and we love Whisper. Whisper is talking about having to go to bed because everybody's asleep, and it's 1:36 there, and I understand. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to step away. I'm going to take care of a few things. I'll be back in a few minutes. If anyone comes along and thinks the screen is frozen or anything, just shout them down, abuse them terribly, call them names. You know, standard YouTube stuff. And I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm also going to try to fix the lighting too. Okay. Bye-bye. Back in a few. That sandwich was wonderful. Okay. Now I have a new light that I'm going to play with right now. Okay, first I have to get this other thing out of my thumb drive. Hold on. Okay. Would you kindly dismount other device? Okay. That one's gone. Okay, I have this other thing. I'm gonna play with my lighting now. I have a new light that I haven't quite yet learned how to use. So let's see how it works. We shall. Let's see, there's the on-off switch. Ah! That's. Okay. That's a lot better. How is that? How's the lighting now? I know you can see the reflection of the light in my glasses, but you know, life is full of hardships. Okay. My sister just said something is cute. I don't know what she's watching. Okay. Liliana is leaving us. I'm glad you were here. Okay. Oh, Whisper is telling people to hit the like button. Yes, of course. That's what we always want. I'm going to put the Streamyard link if anyone wants to come up again, because I'm not worried about carrying the conversation myself. I have no trouble blabbing for hours and hours, I have learned. But if anybody wants to join me, you're welcome. Let's see. Oh, hi, Lori. I'm so glad to see you. Yay, Lori. Let's see. Is Starla still here? Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Who else? I just posted the link if anybody else wants to come up. And if you don't, that's okay, because we can talk about other things. Yes, I know you can see the reflection of my light in my glasses. It's sort of fun, isn't it? But it works, doesn't it? Did you all see my subscribe button that came from Brenda, the newbie crocheter? Isn't that cute? I love it. That's a hint. Okay, let's on the floor here. So, oh, Mark, I'm glad to see you're still here. Have you been here the whole time, or have you been in and out? Mark, you have been so good to me to stay. Oh, Starla, I would love it if you would come up when you are ready and able. Anyone else want to come up? I would welcome you. So let's talk about what's on your hook, what's in your cup, what have you had for dinner? Okay, Barbara, you have been so good to me this whole time. Thank you so much for everything you have done in this live chat. You have been a stellar moderator, and I cannot begin to express my gratitude. Okay, Mark has been here the whole time as well. That's really good. You are so sweet. Oh my God. Oh, how I long to travel to Europe again and meet all my European friends. Oh, Dinas is listening as she sets up for dinner. Hi, Katrina. Oh, thank you for suggesting the thumbs up and the subscribe. Okay. Well, Maria, if you'd like to come up, that would be fine. Barbara Riggle Baker, if you'd like to come up, that would be good. Katrina, I would love to have you up. Dina, if you would like to come up, that would be good. Yes, Mark, I remember when you were describing it in Katrina's, your dinner yesterday in Katrina's live, and it sounded delicious. I love my slow cooker. I use it to make a pot roast. I use it to make beef stew. I use it to make a lot of wonderful things. I would suggest there's a really, really, really good channel on YouTube called, let me see if I can type it in, As Good as It Gets. GOODE, As It Gets. Where did my comment go? There it is. Okay. They do a lot of fantastic slow cooker recipes, and I have learned a lot. Oh, hi Nancy, I'm glad you're back. Hi Senator John, glad to see you. Lori has water in her cup, no hook at the moment. Paying bills. Oh, bills. Oh, you had ham, cheesy potatoes, green beans, and salad. We had ham, a broccoli casserole that was good. It was a new recipe. We had some traditional things, family tradition, which is one is a casserole made with crushed pineapple, and that has buttered bread cubes on top. I think it's really terribly sweet. I really, 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 really wanted to just put a pinch of salt in somewhere, but my sister never turned her back. And we also had this sweet potato casserole thing. And I was stuffed to the gills for quite some time. And then just a little while, my sister brought in a ham sandwich made with the leftovers, and that was very good. It was ham and cheese and pickles and mustard mixed with a tiny dollop of horseradish sauce. Oh my God, what a great... On toasted whole grain bread. One of the best sandwiches I've ever had. Anyway, as you can tell, I love food. Food and I go way back. Indeed, indeed. So, oh, Nancy, you've never used a slow cooker? I would suggest you look into it. Look at some slow cooker recipes online first and just determine if you think it's right for you. I love using mine. I wouldn't suggest investing much money before you really think it's for you. Mark is buying some Black Forest ham for sandwiches tomorrow. Sounds good. Deli ham is good. I like deli ham. The deli sliced meat is depending upon where you go, is usually pretty good. It's not like parts pressed together. Depending on the brand that you get and where you go. You know, there's so many variables. We were talking about food quality just a little bit ago. Starla has mashed potatoes. I love mashed potatoes. I love to make mashed potatoes. Starla, I got this recipe from, I think it was Food Wishes, one of my favorite food channels, where you use cream cheese and butter and a little bit of milk or cream if you need it with your potatoes. And I need to get myself a ricer because I don't think the potato masher does a good enough job. I was at the store today. I could not find a ricer. I found every other kind of little gadget you could imagine. But I couldn't find a rice here. Yes, Mark, I agree. Potatoes are good in so many forms. Hi, Linnea Cougar. Oh, you're grilling burgers tonight. It's 83 degrees. Remind me where you are. Let's see. But once again, as good as it gets, GOODE as it gets, a great source of slow cooker recipes. And of course, Google is your friend. Always. Except for when it's not. But it's a great source of information, I should say. Mark agrees with me that Nancy should try a slow cooker. Oh, Nancy, you have one, but you haven't used it? I want to come over there and cook a slow cooker meal for you. It's so easy. And then while it's cooking, we could sit and crochet and just blather all afternoon long. As good as it gets, GOODE. Because GOODE is the name of the guy who does the channel. Actually, I love to cook. And when I go and visit people, I love to cook for them. Nancy, you're not eating carbs. Any carbs at all? Ever? Again? Linnea is in Des Moines. I've only been to Des Moines once. Des Moines has a great summer opera festival. Hi, Wanda. Glad to see you. Nancy, sounds like your husband likes the things that he knows. But if you find an easier way to make the things that he knows, you might both be better off. Yes, Mark has the name of the channel correct. As good as it gets, GOODE. He's actually really a fun guy, too. Sometimes he sings at the end of his videos. What do we have here? Nancy says she ate a bunch this weekend, went to a wedding. Yes, you told us about the wedding. Yes, you are off the plan. Are you on a specific plan? You don't have to tell us anything you don't want to, but if you're on a specific plan, that's okay. Everybody has some sort of a plan. Well, I won't say that, but many people have some sort of a plan they try to follow, or some kind of guidelines or boundaries. Do you know, I am online acquaintances, I will say, with a lot of people who are very athletic, and they talk a lot about working out and about eating right and about this and that and the other. And then they talk about a cheat day. I hate that phrase. I am not a professional. I know nothing. This is all opinion based on experience. I mean, I suppose when you put boundaries around it, like calling it a cheat day, it's a good thing. But if it's a food that you call a cheat food, then why are you eating it? If you can't have it in moderation on a normal day-to-day food plan, moderation being the key, then there's a problem. I really don't like that phrase, cheat day. I am not an athlete and have never, ever been. In fact, I often think of athletes as a completely different species from me. I grew up as the fat boy in the choir. I played the piano, you know, and, you know, I spoke like I do now. The last thing I was an athlete. But the whole concept of cheat day just bothers me. I have no reason, no standing, no authority to give anyone else advice. That is just me spouting off. But, and I know it works for lots and lots of people, and that's okay. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I just wonder at the reasoning. Because sometimes if it ain't broke today, it might be broke tomorrow. But then that's the way everything is. If it ain't broke today, it might be broke tomorrow. Anyway, off my soapbox. So I'm going to post the Streamyard link again. If anyone wants to come up with me, I would welcome you. Okay, Nancy looks like she's saying that she's on a reasonably healthy diet. I hate the word diet too. A reasonably healthy plan. Diet has so many connotations to it. And because I come from really, really big numbers, my top weight was 450. A lot of these terms around weight management and weight loss and food intake and food management and nutrition have a lot of emotional impact to me that they don't to other people. You know what they say, if it's hysterical, it's historical. If something brings up strong emotion in you, usually there's something to look at there. Anyway. Jane says she eats 50-50 Brazilian American. I have had Brazilian food, or what I was told was Brazilian foods, in Brazilian restaurants in America that call themselves Brazilian. And I have really, really enjoyed it. I have always wanted to visit Brazil and never have. Okay. So Nancy says it's not a diet in that she's not deprived. She just doesn't eat high-carb veggies or sugar, apparently. If I read her comment correctly. So, okay. You are what you eat. Does that make me a ham sandwich? I guess it does. Yeah, no one would disagree that I'm a ham. Ah! That was a joke. Laugh, please. Let's see, what else are we going to talk about? Let's see, what's on your hook? What's in your cup? What's for dinner? Where are you? All that stuff. Oh, I know. Bago Day started this thing, a tag thing, with 10 questions about, hey, Starla, what did you say? I eat whatever I want, but I control the portion of fatty or sweet stuff. Roseanne says, diet equals, do I eat that? And by the way, these Doritos are delicious. Anyway, Bago Day, Crystal started a thing just yesterday where, let's see if I can pull it up. Where was it? It wasn't there. It wasn't there. It wasn't there. It wasn't there. Never mind. Let's see. Is it there? Okay, 10 questions. Okay, and she tagged people, and as far as I know, no one has tagged me yet. Okay, question number 1. What is your favorite color of yarn? I'm eager to hear what your favorite color of yarn is. I myself tend to do a lot of blue because I do a lot of blue hats for Hat Not Hate. I also like red very much, particularly since I've been doing these red clergy stoles for Pentecost, and Pentecost is, or rather, red is the liturgical color for Pentecost. I knew when I started doing these stoles that I couldn't get anything ready to send out to people by Easter, which is white, by the way. So I started doing red stoles, and I've done a few. But honestly, my favorite color, Mark says his favorite color is everything is red. I love red. I love red. I really, really do. But I also love blue. Red and blue. And I love purple. Go figure. Red, blue, purple. I respond very strongly to very colorful things. All you have to do is look at my Instagram and you will see why I say that. Starla says scarlet. Red, 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 red. Now, some people have different favorite colors. Now, there are other colors that I like very much. Doesn't mean that it doesn't invalidate my statement that red is my favorite. Hi, Sherry Miller. Go Forth and Knit says red, gray, pink. Yeah. Let me look at the second question. Let's see. What is your favorite weight of yarn? My answer to that is I used to be 100% a worsted boy. I love number 4 weight yarns. Most of us who have bought different brands of yarns have observed that within any particular classification, there's a wide range within that classification, and sometimes we suspect that the classifications are incorrect. So I started out doing a lot of number 4 worsted. More and more, I'm doing DKs, number 3. I like that very much. So those are my 2 favorites. I'm not too big a fan of number 5 bulky. I don't have much experience with anything lighter than 3 DK. Let's see. Nancy says she likes blue, purples, blues, and aquas. And whatever's on clearance. Yes, exactly. Starla likes jewel tones, but her favorite color is black, just not in yarn. Let's see. Most people are saying that they pretty much like the same yarn weight that I like. Go Forth and Knit likes fingering and DK. A lot of people are saying number 4, which is worsted, and some people are saying DK, which is number 3. Mark says the lightest one available, but still red. Roseanne says my favorite weight of yarn is how much I can fit in my shopping bag. Rim shot, yes, exactly. Let's see. Nancy says she uses number 3, 5, and 6. No number 4s? No. Okay, let's see what the next question is. What is your favorite style of yarn? That is a confusing question. What she meant to say is, do you like roving? Do you like chain spun, or do you like regular? Which I don't know the name is of what we like, of the regular thing. I myself don't have much experience with roving, and it hasn't been happy experience. I've never used chain spun that I know of. So I would have to say the traditional one, the, I don't know what it's called. So what are your thoughts on that? Regular, yes. Yes, Mark, I agree. Regular. Because, you know, within any, it's probably like denominations. There's more variation within. When I was doing church music, I observed there was more variation within a denomination than between denominations. I think it's also true between between different styles of yarn and different weights of yarn too. I would say that I don't have much experience with roving. I much prefer regular style. I can't remember what they call the regular style, but the one that we know. And there's chain spun, which I have never ever used. Exactly. Mark says you turn the regular yarn into whatever pattern you desire, and that changes the yarn every which way possible. Starla says she likes all three styles. Linnea Coover says that apparently for sizes or weights, she likes 3 and 4. I agree. Jane says Google is not her friend, very emphatically. I don't understand the rest of your statement. Let's see. Let's see what the next question is. Let's see, what are your favorite fibers? Honestly, I have the most experience with acrylic, but again, there's such a wide variation within the name acrylic. I have had yarns that I continue to say give acrylic a bad name. And I have had yarns that very soft touch acrylic that are very nice. Some of the store brand yarns that I've mentioned, like Joann's Big Twist yarn or Walmart's Mainstay yarn. There are some acrylic yarns that I would not choose again. Lion Brand Pound of Love is one of my favorites, and it's 100% acrylic. Maria says acrylic and cotton blend. I am working on a project with Lion Brand's Comfy Cotton Blend. I always have to go back to the ball band because I can't remember the name of it. I have not used this before, and I like it very much. I like the way it feels. I don't know what the finished project is going to feel like, though. I like the way the yarn feels, though, as I work with it. Starla says merino wool, cotton, and various blends. Nancy says she agrees. She's used acrylic the most. She's working with cotton now. I haven't done that much with cotton. I recently did something with a very lightweight cotton that I double-stranded. I would call it a 2. It was not labeled for weight, but I would call it a 2, and I double-stranded it. And I made Triple C Dana's Prosperity Tea with it, using the cotton double-stranded. And I think it turned out well. Okay, Go Forth and Knit says merino and acrylic. Starla says she likes something that I've said. I don't remember which it was. Sherry says regular style is all she's ever used. That's pretty much me too. Sherry also likes cotton. I haven't always liked cotton. I like this cotton blend I just mentioned. Oh, the comfy cotton, yes. I like it. I think I like the way it feels. This is, I've mentioned before, this polo shirt that I've been working on. If you haven't seen it, then go and look at my other videos, please. Particularly my Thrift Thursday videos. So I've been working with it for that. But honestly, I find lately that my focus is more on my own patterns, either creating something new, creating a new sample of something I've already designed, that sort of thing. So I come back to that other pattern that somebody else wrote, and wrote very well. He is a brilliant designer, but I keep coming back to that as like, oh, well, what do I pick up now? Oh, I'll do some more on that. I hope that comes across clearly. Oh, God. Let's see. Sherry Miller asks what shawl in a ball is. I prefer not to think of shawl in a ball. I adore Lion Brand. Lion Brand, I love you. Please don't listen to this. I don't like shawl in a ball. There, I've said it. My recent giveaway, I gave away 9 skeins of shawl in a ball. Don't tell Anne-Marie. Anyway, let's go on to the next question. The next question was, what is your favorite brand? Well, I've already said my favorite brand is Lion Brand because there are so many of their different lines I like. I adore Lion Brand Pound of Love. I like this Lion Brand Comfy Cotton Blend. I can never get it right. Comfy Cotton Blend. There are a lot of Lion Brand products that I want to try. I really, really want to try that. If I try to remember product names, I'm going to mess up. So I want to try other things from Lion Brand. I like their stuff. In fact, yesterday I bought a Lion Brand hook because it was $2. And who doesn't need another N hook? Nancy has made several shawls with shawl in a ball. Some people like it, and some people can work with it. In fact, I have right here. That's not it. Where did I put it? I have somewhere a partial shawl from Shawl in a Ball that I will pick up again at some point. I just didn't enjoy working with it. Mark says, my favorite yarn brand is Lion Brand, of course. Because of Vanna White, America's favorite crocheter and Lion Brand spokesperson. Yes. Well, of course, we all love Vanna White. She's from Myrtle Beach, did you know? Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Not too far from me. Starla says Lion Brand and Premier. Yes, I do like Premier very much. Maria Elena Olivia agrees with Lion Brand. Yes. Okay. Well, we'll continue collecting opinions on brands while we go to the next question. Okay. What is your favorite yarn to buy online? If you go shopping online. Yes, yes, Roseanne, Lion Brand Mandala, my absolute favorite. I've made so many things. If you go back through my Instagram, you could find so many things made with Lion Brand Mandala. Okay, let's go back to the question again. When you buy yarns online, what is your favorite yarn to buy online? Mark Mulo says Vanna's Choice. I have used Vanna's Choice before. I haven't done it in a while. Based on your wholehearted recommendation several times, I'm going to have to look into it again. Premier, I have bought quite a lot of Premier yarns online and have never been disappointed. Premier, Annie's. I haven't bought from Annie's before. Premier, I like buying from Premier. I have bought from Mary Maxim just one time because I was able to find a particular color of Lion Brand Pound of Love that might have been discontinued because I could not find that color anywhere else. And I was in the middle of a project and I needed more yarn. And so I found it there. And then while I was there at Mary Maxim, I bought this 1 pound bag of mystery yarn, and that mystery yarn I hate. I really don't like that yarn that I got. I made something with it and I washed it and it still was just awful to the touch. And I don't know what it was, but I think it resembles a certain store brand that I don't like. I have ordered from Hirschner's, but it's been a long time, so I really can't say. I can't really share an opinion about that. Roseanne says, my favorite yarn to buy online is with my husband's credit card. You've got the right idea, Roseanne. Yes. Yeah. I'll send you an email. Just give me those card numbers and, the expiration dates and the verification codes. We'll be fine. Let's see. Where else have I ordered? I've ordered from Lion Brand directly. And because I know the products, I've been pleased. They have a lot of other Lion Brand products that I want to try that I haven't yet. Even some that have been around for quite some time that I still just haven't tried them yet. Let's see what the next question is. Okay, what is your favorite brick and mortar yarn store? Where do you go for yarn? I suppose here in Wilmington we're pretty fortunate because we have Hobby Lobby, Joann's, and Michael's. And Walmart also carries yarn. And Dollar Tree has started carrying yarn. I haven't really been looking for it, but I haven't seen it in any of the other discount stores. Dollar Tree seems to be upping its craft game in terms of yarn and other craft projects. So I've gotten quite a few dollar skeins. So Starla says she gets the Premier anti-pilling at Annie's for about $1.99. Wow, Nancy says she's found a whole bunch of different really nice brands at the Salvation Army. Mark says favorite brick and mortar store is Michael's. I know that you have different brick and mortar stores in Canada, particularly that far north in Ontario. Go Forth and Knit says Michael's, but Hobby Lobby has much better selection. I like the selection at Hobby Lobby. I have some Hobby Lobby yarn that I really like to use. In fact, if I do this cardigan challenge that is going around, I have some Hobby Lobby yarn that I think would be perfect for it. Starla says she hasn't bought yarn from a brick and mortar store in 3 or 4 years. You buy it all online? That's actually not unreasonable at all. Nancy says she didn't buy any for like 6 weeks and then went into Michael's and found their standard, which I think she means the store brand, for $1 each. Oh my goodness, I wish I had known then. Except I don't like their store brand, so why am I talking? Let's see. Ah! Roseanne says Walmart and Michael's. Apparently my husband has to put more payments on his credit card for those other fancy stores. We have 1 or 2 what they call LYS, local yarn shops here in Wilmington. Except for when I was going to a particular yarn event where we would call it Stitch and Bitch, you know, just hang out and either knit or crochet and chat and have a good time. I never ventured into those shops because the yarns there are just so expensive. And if I buy expensive yarn, I'm afraid to use it because I think I'm going to ruin it and not be able to use it again, and that would be a huge waste of money. And, you know, I don't know if I've mentioned that before, but I ain't got no money. Let's see. Oh, Starla says her mom finds amazing yarn at estate sales. That sounds great. Jane has a whole collection of yarn. It seems like for a very long time, she lived in a community where whenever an old lady died, they would gather up her yarn and bring it to Jane's door. So she had a ton of yarn. She didn't buy yarn for didn't actually purchase yarn for 10 years. She calls it dead people's yarn. I think that's hysterically funny. And sad at the same time, but mostly hysterically funny. Nancy lists a bunch of stores near her. She says she needs to stay home and crochet more, shop less. That's what I would do. Mark likes the teddy bear behind me. That teddy bear actually was a gift from my ex. Because I love to wear plaid shirts. So the teddy bear was supposed to be like me with the plaid shirt and the glasses. Isn't that cute? This puppy pillow, I got it at CVS on sale for, I don't know, $2 or something. But he was so cute. Oh, I couldn't resist. Anyway, let's see. Yes, Nancy says, apparently to my comment about Jane and her dead people yarn, well, it went to good use. I prefer my yarn went to someone than to be thrown in the trash. Yes, I would agree. And thank you, Mark. Yes. More and more, Mark. I think we need to talk offline. I meet some of the most wonderful people through YouTube. I never thought I would. I mean, I've been in many different online communities. I met my ex through an online community rather than through some kind of a dating site. We had friends in common and just started talking, and one thing led to another, and 14 years later he left me. But I drove him away, so we won't get into that. Nancy says she wants to make the new Bag O' Day hat that I just made, the crochet adaptation of of Gary Urban Yarn's design. Yes, it's not very hard at all. And it is unisex, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Roseanne calls it ghost yarn from the estate sales. Let's see, I'm going to put the link up again if anybody wants to come up and join me. Anybody is welcome as long as they know you. Okay, what's the next question? Okay, favorite yarn source. What do you do with your scrap yarn? Oh, Nancy says she has made so many of Fiber Spider's hats and shawls. Nancy, you were here when Fiber Spider was up here on the panel with me. He is a wonderful, wonderful fellow. He has been so supportive of my channel and has turned also into a lovely person to have as a friend offline. Nancy is asking how long I'm staying on. My intention is to stay until midnight or longer, as long as y'all will have me, until one of us gets sick of the other. Let's see. Starla was in a crochet knit group in LA and we exchanged yarn too, yes. Yes, Nancy, he's on Long Island, or Long Island, as we used to say. Which exit? He's sort of far out there in Suffolk, though. Let's see, Barbara. Oh, that's lovely. Barbara says she likes Dead People yarn. It works just the same as bought yarn. And when you use it, you can have, let me scroll up a little bit, good memories of the ones the yarn came from. That's lovely. Yes. Yes. Mark says he saves scrap yarn rather than throwing it all away in the garbage. Yeah, exactly. It depends upon what you're calling scrap. I mean, this I don't save. This I save. You know, it's I don't know. I have made many scrap scarf. I've made scrap Afghans. When I was in New York and it was cold and actually scarves were a relevant thing, I would wear my scrap scarves like to the grocery store and I would get compliments. And it was lovely. And they were good. They kept me warm, I'll tell you that. I have a scrap scarf that I did recently. I would have to get out of my seat to do that, and I'm much too lazy to do that. Let's see, Nancy says her mother taught her to crochet. She only bought what she needed for projects. Yeah, exactly. Roseanne is switching devices so that she can type faster puns and jokes. Puns are welcome. And jokes, especially dad jokes. Because I'm old enough to be a granddad, actually. But anyway. Let's see. What else are we doing? Go Forth and Knit says the small scraps like this, I guess, the birds like for their nests. What an idea. I hadn't thought of that. Anyway, let's look at what the next question is. What is your favorite thing to knit? or crochet? What is your favorite thing to make? And we've talked about that before, an hour or two ago. It all runs together now. You know, the easy answer is whatever's on my hook right now. In general, I like big things like sweaters, scarves, not scarves, sweaters, blankets, that sort of thing. I do a lot of hats. I consider hats as palette cleansers between big projects. And, you know, sometimes I get mileage out of hats, like this hat. The pattern is available on Ravelry and on my blog. Both links are in the description. There will be a tutorial up at the end of next week, I believe. I need to edit the video because I shot it this morning and I think there was a problem with some of it. But I will schedule it for the end of next week. I seem to be accidentally doing this Veda thing, video every day in April, because in addition, my original schedule was Topic Tuesdays live, Wednesday Free-for-Alls live, Saturday shoutouts recorded, Sunday readings recorded, Thrift Thursdays recorded. But now I'm doing Monday shorts and Friday tutorials. So I'm doing 7 days a week now. And I like it. It's fun. If only it were profitable. That's why I'm here. Give me watch hours. Give me subscriptions. Subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Tell people about me. I need you. Okay. Mark says his favorite item to make is warm winter slippers. Ooh, send me one a pair of those, please. Not one, a pair, please. Maria Elena Valdivia says her favorite thing to make is blankets. Yeah, I love blankets. Maribel likes my hat. Maribel, this hat is on my blog and on my Ravelry as a free download. I always make my hat patterns free to encourage people to make hats for donations to organizations like Hat Not Hate, or to local homeless organizations, or to anyone else you care to. I know of people who carry hats and scarves around in their cars to give to homeless people. What yarn did I use? This one was made with Lion Brand Pound of Love. Quelle coïncidence! Yes. This is Lion Brand Pound of Love in the color that I was searching for, pastel blue. I made this hat, which is the very same hat, let me see. This is Red Heart Super Saver in the colorway Turquoise. I call it Revolting Carolina Blue. But still it works for Hat Not Hate. This, even though they're both 4-weight, this yarn is a little heavier than the Lion Brand Pound of Love. Let me see if I toss it, if it makes it into my Hat Not Hate box. It probably didn't, but there's something in the way so I can't tell. Anyway, let's see. Mark says, I'm not a crocheter or a knitter, but I thought I'd answer the 10 questions anyway to keep them. Okay. Well, Mark, hit me with 10 questions about writing and blogging. I think that would be great because I love to write and I love to blog. Okay, let's see. And the last question is, if you could only crochet or knit one object and then never anything else again, what would it be? I don't have an answer for that question. I cannot imagine that question. Starla likes hats, blankets, scarves, all sizes. Starla, I'm quite sure you are good enough to make wearables. If you want to experiment with my sweater pattern, I will send it to you. I'll send it to you anyway. Mark, my email address is in the description of every video that I do. Oh, hi, Roseanne. Welcome back. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I've been here a while. So we have just been talking about these 10 questions that Bag O' Day started this chain with, this tag thing. No one has tagged me yet, and I'm deeply hurt. Although I haven't been checking since I've been on here, so I don't know. Let's see. Amanda says, I love to make where'd it go? I love to make Bag O' Day ponchos. Yes, I would agree. Maribel says, wearables aren't that bad at all. You can do it, Starla. I agree. Okay, Starla, I will send you that pattern. Nancy says, I remember my first shawl. I was on a shawl kit for a while, liking the cardigans now. I don't think I have it nearby. Oh, I could reach for it. Okay. The same guy who wrote the polo shirt pattern that I've been working on, and I've shown you the pictures, he wrote this sweater pattern, and I just happen to have my file case here with patterns. Let me see if I can find it. This is my sweater file. It's either in the very back or the very front. I printed it in black and white, but it's a vertical, chunky stripe sweater. The color pictures are a lot nicer. And I have just the right yarns for it. So I might just do that. I think I'll keep this out. Yeah, I have a file box for all the patterns that I've printed out, which is a lot. I have a bunch of patterns that I have not yet printed out that are stored on my hard drive. I back up my hard drive quite frequently. The ones that, it's funny, the ones that I want to print out, I have to put on my Google Drive, and then I have to go to the other device on the other side of the room, the one that's connected to an actual printer, and print it from there. Enough of that. Anyway. So, Starla, if I forget to send you that pattern, please remind me, because we all know I have a mind with a sieve. Oh, Roseanne. Roses are red, violets are blue. I like David's channel, and you should subscribe too. That's lovely. Mark says, roses are red, violets are blue. Art comes in so many forms that it shouldn't matter what you choose to do. Yes, I would agree. Mark, I'm going to send you a poem that I just recorded today for a future Sunday reading that I think you will enjoy. It's really cute. What else? Afghan. If I had to pick one item, Mark says, it would be slippers. Mark, I would love to see a poem about crochet. Yeah, new comments. What do we got here? Oh, God. Oh, excuse me. I've been doing this for a while now. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, anybody want to come up? We like it when people come up. Because I'm not that interesting all that long. I only have a finite amount of entertainment value. But you know, actually there are some things that I could announce. Mark, roses are red, violets bear blue. If you have two hands, you can crochet too. I like that, Nancy. Yes. Crochet is not that hard if you can count. So let's see. I could talk about some announcements. Of course, I have patterns on Ravelry and Etsy, and those links are in the description. I talked about my posting schedule just a minute ago. I have a new blog called, not surprisingly, Bearded Yarn Dudes. That link is also in the description. I also have a Patreon channel, or Patreon page, and I have a few subscribers so far. I'd love to have more. There's only one membership level, and I chose the lowest dollar amount that Patreon recommends. So it's a cheap way to show me a little bit of love and to join the community. Well, actually, to create a community, because we're just starting out this thing. We've only been up for a while. On the patterns that are on Etsy, the paid patterns on Etsy and Ravelry, actually both, I can do commissions as time allows. As I have stated before, I do not haggle. The price is the price. Let's see. What are we going to do here? That's pretty much all. I'm looking at an old list of topics to bring up to for another live. Starla says she used to write narrative poetry, but she thinks she's lousy at rhyming. Yes, Mark, I saw that you had subscribed and I sent you a message through a Patreon. Ah, Roseanne is happy that we're spelling her name correctly. I'm happy that none of you are calling me Dave, because I get very, very angry if people call me Dave. And you don't want to see me angry. So, you know, again, tell me what's going on with you. Keep the conversation going, because I wonder, let's see, I had a sandwich a couple of hours ago. And of course, whenever I get bored, my mind immediately goes to food. And I'm thinking, running out of steam here. What can I do for a little bit of energy? Oh, but I'm going to stick here. I'm going to stay here until 12 o'clock at least, because it's not all that long now. Yeah, Deborah. Hi, Deborah. Let's see. Oh, Deborah's making pizza. Bring it over. Nancy is on the last round of a hexagon. Remind me what hexagon pattern you're working on. I want to figure out how to do a hexagon toddler sweater. I have a pattern that I sort of need to, what I need to do is to buy the PDF and not look at the blog post because there's so many interruptions and advertisements and just complete drivel on the blog post. I think I'll do that. Anyway, Nancy says it's from a tutorial. Whose tutorial? Anyway, last minute Laura made a really beautiful hexagon sweater that was a hexagon in the front, a hexagon in the back, a hexagon for both sleeves. And it was really pretty cool. The hubby says I can't have any of his pizza. He says, I'm fat and I'm hungry. Well, so am I. Roseanne is looking for a simple sweater pattern for an adult. Can't seem to find any good ones. Roseanne, have you looked at Bagaude's tutorials for sweaters? She has some adult, she has an adult male crew neck sweater that could be unisex that I think is great. Hi, Kim. Glad to see you here. Oh, yes, yes. Please come up and join me when you're ready. I see that you're putting the kiddos to bed. Kiddos take priority for people with kiddos. That's great. Hi, Julie. What did you say? It has been a busy day. Got a couple of hours of yard work. Compost bin. Yeah, you were telling us that before. Yeah, and yet, Julie, you still refuse to come over and help me with my yard work. Nancy, what's the link you just dropped? You're welcome to drop them, but I don't know what it is. Okay. So, yeah, I'm all in favor of easy patterns. And a basic crew neck sweater is not difficult at all. In fact, my sweater pattern is based on a very simple crew neck idea. And I just put a whole bunch of fancy cabling on the front and a little bit of ribbing on the back. And that's that. I do the sleeves a little differently. I do them bottom up instead of top down. I start with a wristband doing back loop only single crochet ribbing. So let's see what else. Who else has something to say? Anyone who has come in lately, what's on your hook? What's in your cup? What was for dinner? Everyone, I imagine, has had dinner by now. And what's going on? What does the week ahead bring for you? I sort of want another sandwich, even though I'm not all that hungry. I just want another sandwich. Julie says, I got 6 and 12 cute organizers and put together and loaded with yarn. That sounds like a good beginning for yarn storage. When I win the lottery, I know just exactly where I'm going to get a 3-bedroom house or condo, and one room will be all yarn, and another room will be all workroom and studio, and then another room will be sleeping. You know, and I'll get a nice computer and oh, and a piano. I need a piano. I really, really need a piano. Let's see. Oh, Go Forth and Knit gets his second Pfizer shot tomorrow. You know, lots of people talk about side effects from the shot, but you know, it's better than having the disease. I think I might be wrong here. I'm not a scientist. I am in no way an authority on anything. But I suspect that people who think they're going to have side effects more often have side effects than those who think they won't. That is purely conjecture. I base that on nothing. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an authority. I know nothing. I'm completely ignorant. I am the most ignorant person you will ever find. Julie says Nancy dropped the How to Crochet hexagon cardigan. The hexagon granny square cardigan. Okay, did she drop that link here? Where? Oh, was that the YouTube link that Nancy dropped? Okay. Okay. Anyway. Tell you what, I went to the vet to get my shot. And now you have a craving for milk, bones. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, now I understand the link that Nancy dropped above. It was a tutorial apparently for the hexagon cardigan that she was talking about. Okay. Okay, I'm going to step away for just a minute. I will be back. Don't have fun without me. You'll be in bed. You should be in bed. Earth. I'm back. Did you miss me? Uh-oh. Crickets, did Mark drop a dad joke? Where is it? I think I missed something, but that's okay. Oh, Starla, that doesn't sound like fun. An MRI and a lumbar puncture. Mark, that's your choice. I don't really think that's a discussion I want to get into right now about vaccines versus about whether or not to have it. I support people who do have it, and I support the freedom to choose people who, for people who do not have it. But I'm not going to debate anything here because I want to keep it light and frothy. Because that's me, light and frothy. Okay, I'm not light, but I'm frothy. I hope. Okay, I'd really love for someone else to come up. Okay, there's the link again. Mark, it's not an awful topic, it's just that I don't think this is a place for debate. And there's a lot of discussion to be had. And, you know, whenever you meet people online whose viewpoints differ from you, you're not going to convince them of anything, and they're not going to convince you of anything. That's why it's not a place for debate. So, I'm sure there are people on both sides of the question in the room, but I don't think this is the place for debate. Nancy says she'll be right back. Okay. Have I missed anyone's entrance? Let's well, I don't know. I don't know. We have 16 people in the room right now. Let's see. What else are we going to do? I'll tell you what I'm working on. Let's see. I showed you this particular clergy stole, which is made up of different kinds of granny squares. Let's see. This one is a solid granny square. This one is a traditional granny square. And this one is a hybrid of the two. So I got started making clergy stoles because I know so many people who are in the ministry. They're fun to make. And not only that, these stole patterns are easily adaptable into scarf patterns as well. So, and in fact, I state that in the patterns themselves. So this is one that I've been doing. I had an idea for another one that first I was going to do all in one piece, and then based on the feedback from a tester who was in the room, I have started an experiment of doing it in different, in tiles rather, in pieces, just like the granny square pieces. This is the regular crochet piece. I don't know if you can see it very well. Let's see. You can't really see it very well because the yarn is dark in this case. It's 4 rows of single crochet, 8 rows of almond stitch, and then 4 rows of single crochet. Mark, please don't apologize. You're just fine. Oh, hey, Hook, are you back from your walk? Anyway, so I'm making some of these, and where's the other one that I was? Okay. And I'm interspersing those with tiles like this of Tunisian crochet, which I don't know, because of the lighting you can't really see it. This is the Tunisian lattice stitch. And I'm all tangled up here, but I haven't quite finished this particular piece yet. But that's how it's going, and I intend to put that together while my testers, I have one tester who is probably no longer in the room because she's in Europe and it's very late there, who is going to do the piece. She's also working on something else first. Who's going to do the piece all in one piece. And then the other tester is still in the room and made the suggestion of doing it in tiles, or at least based on her comments, I took it as a suggestion or had the idea, I don't even remember. But I'm doing this alternative to do it as tiles. In the pattern, I will present it probably as two different alternatives, because it's easy to go back and forth from traditional to Tunisian, so long as you keep the number of stitches per row consistent. The challenge is in finding, manipulating hook size so that all of your sections, Tunisian and the different kinds of stitches you're doing with traditional, all are pretty close to the same width, because you don't want it to go in and out, in and out, in and out. So it's proving to be a challenge, but I think I'm up to it. So I think with this piece, I only need to do one more row. Let me get my tape measure out. So that is... This is... Okay, yeah, I think one more row will do it. Okay, Nancy's in the basement. Are you humble and in a basement? Old church music joke. Okay, the hard thing when you pick up a piece after a bit is figuring out which row you need to do if you're alternating rows. I think this is the right one. I guess we're going to find out if it's not. All right. Oh, there you are, Nancy. Hi.
Hi, how you doing? I can't stay super long because I got to get up early. Wait, I got to move over this way. You know, I got to pick up the baby tomorrow and take him to daycare.
Oh, yes.
My daughter-in-law is petite, so now that her belly is getting so big, if she wants to reach the pedals, she's too close to the steering wheel. So she's not going to be driving for a while.
And tell me again when the new baby is coming?
June 7th. She's set up for a C-section.
Oh, so they expect that they need one because...
Well, they had one last time, and I guess sometimes she don't really want to go through the labor again. She had a rough time the last time. baby went in distress. So sometimes they just do another one. If you really want to try, I think you can. But here, I'll show you what I'm making. I keep talking about it.
Oh, that's nice.
Not like a typical granny square. It has like these little, like over here, see? Like I don't know, you're doing like chain 2 every other row and you know, going in between. So it's giving it a nice little design. And I'm in Florida, so I'm using I Love This cotton. So, I mean, it's better. It's not like the sugar and cream or the stuff you get at Walmart cotton. It's a little softer and it has like, I have another skein over there with the name, I forget. I got it on clearance. So you fold it in it and it becomes like you have 2 of them. So I'm on the last row of this one. Whoops, I folded it wrong. It's hard to do it on your lap. But I think it's going to be big enough at this point.
Yeah.
The lady made a medium. I wanted it slightly bigger. I went up a hook size, and I think I did 1 extra row than she did. Her tutorial was a little hard to decipher. Like,
whose tutorial was that?
Very good. Yeah, look.
Yeah, say again whose tutorial it was.
Something. Wait a second. It was something Frida. I never saw her before, and I had saved the tutorial. I got to go on my phone and pull it up because I can't remember the name of her channel. It's something Crochet and Knits with Frida, and she does a lot of knitting on her channel. I'm not really a knitter. I learned a little knitting this year. Not so great with it. So
I might learn knitting at some point. It's not terribly high on my list, on my bucket list. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because there are so many things I still want to accomplish with crochet.
I just wanted to at least get past the casting on point. I'm trying to get it really close. Whoop. Crochet and knit with Birdie. I don't know how to pronounce that. See?
Fareed Abakar. I don't know what language that is.
30,000 subscribers.
Good for her.
Yeah, so she has crochet and knit tutorials. But this tutorial, somebody else told her how to make it. It's not her pattern. She doesn't have a pattern for it. So she did the tutorial and like her yarn kept splitting during it and her camera work wasn't very good. And she kept saying, I can't go slower than this. You could rewind it, like, you know. But anyway, I did kind of figure it out because she said, oh, repeat this row and this row. In the beginning, it started off easy and then, I don't know.
Yeah, not always the way, yeah.
Some tutorial people are easier than others. Like Fiber Spider is really good.
Do you know one of his most popular patterns? He states at the very beginning it's not his design, but he just created the tutorial based on a picture that he had seen. And people get up in arms when they see other people doing the same design. And there was a big thing with other designers and Fiber Spider fans getting very defensive and everything. And, you know, Craig, he doesn't want any drama ever. And I don't think anyone really does. But it happened. So I had actually written up a pattern and offered it to him to use, to publish, based on his tutorial, and he didn't want to because of all the drama that had happened in the past before.
Did he take it down or is it still there?
No, the tutorial is still there, and it remains a very popular.
Which one was it?
It's called the Which Way Fillet Blanket.
Oh, I made that. You made that. But there's other people making, like there's multiple Call the Midwife, there's multiple Which Way Fillets. He's not the only one that made it.
No, and the thing is, he never ever stated that it was his design. But
right.
his fans are getting all up in arms on his behalf sometimes. And I am reminded of a line in a book from Miss Manners. Do you remember the columnist Miss Manners?
No, I'm pretty old.
No, you're
Not kidding.
we're probably about the same age, but
We are. I think
I'm probably older than you are. But anyway, she said that the man who leaps to the defense of a wife who has not been offended soon finds that life is not worth living.
Say that again.
The man who leaps to the defense of a wife who has not been offended soon finds that life is not worth
why
living.
defend her if she hasn't been offended?
Yes, that's exactly it. So if he thinks that she should be offended and she doesn't, then he has a big problem.
We went to the wedding. He had a great time. See.
Oh, he is so cute. I love that little suit.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Look at that. He's so cute.
Yeah, he's cute. We have a lot. We're going to have another boy. So I have 3 boys. They'll have 2 boys. And we'll see what happens with my other son that got married. They want to have kids too, eventually.
Well, yep, in their own time, of course.
Right. I had started another sweater that I kind of abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like it said it was from Hey Carrie. Did you ever check out Hey Carrie?
Sounds familiar, but I don't think I don't think I've been to that channel.
Right. Well, she has a lot of sweaters and cardigans.
Mm-hmm.
So I did like 2 of her sweaters. Then I did a cardigan that came out really nice, the green one that I made. It was like a bigger hook, so it didn't take long. And then I went to do this other one, and it said I only needed like 900 yards. And then it was obvious I didn't have it was off, you know. She said she was doing the large, and according to her, she has a blog with the free patterns and different sizes, estimate of how much yarn, and she said use number 4. Anyway, it was obvious I wasn't going to have enough yarn, and I wasn't going to continue. It was too much work. And, you know, I am in Florida. I do like the cardigan kind of because sometimes I want to go, when I go to church, the air conditioner is freezing there. So, you know, I figured instead of shawls all the time, let me make little cardies and like maybe make a neutral color. Like I like the idea of making a neutral color that you could wear it with more things, you know, like black or gray or that kind of thing. Even though I like colors. And I did wear one of my shawls yesterday. I'll show you one. It was a shawl and a ball, your favorite yarn.
You know, I love to do ponchos, but I will say that I saw a lot more ponchos when I lived in Texas than I have seen here in North Carolina. Although I have seen a few.
I don't know if you could see this. It's like a circle shawl.
Oh, yeah?
This is the one I wore yesterday. I made this a while ago.
So now, I'm not saying that my experience with shawl and a ball is universal. It's just that
I understand.
I used it once before and didn't mind it. It's just this last time, and I have the let us call suspended project in a Ziploc bag somewhere, and I don't know where. Well, it's in this room somewhere, but you know that's not narrowing things down very much.
It is kind of roving, you know. It's like roving, like mildly roving and thin. Like they say it's a 4, but I call it a 3. I don't know. So maybe that's like, you know, I had gotten a bunch of mandala cakes a while back, a couple of years ago, for like $1 each. So I bought so many of them. And then, you know, that's when I started using number 3 yarn.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So basically, I'm pretty lucky with getting deals.
Yeah, I started. I think my fondness for number 3 started when I started using an awful lot of Lion Brand Mandala,
Mhm.
which is number 3.
One of
And
the, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, that's all.
Yeah, well, I made a sweater with some mandala cakes I had, and then I color controlled it. I only wore it a couple of times. It was like a short sleeve top. And it still was kind of heavyish, you know, even though it's, so that's why, like, the knitted stuff, I think works up lighter and more like you can wear it more like, let's say a woman can wear it more with like, you know, with just a bra underneath, where with the crochet, you kind of feel like you got to put a tank top under there.
Yeah, yeah,
really-
and it does depend upon what exactly you're working, the stitch and everything.
Right. And then
And
I made with that comfy cotton, I made a top with the and that's was like a number 3, but it seemed like it was pretty heavy in the end.
That's what I'm thinking. As I'm working this polo shirt, it's a number 3, but it does feel a little heavy. I think when it's done, it might feel that way. Still going to wear it because, you know, I paid for the yarn.
I know. I got some of that for $1 also.
Mm.
So I have a nice, some of it I paid more. I have, you know, every so often Walmart will put it on clearance.
Yeah.
They won't look at the price. It'll just sit there for like $4. Like, you know, they'll reduce it and then I'll just wait and I'll just keep checking. All of a sudden it'd be $1.
Do you have the Walmart app on your phone?
Yeah, I know. I use that too.
Yeah, yeah. So you can.
I got all that Christmas yarn for like 64 cents.
Oh. Now people talk about these wonderful deals they find at Walmart, and I never do.
Well, I went to multiple Walmarts that week, and some of them didn't have any of it. But I got some camo. I got some camo.
Mm-hmm.
Now I just have a ridiculous amount of yarn. Most of it's in the closet.
No, we don't like closets around here.
Huh?
Don't like closets around here. That was a joke. You can laugh if you like.
Most of it's hidden. It's hidden yarn. My husband saw the yarn in the other room, and he's like, "What's going on here?" I'm like, "Hey, listen, I spent my own money. You know, I got it on clearance. Got to buy it when it's on sale. You don't have any idea what this stuff costs. You know, you need like several. Let's say a blanket. You need like several. Maybe I had at AC Moore. I bought some yarn for like that was originally $10. I paid $1 each, like in a chunky.
Do you know when AC Moore closed? I was no longer in Wilmington. I was in Dallas for about 6 or 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no AC Moore in Dallas, so I missed out on the sales in Wilmington. And now I'm back in Wilmington. There's no AC Moore. Sorry.
When did you come back to Wilmington?
I came back at the end of May of last year, right around Memorial Day.
Okay. So it's almost a year.
Almost a year, yeah. I would love to go back to Dallas, but there are a number of reasons I stay in Wilmington. But there are lots of things that I miss about Dallas.
My sister's in that area.
In Dallas?
Yeah, I found these the other day. It's a Tunisian Afghan hook.
Oh, yeah?
I got these 2 for $2. Whoop, here they are.
That's excellent. Where was that?
Goodwill.
Oh, really?
And then listen, it's just hit or miss. This is like, and I got this one. It's a shorter one.
Mm-hmm.
Good for a washcloth. I like the way, I think of, you know, Tunisian works up nice, like a nice dense washcloth, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. If I get around, I got plenty of cotton, so I'll get around.
It would work very well with the cotton yarn for something dense. I haven't been all that crazy about cotton in the past, although I do like this cotton blend that I've been working with. So I haven't done much household stuff.
Well, the Hobby Lobby cotton isn't bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I got it on clearance, so when they had their big sale, what happened was they opened a brand new Hobby Lobby not far from me.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, this was the second year that I got bought clearance yarn at Hobby Lobby. And the first time, it was really out of the way, and I only got to go there once. It wasn't a lot left. I took what I could get. So I bought stuff maybe I wouldn't have bought. You know, it's a good way to get yarns you wouldn't try. Like I bought that, somebody calls it Hellspun, that it's like that yarn that's real curly, but their brand.
Oh,
You know,
it's like the Lion Brand Homespun?
Yeah, and I made a blanket with it. I had to make like a V-stitch blanket because you can't see the stitches,
Mm.
you know. Oh, so Grandma Anna says, beautiful Nancy, thank you. And Be Yourself with Jane says, I never use shawl and a ball. It's so beautiful. Yeah, I bought some with I like the one with the little sparkle in it better.
Mm-hmm.
And then I bought it online when they had a big sale where it was like $5 for $10.
That's what I got. Yeah.
And the first time I bought it at Walmart, it was on like clearance. I think I paid $3.50 each. The first one that I used. So, and I still have that shawl. And I found some at AC Moore, so I still have a bunch, and I haven't used it in a while. So
Now you're in South Florida, right?
yeah, I'm in Pembroke Pines. It's near.
Oh yes, Pembroke Pines. I used to live in Hollywood.
Okay, so I'm just west of Hollywood. I was in Hollywood. Here's where I went for my first injection that we were not talking about. I went to the park for an hour and a half on a line, whatever, and I got to go back in 3 weeks.
Mm.
I heard they don't even supposedly last for more than 6 months anyway.
Well, you know,
protection supposedly lasts 6 months.
Anything you hear, you want to double check with, reliable sources.
Well, whatever. I'm having a new baby, so my son's nagging me to do it.
Of course.
So, whatever. It's personal. Everybody has a personal choice what they want to do. I don't think it should be forced on anyone. That's all. Anyway, let's talk about something else.
Exactly.
So,
let's talk about puppies.
We have a dog, and his name is Milo, and he's like a month.
I'm not sure I knew that.
Yeah, I don't have that many pictures of him. It's hard to get a good picture because he
moves around so much.
He has like a brindle color, like chocolate color, like a little black, like the brindle look in it. He's a real sweet dog. He's very good. He doesn't like thunder. So if he's like, we call him a doggy barometer. Because like if there's any kind of thundering going on, and you get a lot of that in South Florida, he's not going to want to go for his walk. Like my husband has to take him in the car and take him to a park normally where he will do his number 2. He will be in the backyard. I don't have much of a yard. My yard is like all pool and hardly any yard. There's like dirt all the way around the pool on one side. So
are you in like a townhouse community or single family homes?
Single family homes.
Okay.
So we're here about going on 6 years, I think. Like we sold our house in New York and we bought a house here.
You could probably pay cash for your house in Florida after selling in New York. Sorry?
Houses went up a lot over here.
Oh yeah, of course.
My house in New York was worth more, and it was a 2-family house. That house needed a lot of work, and it was my other house was very old. I mean, when we bought it, I think it was we lived there 11 years, and it was built in like 1935 or something like that. So it was old, and the house was small. I don't know. It wasn't a big enough house really for us, but I loved the neighborhood. But we lived in many different areas of Brooklyn before we moved here. And the kids, the 2 of them are still there, so they're in apartments now.
I lived in Prospect Heights for a while. I had a tiny studio apartment in a brownstone, and I didn't realize that the brownstone had gone co-op. And the guy I was renting from was just like a managing agent. And then my neighbor told me that another apartment, This was like in the 90s. Another apartment that apparently someone had defaulted on, they had sold for $8,500.
It's like nothing.
It was a studio, but still $8,500 for a Brooklyn apartment.
Well, it was a time when my husband wasn't ready to buy a house, and you know, we didn't do it, and we should have, because the houses were like under 100 grand, and then they jumped up like crazy.
They always do.
Yeah, that's all.
And then I went into real estate when I was living in Westchester.
Mm-hmm.
And so I learned a lot about the market. And so I knew exactly what I was failing at. And let's see, what do I need to do next? Another row of this. So yeah, markets, particularly in New York, are so volatile. And you hear that in the past year, particularly the rental market has been severely depressed and landlords are desperate. But then again, you hear that that particular trend is waning and they're less desperate, and you know, they're not going to offer the kinds of discounts and perks that they were before. So I don't know. I'm not planning on moving back to New York anytime soon, but I still like to read about real estate.
Trying to find a picture of the dog.
Oh yeah?
I don't know. Like something's going on with my photos. Like I can't find all my photos. I got Google. I haven't a Android. You know.
All of my photos are all over the place. I really need, it would probably take a couple of days to try to organize them. And I don't have that kind of time or patience to spare.
Oh wait, okay. Now I got to. If I
Crochet,
could, I don't take a lot of pictures of the dog. I mean, where is it? I don't know. I'm having issues with this thing.
Crochet Nana says that her cat, they call the TWC, the weather cat. If a storm is within 30 minutes, she would belly crawl and hide.
What'd she say?
Yeah. No.
So her cat was. Oh, the weather cat.
A weather indicator, yes. More reliable than any TV weatherman.
You know, all of a sudden I can't find half my pictures.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Of course, you know, it's when you're trying to find them, you can't find them.
Particularly when you want to show somebody, but it's okay.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah, send it to me whenever you find it, because I do love puppies.
Well, he's a
which
nice.
Should surprise no one.
Well, he came from the North Shore Animal League on Long Island.
Oh yes, you mentioned that once. Yeah.
Well, we were living there, so.
Mm-hmm.
We're living there.
Okay. Go forth and okay. What did the chain say? Deborah is making, or rather, Jane is making hats. Go forth and knit says. Oh, they're talking about Lost Crojo and motivation. And actually, that's going to be one of my topics in the next couple of weeks. I don't remember exactly which date, but I do Topic Tuesday lives. Mm-hmm. And one of my topics upcoming is going to be finding or reclaiming your crojo. And I want to hear from people your ideas about finding and reclaiming your crojo. I have to say that, in the past months I've had some rather dark times, and crochet is, sometimes it was like the only thing I had.
Yeah.
So,
I'm going to be busy, so I don't know what's going to happen when the summer comes.
oh yeah, because your grandchild is coming in June, you say.
I mean, my daughter-in-law has to go back to work after 2 weeks. And my son
2 weeks?
2 weeks. Her job is such demanding. It's like she has a job that no one else could do.
Can she not take disability?
No, she needs that job.
No, but with short-term disability, she can at least be assured that the job will still be there and have more time at home. That's ridiculous. 2 weeks. In other countries, they get 6 months, and some of them up to 2 years.
That's not happening. Anyway, she needs that job and, the money.
I understand.
She makes more money than he does, and, he's taking off like the whole summer. He's taking paternity leave. He has the better insurance. He works in a hospital. So,
okay.
Eventually, but even if she's working in the beginning, I'll probably just go to their house to help.
And how far away are they?
10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's why I moved here. So, they're just a 10-minute ride to their house, basically. That's all. Anyway. Hey, Susan. Susan, hello.
Now, you said your other son is like a university teacher?
No, high school.
Or am I confused?
High school teacher.
Oh, okay.
So he teaches math, like algebra. He has a channel.
I did algebra today, I will have you know.
Really?
Yes, algebra will last you your whole life. But anyway, he has a channel, you say? Sorry?
I forgot it already.
I'll bet if you were trying to figure out how much yarn you had left of a skein based on the weight of what you had already used, your algebra would come back to you.
Well, I don't think I need it right now. Oh, I found my pictures. They came back. Because I have 2 accounts. I have a Gmail account that was my original, and then I added another email, nancy.crochet@gmail.com. I don't know what happened. It got switched. No big deal. Well, if I ever find a picture of the dog, I'll show it to you. I'm just scrolling.
Whenever, it's okay.
No big deal. He's a nice dog. He does bark a lot if the people come to the door. Otherwise, he doesn't really bark.
Well,
we have a cat too. We have a kitty cat. The cat was an outdoor cat. We had another cat that died that had to be put down over the pandemic.
Oh dear.
And he was like 16 and he was failing or whatever. So I know I did take pictures of him lately, but I've got 10,000 pictures of the baby in here.
Gosh, I don't know any other grandmas who do that.
Oh, everybody does it. Yeah, just wait. There's going to be a second one. So.
I'm one of 15 grandchildren. If cell phones were available, I think my grandmother would have probably blown hers out.
Yeah, it's a bad habit I have.
I don't think it's a bad habit.
Well, I got to get some printed, like I took a lot of pictures from the wedding, I'm sure they had a photographer.
Actually, you can buy home printers that will print very nice quality photos.
I think I'd rather have it done at the store.
Well,
I
there's
just
also
try to print pictures, and I found that they come out a lot better the other way.
yeah, that
I
works
had to
too.
fade. Then you got to buy the paper, and the paper's expensive.
Mhm.
So like I could just pick out the ones I like. Or you
Yeah,
can make-
they always sell the printers cheap, but it's the ink and the paper and everything else that costs a lot of money. So I've heard of people who have printers stacked up. They just keep buying more printers because it's cheaper than buying more toner. Oh, you found it?
Well, I found a picture.
Oh, look at him!
I think he's
Oh,
fatter now. This is an old picture. You can't see.
okay.
There's my husband.
I don't know that I've ever seen a picture of your husband.
Well, if you follow me on Instagram, I posted one yesterday from the wedding.
I probably saw that, but yesterday was a funny day.
Okay. Wait, I'll show you one picture. They had like a little swing, and we took a picture on the swing. One second. Oh, there they are.
Nice.
Not that in focus, but he's gone white on the head.
I like the color of your dress there.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people had a blue on. I was surprised. Anyway, I have to go to bed early.
Mm.
I'm not gonna stay on too much longer.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you came up to join me.
Hey,
It's been lovely having you
I know what
here.
it's like to be on there alone, and sometimes I can't get anybody up there.
Well, do you know, I'm finding that I'm not that bad at running my mouth.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I can't promise that everything I say will make sense, particularly as the hours drag on, but I can at least run my mouth.
Oh,
And
Jane's talking about the storm again. Yeah, you know what?
oh, there's a storm?
Time of the year, like, with the thunder, I was talking about the thunder with the storm.
Oh, yeah.
But in South Florida, like a certain time of the year, it's like constant. It like every day. Sometimes we could be having like rain in the afternoon with some thunder. And we came from New York, where you didn't have it that often. But over here, it's like you can't. I tried everything. We tried the sweater. He just won't go to the park occasionally. But he goes in the morning a lot, so it's usually afternoon rain when it gets really hot. Whatever. It is what it is. He gets to go out.
Well, it sounds like he's doing okay anyway.
Oh yeah, the fireworks. They don't like that. Maria's talking.
Oh, none of them like fireworks, do they?
Oh, is it like Dallas? Except for we don't have any winter. Because my
Well,
sister.
you had winter this year.
I didn't have any winter.
Dallas did.
No, I know Dallas did. I'm saying where I am in Florida, you have hardly any cold weather. You might have a cool morning. Like it was a little cool yesterday and today for a change, but I wouldn't call it cold.
One year when I was in South Florida, it actually got down to freezing during the Christmas period. My first year, Christmas Day was like in the 70s, and I didn't know what to think. But there was another year when I think it was over Christmas that the temperature got down to freezing. And I didn't know what to think then either.
Well, it says here, tomorrow it may be 58 in the morning, but by the afternoon it'll be 80. And, that's all. We do have to worry about the hurricane season.
That can be a big worry. Let me see what we have for tomorrow. Our high tomorrow is going to be apparently 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
Not too bad.
No. Tuesday, it will be in the 80s, but then it's back in the 70s the rest of the week. And we might have some storms later in the week. According to this, of course, it all changes every day.
All right, I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna let you run your mouth. No, just kidding.
Well, thank you for coming up. It's been lovely having you here.
Thanks for having me, and keep up the good work.
Mm.
And we'll see.
That's what I'm trying.
Before I go to sleep, I'll check and see if you're still there.
Well, I plan to be here until midnight at least. I might go longer. It just depends on. Well, as I've said, I'll be here until you guys can't stand me any longer, or I can't stand you any longer.
Stay awake, I guess, because remember when Lisa did her 24? She tried to do a 24-hour live. Lisa, you know, Ladybug. Ladybird, not Ladybug.
Ladybird, yeah.
I think she'd only made it to like 20, 21 hours, which was good, but it's like I can sit here and my butt starts to hurt. I need a better chair. You know.
Well, I have lots of pillows. Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
Oh, and it's funny on my other device over there. It's not my device. It's just it's actually my sister's other device where I run other people's channels. Someone else is over there, and I can't remember who I'm running, but she is wearing the most colorful sweater that she has made, and she just stood up to show the full effect, and it's really beautiful. And I can't remember who it is.
Oh.
But she just stood up as we were talking, and I looked over there, and I'm going, wow, what a rainbow. I'm getting punchy as I'm getting tired, I think.
Okay, let's see. All right, I'm gonna go. You could look at the chat or something, and I'll check in before I go to sleep.
Okay, well, I'm glad you were here. Thank you for coming.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Okay, bye. Bye. Okay, anybody else who wants to come up, you're perfectly welcome. I'm just posting the link right now. Otherwise, we can just keep talking. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Trying to do this yarn. I'm doing like a 4.5 millimeter hook. Okay, I have this standard metal hook that I have in this little handle attachment that you take apart. Let's see. You have the hook. There's this sort of thing that you add to it. And first you put the hook in the base, then you put the top on, and then you find the right way to screw it back on. But this hook and this yarn don't seem to be getting along all that well. I'm using a smaller yarn to make things align correctly. And I think it's sort of, or I mean a smaller hook to make things align correctly. And it just takes a little more work and a little more focus. And of course it's a dark yarn and it's nighttime, so I should just pick up something else, shouldn't I? But I'll keep going because I only have a couple more single crochet rows here. So what else is going on? What have I missed in the chat? Let's see. B, you're in Dallas. Your dog used to pass out with thunder, so I'm not surprised. Starla says 22. I don't know what that's in relationship. Smooth like butter. Yarn hates your prim hooks. Okay, I haven't tried that particular brand of yarn or that particular brand of hooks, but I will take your word for it. Let's see. B says it really works. Make it small. Okay, what are we talking about? Oh, there appears to have been a a discussion about CBD oil that I completely missed. Susan asks where I am. I'm in Wilmington, North Carolina. What else? Roseanne says her math skills are terrible. She usually plays yarn chicken and takes her chances. I've done that many times. I think I've probably lost more than I've won. Okay, what do we got here? It sticks to the hooks. I think this is the premier just yarn that I got from Dollar Tree. I've never had trouble with any other particular hook, but this is a smaller hook, a darker color, and it's night, and the light is not great in this room. And I'm also using this handle, which I don't know how I feel about. Because I think if I get the yarn too high up on the shaft, then the yarn might get caught on this, because this little bit at the edge is a little rough, and I think that's my chief complaint. I'd rather just use the plain hook without this device, actually. And in fact, okay, I'm going to finish this one piece, and then I'm going to just take it out of the shaft, and we'll be good. I bet I can't. What else is going on? Oh, hey, Mark. That's perfectly okay. I never expected anyone to stay the entire time because people have lives. You got to do what you got to do. If you need to get to bed, you need to get to bed. I understand that. There is every possibility if you tune in at 11, you'll see me sleeping in this chair. Probably not, but don't rule it out. Starless says that some of her lighted hooks have that little niche that the yarn catches on. That has not been my experience with the lighted hooks. It's really just with this one hook handle, which I will admit was very cheap. And I can't say that I'm 100% thrilled with. I can't say that it offers a better experience than just using the plain metal hook would, particularly since I have hooks that I enjoy using more, particularly, let's see, what is this? Let's see this. Particularly lighted hooks like this. Okay, that one's not going to light up, but in the same size. And I've said many times that I like the way this fits in my hand. I'm not really digging this handle. So once I finish this one piece, I will change over to the right hook if I can find it. Let's see, that's no, I'll find it eventually. No, close. That's no. I'll find one that I can work with. That's certainly not it. That's not it. Anyway, we'll get it figured out. Heck, I can use this metal one without the handle, and I would like it a lot. In fact, I'm going to do that now. I'm just going to take out of this dad-blamed handle. Ta-da! There we go. I'll bet you that it will go much more smoothly now. It's still a smaller than usual hook on a worsted weight yarn, but it's working better without that awkward hook. Okay, I won't be using that handle again. And that is my final decision. Okay, put it up here. So, what else is happening? The prems fit my hand. Okay. Now, let's go back here. I have said many times that I like these hooks, that not so much for the lighting up, but the lighting up is fun if you're doing dark yarns. But because of the way it fits in my hand, I use a knife grip, and it fits really, really well. Hi, who knows? Okay, Dinas is going to bed. Good night, Dinas. And it looks like Maria Elena Valdivia is leaving us too. So, this I like very much. I don't need the light very often. Sometimes if I'm working with a very dark yarn, I do. Another hook that I like very much, this is the only furls hook that I have. It was a gift. It's a size I, 5.5 millimeter. And okay, just because I switched to that middle hook without the handle, it immediately fell to the floor and made a clang. Anyway, this is a furls hook. It's an I, 5.5 millimeter. I enjoy using it very much. Do I enjoy using it enough to spend the money that Furls asks for more of these? Not right now. I would not turn down more Furls hooks as gifts. And I do truly enjoy using this. But they're expensive hooks. And there's no getting around that. Okay, this is another hook that I have. This is from a set that someone gave me as a gift. It's unbranded really. The only marking on it is the size. In this case, it's a 5 millimeter hook. I think it is meant to approximate a very popular name brand hook of what, and I can't remember the name of it. I like using it. It fits my hand fine. It fits my knife grip fine. And the hooks themselves are very smooth. I like them. This is, I believe, a clover hook. I have an this is a K, and this is an L. These are my only two clover hooks. I enjoy using them. They're very smooth. They fit in my hand very well. I like them very much. Okay. These two hooks are Yarnology. This is a 9 millimeter. This is a 10 millimeter. I haven't used them for anything, but I got them recently at Hobby Lobby because the only other 9 millimeter hooks I had were metal, and it seems like whenever I use a metal hook, it's like they're made of cast iron, and the floor, the hardwood floor, is electrically charged. They cannot stay away from the floor, and they make a huge racket. Just today, I bought this teak 9mm hook made by Lion Brand. And I haven't used it yet, but I look forward to it. That's what I've got in the way of hooks. I have a whole bunch of unbranded metal hooks. As far as hooks go, I tend to prefer the tapered ones over the other one that I can't remember. Okay, what am I missing in the chat? Oh, Starla says the lighted hooks allows her to crochet with a migraine when you have to sit up instead of lying down. Yeah. I've seen other people say that the hooks aggravate their migraines or their headaches. So it's all in the experience, to each his own. I mean, the hooks that I like, I know there are people who don't like them, and that's okay. I'm not in the business of persuading anybody of anything. And the same with the well, pretty much anything. I'm not in the business of persuading anybody of anything, except that you need to subscribe and like this video. I am in the business of persuading you to do that and to look at my other videos. How was that? Subtle with a capital T? Okay, I don't think I'm going to use this handle anymore. I didn't like it. And now I can't even put it back together. Okay, there we go. Okay, I didn't like this handle. It was a cheap thing. I think I got it off Amazon. I just won't be using it anymore. And it goes with all these little buds that attach to the to the metal hooks before you put it inside of the handle. My overall impression, meh. Lori, welcome back. Oh no, you have to go to bed. You have to rise at 5:30. I understand that because you told me what you do for a living and it's hard work. So, yes, Lori, I'm glad you are here nonetheless. And we will talk. Oh, hey, Granny D. You're lurking and working his works to make known. So, admiring my live chat stamina. Okay, stamina is one word for it. Yeah, as long as I keep my drink fully charged. I could use a snack, but I don't know exactly what I want. I had a wonderful ham sandwich from the ham that we had at lunchtime, which was our Easter dinner. That my dear sister very nicely brought in to me. But I'm going, please, may I have more? Hey, Crochet Nana. Hey, who knows? Does anyone pre-wash their yarn? Do you know, I've heard people say they do. I haven't done it before. I just ran across a skein that I sort of would like. I sort of wish I had. I'm definitely going to wash or at least soak the pieces that I create with that one skein. Just to see if it works out. Anyway, so we're going to drop the Streamyard link again if anyone wants to come up, because that's part of what's keeping me going, because I've had some perfectly lovely conversations. Did y'all see the Fiber Spider was here earlier? He is such such a lovely fellow. His channel is amazing, and we have also become, you know, just through emails and phone calls and things, friends offline. So he's just lovely. And Crochet Nana, I think, yeah, she came up, and Nancy came up briefly. Granny D came up briefly. Jane. Yes, Jane has washed her dead people yarn because it smells like mothballs. Okay, Mark, go if you have to go. I completely understand, and thank you for sticking with me this long. Okay. You know, get sleep. If you need, if you have to be somewhere tomorrow, get the sleep that you need. That's all I can say. Just do what's good for you, and because that's more important than me. So, anyway, who else is here that I haven't noticed yet? Some people have said that they have to leave. Oh, excuse me. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. It's just exactly the hour that I said that if you tune in, you're going to catch me asleep in the chair. And it might still happen. Who knows? I don't know. So, what are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? Oh. Ooh. Honestly, I really might step away just to get a snack. Would y'all excuse me if I did that? If anyone just gets curious, just tell them I've stepped away. The screen is not frozen. I wanted to find an image. Yes, Jane, I've heard that about yarn. I wanted to be able to put up an image for when I step away, but I haven't figured out how to do that. Maybe next time. Anyway, I'm going to step away for a few minutes, and I will be back. Don't have any fun without me, but do talk about me, and go to my channel and like and subscribe. Okay, I'll be back. Hello, I'm back. Did you miss me? I got a little snack. Nothing better than leftover broccoli casserole. Yum, 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 yum. Mmm, mm, mm, mm. So what have I missed? Ah! How much is that dog in the pillow? The one with a waggly tail. Woof, woof, woof. Okay, Go Forth and Knit is leaving us. Good night, Go Forth. Okay, let's see. What else is going on? Yes, I think this is a golden retriever. I found this pillow at CVS on sale for like $1.99, I think. I had to have it. I would have paid full price for it. Okay, Jane asks who the next person coming up is. So, we don't know because nobody is volunteering to come up. I keep posting the Streamyard link, and you know, if you don't come up here, you have to listen to me blather and watch me eat. Mm. 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 Oh, that is so good. Mm. Jane says she can come up in about 30 minutes. That's okay. Let us know when you're ready. The link isn't going to change, and I'll keep posting it as time goes on. So what are we doing here? I just finished this small Tunisian crochet panel. I wish, let's see what happens if I play with the light a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Can you see the detail in the stitch a little better now? Yeah, I think you can. This is Tunisian lattice stitch. I don't know if you can. Anyway, so my plan is to take panel or tiles like this and tiles like this with alternating single crochet and almond stitch and piece them all together into a very long clergy stole. Clergy stoles need to be long. When I first had the idea of doing clergy stoles, I started looking at patterns just to get an idea of dimensions. And the first one I looked at began with this: first, measure your priest. Well, that sounds like a hell of a lot of fun to me, but I don't think that that's what we're talking about here. Anyway, most clergy stoles are in the region of 90 to 100 inches long and about 4 to 6 inches wide. It varies. Roseanne wants to know who made the broccoli casserole. Actually, my sister made this, but it's yummy, and I love broccoli casserole because I like broccoli, I like cheese. Where could you go wrong here? It's very good. Hi, Divergent Crafter. Oh, hi, Hook, you're back. I'm glad to see you back.
Hi.
They were all bored with me alone.
How you doing, David?
Oh, I need to put in my headphones to hear you, don't I?
Oh.
There we go.
I'm still finishing up this puppy blanket.
I still love those colors.
I know. Aren't they cute?
Mm.
I'm having a little Sunday drink.
Oh, honey, I've been having a little Sunday drink all day long.
Okay, so cheers, David.
Cheers.
David. There you go.
This is a thermal cup that I got back in the days when I was in real estate. And I went to these things at the Board of Realtors where all of these vendors would have these displays and they would give you all kinds of swag. Yeah. So this, I really like this cup. I use it a lot.
I remember those days. In my where I used to work, we used to go to conferences and get we would get the stress balls and the pens and the post-it notepads and the bags and whatever, everything.
Yeah, yeah. And sad to say, but vendors are judged by the swag they give out.
I was my position. I didn't have to use anybody, so I was just there to grab. I didn't have to judge. I didn't. It was just. I didn't have that responsibility to, say I'm gonna use this guy because he's got the prettiest cup. My position in the office was not important enough. So that was good though, less responsibility,
Well, frankly, as a real estate agent, my job was either to find buyers for a house or find a house for buyers. So all of this other stuff was really just ancillary stuff. It was all on the side.
Yeah.
But I did learn a lot. I learned about new development communities. There were presentations at the Board of Realtors about like zoning things and development things that were in the future. And particularly in Wilmington, which is a very quickly growing city. You need to know these things. And that sort of thing. And, who can turn down swag?
Yeah, not me.
Yeah.
Not
and,
me.
merch.
It's all about the merch. It's all about the merch. Babe, could you, hold on, David. I like to say your name, David, because I'm a huge Schitt's Creek fan. David.
It's funny because I've never seen it.
Really? Oh my gosh. David is a big but babe, first of all, you gotta take care of the pasta. Second of all, babe, bring my crochet cart over there. Bring my crochet cart. I'm yelling at Mr. Hook to bring my crochet cart because I finished with this already. I'm done. I'm done.
Oh, really?
I just have to weave in the ends. This is just a newborn blanket. So now I'm gonna finish off with my basket, another basket.
Oh, that's nice.
Because I do these because they're addicting, and I do these when I just have to do something. Excuse the noise. My house, I got 2 bears. If you've been watching my channel, I live with bears, right?
Well, if you know anything about me, I'm sort of fond of bears.
Well, let's trade places then. I'll go live with your sister, and you can live with the bears.
I could cook for them, but I'm not very good at cleaning.
Neither are they? And they don't care. They don't care if it's clean. They really don't care if it's clean. Really don't.
Well, then my sister does care if it's clean, so
Well,
I
then we should switch places.
no,
David.
we should do that for a week. It's like on we've seen that on television shows, haven't we?
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Wife swap.
Yeah. Oh, please.
Do you feel like she's your wife sometimes?
No.
No.
People do ask though.
Because I feel like my husband is my brother sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're like my brother, like the big brother that I never had, like the annoying knock on the head noogies brother. Oh my gosh, I'm telling you, David.
It's funny though, because she's always been there. So she's always been in my life.
Right?
So
That's nice. I have a brother. I hope that he can say that about me. I've always tried to help him, lend a hand, boss him around
But you were like more his mom.
when he needs to be bossed around. Yeah, I was like more his mother because my mom was just, well, like I said, she never swear. She was very
No,
proper.
You were like 15 years apart.
Yeah, I was like 13 when he was 12 when he was
oh
born.
yeah, that's a big difference. My sister and I are less than a year apart.
Oh really? Oh.
So we were like twins growing up.
Oh my gosh.
You're right.
That's like my boys. And they don't talk to each other.
Really?
Yeah. They talk through me. Mom, could you tell Bradley that this and that and this and that? Mom, could you tell Ryan that this and that and this and that? Oh my gosh. Drives me up.
What would happen if you said no?
I do say no. I don't know. You wanna communicate with your brother? You tell him. Don't bother me. I don't do that. No.
No, that's not your place.
No.
No, I mean,
Mm-mm.
you're not there to enable that kind of passive aggressive behavior.
No.
You're but and you I think it's good to encourage them to communicate directly, whatever it was that seems to have driven them apart. And you know,
I don't know.
I know people grow in different directions, and you know, my sister and I are very, very, very different, but we're still together. I mean, part of that is necessity because we're both sort of poor and stuck in our mother's house. But also, she's there. I don't know. We have an older sister from, my mother was married before she married our dad. I don't know that I could say that's true with my older sister. She has a closer relationship with, sorry?
I would be that older sister because I'm from my mom's first marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now my sister is close to my older sister, and I'm not.
No.
I mean, a few things have been said and happened, and we don't need to go into that right now. But
yeah.
You know, I have a niece, and she has two children, one of whom is out of high school, and the other one is pretty nearly out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. My niece is in her 40s. I was my older sister was 16 when I was born, and I was 14 when my niece was born. So, you know,
wow.
yeah.
I'm like envisioning the tree right now.
Yeah.
I have like a crazy dynamic too. My father and my mother are not married anymore. So my father has a wife with children, and my mother has a husband with her own children, you know, so I don't have any true siblings, you know, like
Where the lineage is on both sides, you're saying.
yeah, yeah. So nobody really acknowledges me. Well, my brother on my mom's side, he knows that I'm a sister, you know, because I was there since he was born. But my father's children, they met me when they were out of high school. So they were like, WTF,
so at that point, it's
know?
like, who is this stranger?
Yeah. And I was like, well, please, I was here before you.
Yeah.
So
And when I was growing up, it was all about family. My mother was one of 5. She remained close to all of her siblings. So we remained close as cousins. And there were 15 in our generation. So my mother had 3, including me. She was the oldest. And my aunt had 4 girls. My uncle had 4 boys. And then the other uncle had a boy and a girl, and the other aunt had a boy and a girl. And so I think that comes up to 15. So, and then, so I was born in 62, but my sister, my older sister, was the very first grandchild. She was born in 46. No, 47. So, and then I think the first to get married, well, my mother ran away to get married before she had my older sister, of course, because that's what you did in those days. But the first to get married and to have it last was probably, well, one of the 2 other aunts and uncles, one of the 2 who had the 4, because their oldest remain the oldest among the whole, aside from my older sister, among the other ones. I'm sure I sound completely confusing right now.
I'm trying.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's okay.
I know. If I told you my end, it would be confusing too. But like I can explain it. But you need a whiteboard. You really need a visual.
I was once in some sort of a workshop, and I don't remember exactly the nature of the workshop, where we were supposed to do some kind of a family tree. I needed another piece of paper.
Yeah, I bet I would too. I would need a whole drywall.
And then some of my older cousins, who were close to the same age as my older sister, a little younger, started having their own children, who were older than some of my other cousins, whom I consider to be of my own generation. So in effect, my niece is younger than some of my cousins. My favorite,
similar. My younger cousins, because I'm an older cousin I'm an older grandchild from my grandparents, but my younger cousins, my youngest cousins, are my kids' age, so they're like they interact like first cousins, even though those are my cousins.
And now everyone has gone their separate ways, and we lose touch with people. And cousins I was very close to when we were kids, because that was always very important to my parents and to their parents to remain close. And we would visit, and we would write letters, and we just, I mean, we are glad when we do get to see each other, but we just don't stay in touch.
Yeah. Why is that? I don't know.
No, I think in our day and age, people lose sight. It's probably not exclusive to our day and age either, really.
I don't know. I was born in 73, so
Oh,
you
dear
could
Lord.
you could have very well been my babysitter.
Quite possibly. I'm thinking of the 73 Chevy right now.
73 was a good year, but a lot of people, when I tell them when I was born 10 years after, exactly 10 years after JFK was shot. I was born November 22nd, 73. And he was shot.
November 22nd, 63.
And so I get that a lot. If I don't get that, I get, oh, Sandy from Greece, and they start singing that song.
Well, as soon as I say December 8th, people say a date that will live in infamy, and I'm going, no, that's December 7th.
Yeah, Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, exactly. December 8th is the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. And then people go, wait a minute, but Jesus was born on December 25th. And I'm going, no, it's about Mary's conception.
Yeah.
Mary was conceived without sin. And then once I had a roommate who said, well, I don't know about the immaculate part, but I believe it about the feast.
See, and my mom was born on December 10th, which in Mexico, December 12th is Our Lady of Guadalupe Day. So my grandparents named her Guadalupe. Maria Guadalupe. So Mary, Maria Guadalupe. So, and oh my gosh. I'm glad my mom just named me an ordinary name, not biblical at all. Just Sandy, like the beach.
Yeah. I mean, for Roman Catholic parents, I'm thinking, wait, was Sandy a saint?
Yeah. Actually, I will confess, my mom named me after one of her favorite pop singers. It's a guy from Spain. His name was Sandro. So she named me Sandra.
I got it.
People just called me Sandy. And then when I got married, I changed my maiden name. And I'm like, well, I might as well change my first name because nobody ever calls me Sandra. So I just changed it to Sandy. So 2 for 1.
My dad was named after a movie star of the day. He was born in 1933. His name was Douglas Fairbanks Browning.
Oh, where do I know that name?
Douglas Fairbanks Jr. was a big movie star of the day. So he's Douglas Fairbanks Browning. I was named for both grandfathers, which is a little better than for that.
David.
Yeah.
My husband, he wants to chime in. My husband is saying now he's named after Ian Fleming. My mother-in-law, I guess, was a big James Bond fan. And his sister, one of his sisters, is named after Ingrid Bergman.
Oh,
she's Ingrid.
You could do worse.
Yeah.
She was amazing.
But I don't know. Do people ask you how to spell your name, David?
No, of course not.
Right. Well, people ask my husband all the time, how do you spell your name? Ian.
Ian?
And so he's like, I-A-N. So he's been used to saying, my name is Ian, I-A-N. Ian, I-A-N. So he started getting mail that was addressed to E-N-I-A-N in our last name. So Enian, Enian, Ian, 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 Enian. So I call him
that's
Enian
funny.
for a joke because he gets mail that says Enian.
Oh, that's
And
cute.
Enian, you got some mail.
You're using a Clover K hook, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I
Yes, I am.
have the very same hook right here.
Ah! Oh my gosh, I love this hook. This is one of my favorite hooks. This is my first K. The K is my first Clover hook I ever bought.
I have a K and an L, and those are my only two clovers.
Really?
Yeah.
What? You need to get the whole set.
I would like to, actually, because I enjoy using them. Now, I recently bought these two Yarnology hooks. One is, this is 9mm, this is 10mm. Oh,
Yeah.
10 millimeter,
I have
yeah.
that. I have the red one.
Okay, yeah. And just yesterday, I bought this 9mm at Walmart because it was $2.
Oh, wow.
It's from Lion Brand. It's in teak.
I heard that earlier that you bought a Lion Brand hook.
It's the first Lion Brand.
I'm like, Lion Brand hook?
Yeah, it's the first Lion Brand hook I've had. And those other two are the first Yarnology hooks I've had. I just haven't had occasion to use them before. I have made several of Triple C Dana's prosperity tees, and that calls for a 9mm hook.
Yeah.
And before that, I was using, what is it? I had a metal 9mm hook, and I don't know what it is. I can't find it right now. I don't know what it is with metal hooks. It's like there's a magnet underneath my hardwood floor here. I cannot keep them in my hand. They
Really?
just are drawn to the floor, and they make a big noise all the time. And I don't have that experience with any other kinds of hooks. Plastic hooks are not drawn to the floor. Teak hooks are not drawn to the floor. It's only the ones that are all metal. The ones, hi, Kim. Oh. Kim is going to join us.
Hi.
Hey, yay. I'm
Sorry.
so glad to see you.
My son was being fussy.
Well, yeah, that's what babies do.
Well, it's probably too much candy today, too.
Oh, that happens at Easter, doesn't it? What you got there? What you working on?
I'm being a good girl and working on one of the baby blankets.
Oh my god, it looks like it's pretty dense. Is that going to be pretty heavy?
Yeah, it's half double crochet. I'm just doing half double crochet all the way across, and I'm going to put a border on it.
What are the final dimensions going to be?
I don't know.
Or you're making it up as you go along?
Yeah, I'm using 2 of these Karen Jumbos.
What's the colorway there?
Do a border in off-white.
What's the colorway?
Oh, sorry. It's seafoam.
Okay. I like the results you're getting in the blanket that you've got there.
And then this is the girls' blanket that I'm making because they're having a boy and a girl.
Oh, I like that too. What's the colorway for that?
This one, but I don't have a label on it anymore.
Oh.
Karen Jumbo.
Okay. I like both of them. I think they're great.
Are along on with this one. I'm on just starting the second.
And tell us again the ages of your 2 kids.
Steven just turned 3 a couple weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
My daughter Skylar is 6. She turned 6.5. She turned 6 in October.
Oh, so she knows everything, doesn't she?
Of course she does. She's just like mommy.
So today, I tossed it across the room. Anyway, I started out. I'm sure you've seen this hat that I have posted about.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with this. I've got it on Ravelry and on my blog. It's a free download on Ravelry. But anyway, at the very beginning of the stream, I started another one.
Oh.
And I finished it by the 3-hour mark.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I should have. Yeah, it's honestly, it's an easy hat, and it doesn't take a lot of yarn. If I calculated correctly, which is never 100% guarantee, based on the weight of this one that I made. I actually made this one while I was recording a tutorial.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the weight of this, it takes about 105 yards.
Oh, that's not bad. What weight is it?
It's a light 4. It's on the lighter side of a 4 because
Okay, so I could use one skein of just yarn worsted and make a hat.
Probably just. Oh yeah, the Dollar Tree yarn.
Yeah, it has
you very likely could. I should do that.
Ooh,
I've got time, and why don't I grab one?
That's a good idea.
Let me see. I have some in various colors here. There's other ones in that color that I was done using. Okay, I'll grab this one. Grab one of these. Okay, this is. Okay, this one is the one I'll take. This is a Premier Just yarn from Dollar Tree.
Is that Merlot?
No, this is Deep Wine.
Deep Wine. I was close.
So, I wish I had thought of that sooner, but I will take my hook, an eye hook. This is my Furls eye hook.
Okay.
And I will see if I can get it all done with that one skein. I think I can. So, hi, Lily's Yard World. Roseanne says David doesn't have any ghost yarn, but it looks like he has some ghost crochet hooks.
That's funny.
Starla says, oh, okay. Oh, exactly. Oh, talking about spellings of names and everything.
Oh,
so anyway, Kim, tell us about your day.
Let's see. So last night I got to bed at about 2 in the morning.
Oh, dear.
Because, I was busy being the Easter Bunny. Because I try and hide the stuff for the kids so they can't find it. And then I buy stuff so far in advance that I end up running around going, I know I had some more stuff. Where did I leave it? So I played that last night, set up their Easter baskets. And I also set up the eggs to hide at my in-laws' house today. So I had to put candy in all those. And then we got up at like 9:30. We opened the Easter baskets and they were occupied with that for about 2 hours. Then we got ready to drive to my in-laws' house. And we had dinner there and Easter egg hunt in their yard. And then we came home. It was a nice day today.
Nice.
And the weather was perfect.
Oh, yeah. It's actually been quite lovely here today, but I haven't even been outside because I've been doing yarny stuff and helping in the kitchen.
Okay.
Kim, where are you?
I'm in Massachusetts.
Oh, okay.
Where are you?
Chicago.
Chicago.
A toddling town, as we hear.
A what?
A toddling town.
A toddling town?
You can't tell me you've never heard that song.
No, I've never heard that song.
Chicago, Chicago, a toddling town.
Yeah.
A toddling town?
Toddling.
Toddling.
I feel so old.
Stop it.
I've heard that's my kind of town.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, we were talking about pizza earlier, and Sandy was talking about Chicago pizza. And I love watching videos about different regional variations of pizza. I didn't know there was a Detroit pizza until recently.
Really?
But yeah. And of course, there's
you know what I say to Detroit pizza? I'm sorry, but no.
Ah!
No. Chicago. I will offer my hand to New York. New York has good pizza, so I hear. I've never had New York pizza, but I've been to many states: California, Texas, Florida. Oh, Florida. Oh, Florida. Oh, Florida with the pizza. Florida. Oh my gosh. No.
Florida is full of transplanted New York Italians.
Okay. You want to talk about pizza?
Yeah.
So I may be a bit particular about that. So the first like coal-fired pizza came from Providence, Rhode Island. I grew up in Rhode Island. That's really good. And then any party I went to when I was younger always had strip pizza, which is from an Italian deli, and it's got basically crust and sauce on top, and it's cold. And if you really want to be fancy, you put shaky cheese on it.
I haven't heard of that.
Very Rhode Island. It's extremely Rhode Island.
But, I spent 27 years in the New York area, so I know about Northeastern pizza. I have had what was claimed to be Chicago pizza, but I don't know whether it was authentic because it was in a franchise pizza place that said it specialized in
Chicago. It depends on the franchise. There's some franchises that made it to New York, but not very many.
No, this was before I ever moved to New York. Anyway, I want to experience Chicago pizza. I want to experience Detroit pizza. I want to experience all kinds of regional pizza because I want to experience pizza.
Pizza. Like, you can't have, I'm thinking of our favorite pizza place, and like, it's such a mom and pop store. It's hidden. It's a secret. During COVID, they were like, we cannot have you pick up because our driveway would be our parking lot would be so packed. We can only deliver you pizza in a secluded parking lot.
Oh, geez.
So, yeah, it was that bad. But they weren't like being prissy about it. They weren't like being like we're better than they truly have good pizza. They expanded into a different building, and it was not big enough, and it was just, they have a signature. So there's two pizza places right next to each other in the same suburb. One, they got too big for their britches. They're like, well, we're doing you a favor by you having us serve you our pizza. And so our family was like, forget you. No. And so, but this other place, they're humble. They're so local. I'm talking about Crescent. My son is like, who are you talking about? Oh, the first place was Palermo's. My son was like, who are you talking about?
Almost always, I think that the independent local shops are the best.
And they're clean. They're clean, David.
Usually they are, yeah. And
so
some of the franchises, especially at the beginning, they made these advertisements saying, "Oh, these are the measures we're taking for your protection."
Please.
And we're going, well, why weren't you doing that all along?
All along, right. What were you doing before? Spitting in our pizza? Spitting in our, like, I feel like they should wear a mask always. Because when they're talking and they're cooking our pizza, droplets are droplets.
Do you know I went into a fast food restaurant last week, and I had to tell the guy who was taking our order, put your mask over your nose, please.
Good for you, David.
And then a little later, I went to the shift manager and I said, I have seen at least 3 people not wearing their masks correctly.
Yeah.
And at that moment, the man who took my order, he appeared walking around behind the counter with no mask at all.
Oh boy.
And I'm going, why should I ever eat here again? I'm sort of sorry I ate here today.
That's why I cook everything. My kitchen, my poor kitchen, she needs a spa day. My kitchen needs a spa day.
Yeah.
My kitchen needs a spa day.
I'm not a big germaphobe, and actually people
I am.
Sort of wonder at my not being a big germaphobe, but this horrified me.
Yeah. Well, COVID will make a lot of people,
sit up and take notice. Yes.
Yeah, but for people like me, it's like, welcome to my world. This is what I've been trying to communicate with everybody for so many years. Please wash your hands. You got to be aware. When you talk, there's spit coming out of your mouth and all kinds of things.
Well, there are actually 2 sides of that discussion, because there are those who would say that we need
Germs.
to experience the normal bacteria that are in our earth in order to build up immunity. I mean, there's the whole discussion about kids who eat grass and dirt from the yard.
Yeah.
On the other hand, things like this virus are totally new to our world.
So my daughter is starting back full 5 days a week at school tomorrow.
How do you feel about that?
I'm fine. I work at a school anyway, so I'm really not too concerned about her. She's very good about keeping her mask on and hygiene and stuff. I'm just excited going to be able to see all the kids in her class, because before it was half the kids Monday, Tuesday, and half the kids Thursday, Friday, and it's been like that all year where I live.
Yeah. The kids have been really, really hit hard because they don't understand everything, and suddenly they lose their social world.
Yep. I admire parents in this day and age, because I don't know how to do that. Well, I don't know how to parent, period, but I can hardly take care of myself. But in this day and age, but every day, every age is challenging. I don't know anything. Right.
So okay.
Wait, Ryan.
Let's see what's in the chat.
They're talking about in the chat.
Nancy misses New York pizza. Actually, so do I.
Oh, Nancy, I know she's in Florida. I think that's the worst place for pizza in Florida.
I'm not so sure. It depends upon what part of Florida, because as I've said, Florida is full of transplanted New York Italians. They used to say that Miami Beach was a hunk of Long Island that just broke off and floated down to Miami Beach.
Man.
So, but I miss being in New York, and like on every street corner was a different pizza shop, and one of them would have a good sauce, and another would have a good crust, and it was rare that you could find, the right combination.
Yeah. And then the right amount of cheese, not too much and not you know,
What, is there
right
such a
now.
thing as too much cheese?
Yeah,
Oh,
there is.
I didn't know that.
Oh my gosh, I'm thinking of a place. It's called Phil's Pizza. Oh, my son was like,
don't.
no, nothing. My son had a comment, but he didn't want me to share it. But
Uh-oh.
yeah, I'm thinking Phil's.
Okay.
Just say it. My son's like, not for white people. He says.
Oh my goodness gracious. I'm calling the YouTube police on you.
I know. My son is half Filipino, quarter Mexican, quarter Arabic. He's grown up on ethnic food. And so
I love ethnic food.
I know, like
Well, heck, I love all food. Mostly.
My poor kids don't know who they are. When they have to check the race box in that, they don't know what they are.
I'm not sure that race box is useful for anything
It's
except for
not, like for people like them, like they don't know what does that mean. Does that like the basic thing is we speak English in the home and we watch American television, and I don't know, but yes, there's a such thing as too much cheese. Like these guys don't put any sauce on their pizza.
Ew.
Hardly any sauce.
No
and it's
thanks.
just all cheese and bread. It's like, oh.
Well, you need some sauce, but I do like cheese.
And
You
then
have to
some
find
people
the appropriate balance.
Mhm. Yeah, and I don't think I could do it, because some like foods I'm like, I could make this at home. Like I go out to eat and I order an entree, and I'm like, this is I can make this at home. But
Life
pizza,
is too short for bad food.
yeah. Look what I found here. I gotta get my scissors. Hold on, just a second.
Oh, that happens all the time in the discount yarn that I buy.
What kind of yarn are you using?
Red Heart Super Saver.
Oh.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's what we're all going. Oh, yeah, Red Heart.
Steve likes this pizza. If you even look, you can look it up online. It's called South Coast Bar Pizza. It's South Coast, Massachusetts. I think it's frankly disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Like super thin, and you can only get it in one size, which is about this big. And I just don't like it at all. He's obsessed with it because he grew up on it, and I'm like, bleh, all set.
Yeah, sometimes it's what you know, and you don't know anything better.
Mm-hmm.
But but then again, I grew up on Pizza Hut, so.
Oh, me too.
But I also spent 27 years in the New York City tri-state area.
Mm.
So, and I've said before, I have not had good Chinese food in many, many, many years.
Yeah. What's your favorite toppings for pizza, David?
Everything.
There's nothing you don't like?
Nothing comes to mind that I don't like. I like any combination of things.
Okay.
Some people don't like pineapple on pizza. I'm okay with that. I usually don't order it, but I'm okay with it if somebody orders like the ham and pineapple thing.
Yep.
Mostly if I'm going to order pizza, it's going to be a meat lover's pizza because I like mine meat.
I'm pretty much the opposite of you.
Yeah.
I usually don't order any meat on my pizza, and it's vegetables.
Yeah.
I think the meat makes it like more greasy, and I don't like that.
I've had many a margarita pizza and quite enjoyed it. Just the cheese and the basil and the sauce.
2 streets over from where I work,
Mm-hmm.
Hill in Providence, Rhode Island,
Mm-hmm.
and it's all Italian. Well, most of it's all Italian. That's what it's known for. So they have like a couple of Italian markets, and there's a poultry person, and the pizza over there is so good.
Now, I know that Rhode Island has a substantial Portuguese community. Have you, what?
Massachusetts has way more. The South Coast, like where I live, is a high
Mhm.
population.
Have you been to Portuguese and Brazilian restaurants?
So we used to live in Fall River. And that's one of the most populous these places in the United States. I'd say New Bedford's probably higher. But there was probably just in Fall River, conservatively, 30 Portuguese restaurants. Conservatively.
Mm-hmm.
And you could go to everything from you just pick it up and you can't eat there to the waiters are in tuxedos.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. So good.
There used to be, well, of course, there's a chain now called Taquerias de Brasil that you find in malls, which is sort of a churrascaria.
Mm-hmm.
But there was an independent churrascaria in Scarsdale that we used to go to. And I love that churrascaria tradition where it's all meat. And I love my meat.
Yep.
And it's pretty much all you can eat. I mean, it's not. It's.
Is it like fugu de chao? Do you have fugu de chao?
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's a restaurant called Fugo de Chao.
I don't know the restaurant.
It's all you can eat meat.
They come around and they serve you on skewers.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, it sounds like the same sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you have like a thing, the sort of like a coaster at your table, and if you turn it one way, you want more, and if you turn it the other way, you're done.
Yes, yeah. What is yours called?
Well, the Brazilian tradition is called that I learned about. I don't know if it's completely accurate. Is churrascaria.
Okay, ours is Brazilian too, and it's Fugo de Chao.
Okay, it sounds like it's the same thing under different names.
Yeah. Lots of meat. Lots of meat.
I love meat.
Me too. Gotta have the cow. Love the cow. Even the baby cow, David.
And and the food there, I've never had food that I didn't like at one of these restaurants.
Yeah.
Even the franchise one, Taquerias de Brasil. Anyway.
Oh my gosh. I feel like going to that place again. Now I feel like going to
Now, there was one I went to before I knew about churrascarias, but it was supposed to be a Brazilian restaurant. It was like in a basement in the West Village in Manhattan.
Yeah.
And it was when Mike and I were first dating, and we went there, and it took forever, the service. The food was terrific, but the service was so incredibly slow. And that's okay.
Like, come on already. Let's go.
What, did you go and kill the cow?
Yeah, where did you go? Visit your mother in another country?
But the food was terrific.
Yeah.
And you know, particularly in Lower Manhattan, but actually all over New York, there are these little tiny restaurants on side streets that you wouldn't necessarily know of to look for, but if you happen by them and you're going, oh wow, that looks interesting. So I mean, that was one of the best things about living in New York.
Well, today I was on my live talking about something that we have here in Chicago. It's called the Taste of Chicago. Chicago is known for its food. So every year we have like a festival of food. All the local mom and pop restaurants have a booth, and they have, samples of their foods, of their best, best dishes. And I don't like crowds. I don't like to go outside. But for Taste of Chicago, I will go. And there was a lot of people on certain days at certain times because they have fireworks at night for a few days. But we plan it now strategically to go in the morning on the first or second day, get our Taste of Chicago, and then go home, and then we just sleep it off, and we gain a few pounds, but that's okay because it's all worth it. It's all worth it. And last year it was taken away from us. They tried to do virtual Taste of Chicago. Are you kidding me?
How can you do that?
Are you kidding me?
How do you do
this year?
How did they do it this year?
I don't know. I haven't heard any news. But my gosh, Chicago is the epicenter of good food. I mean, good food like breaded steak and pizza and Mexican food and Arabic food, Mediterranean food, and Polish food. Oh my gosh, I'm drooling. I gotta stop talking.
Yeah. Lots of cities have very strong food traditions, and lots of cities have that kind of taste of whatever city festivals going on. So I just wonder which ones are still going on.
I'm a little bit biased to Chicago, though.
Well, of course, everyone is biased to what they know and love.
But,
I mean, that's human nature.
I'm very picky. Oh my gosh, this food, it's like a little taste of heaven. It's just wonderful. But it would be so nice if we had our Taste of Chicago, because I have, relatives who come to visit Chicago just to have the Taste of Chicago.
I can see where it would draw a lot of people in just for that experience.
Millions of dollars. I mean, I don't know what Chicago's doing. I'm glad I don't live in Chicago, because I think they raised their prices on like city stickers for your cars, and then like they put cameras to catch you if you're going 6 miles over the speed limit, and they're going to charge you the second time you do it. So to make up for, the loss of revenue of the Taste of Chicago, they're really gonna, put the financial impact on you. So
lots of cities and states have really suffered. Lots of businesses have closed their doors forever.
I know. We saw Subway today. Closed down. Subway just closed down.
I know a lot of performing artists who have left the field altogether, because all of a sudden there was no more work for them.
Yeah, it's sad.
It is. It really is. And some performing arts organizations have also gone out of business.
Yeah.
While at the same time, some of the larger ones, not exclusively larger, but some of them have found innovative ways to continue spreading the gospel, if you will, of performing arts to the public largely through the internet. And I think that's great. One of my friends was one of the founders of what they call the Dallas Opera Network, where they through online performances. They have they've gained a huge following where they can't have in-person people. And actually, I also know of churches that have gained huge international followings. They might have already had a large followings outside of their own city, but in this day and age, where people are feeling so isolated and looking for community, these churches have these virtual communities.
Yeah, my church is doing really well with that. They're my pastor's like, we finished 2020 in the black. And that is crazy because, I mean, the financial impact, but they finished in the black. And I know personally, I'm not contributing. I took a step back from that. But there are, I guess, people who are still saying, you know what, I'm going to contribute to this church organization. But they have so many people watching their online services, and they're just a really gay, David, a really gay church. They're a really gay church.
I know some gay churches. But the great thing is that with the support of this international community, they're able to continue the outreach work that they do with homeless, with people who have no food, particularly in times of crisis. Like the one I have in mind is one I was involved with when I was in Dallas, and they had this horrible storm. There's what they call the snowpocalypse, which they were totally unprepared for. And in addition to the work that they already do in feeding the hungry and offering help, they did tremendous amounts for people who were left homeless because of the effects of that winter storm.
Yeah.
And that's the sort of thing that doesn't go away when the news attention fades.
It doesn't, right? Just because the news stops talking about it, it's still there. My parents live in Fort Worth, and they had to evacuate their home and sleep in the church, and then I think their power bills are coming, and they're getting hit hard.
Yeah.
But I don't think the news is talking about it.
They are.
Well, they are, but they always move on to the next thing that's going to get eyeballs or get viewers. It's a business. Everything's a business.
Yeah.
So, Mark, I thought you had gone to bed a long time ago. Thank you for sticking with us.
He said hi. Yep.
Yeah, Mark is great. Kim, if you don't know Mark, you should. He's a poet. And Mark, you should know Kim because she's great in every way.
We keep bumping into each other in chats.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Let's see. What have I been missing in the chat? Let's see. Okay, we're talking about food. We're talking about. Oh, Mark is asking about your giveaway on Sandy. What day is that going to be done?
It ends in 1 hour 45 minutes, and the giveaway is going to be one of these baskets. I love to make these big, beautiful baskets. This is, of course, for me, but the winner gets to choose the color they want the basket to be. I do it with Red Heart Super Saver yarn, variegated or solid, or Karen Big Cake yarn. And you can look at the colors online and decide what color you want your basket to be, and I will make it for you in a pet-free home. So far, it's a pet-free home.
Until next weekend.
Yeah, a pet-free, smoke-free home. My hair is up in a bun. My hands are washed constantly. I will make it for you. I will ship it to you within North America, and it ends at midnight tonight. Thank you, Mark.
Well, I think the colors of the one that you have in your hand are absolutely beautiful.
I love this color, but I don't know if they have this color anywhere else, because I bought this at a little town in Michigan, a little five and dime store, and this is really old yarn. You could tell because look at the label.
The label, yeah.
It's old.
What's the colorway?
Butterfly.
Mm.
Well, it's not
You're
exactly.
looking at your stash.
Well, I'm looking at my vintage shelf.
It is vintage. Vintage is.
Ears perked up when you said thrift store.
Of course they did.
Did you
It's
say
a five and dime
Oh,
store.
Kim, you'd have been proud. I went to we dropped some things off at the Salvation Army the other day, and I went in and I found a nice spring jacket windbreaker to replace the one that I had that was completely the wrong size.
Yeah.
For like $6.
Oh, good job.
I thought it was a little too much, but I paid it anyway. But because I've seen the same thing for like $4, but it was $6. And they had a lot of stuff there. It was actually, that particular location was small. We have several Goodwills in our city, and I've gotten good stuff there as well.
Was there any yarn?
Not there, no.
Oh, bummer.
I know.
That's okay.
Don't think I didn't ask for it.
Yeah, I love thrifting. It's one of my favorite things to do.
There's a whole YouTube phenomenon of people who go thrifting and then resell for profit and make big money.
I don't do that.
Yeah, neither do I. That's too much work.
I get this polka dot sweater for $2 last year.
I like it.
Yeah.
Let's see. But I think I bought this shirt new. The jeans I'm wearing I bought at a Goodwill for like $4. I don't want to buy new anymore. I want Goodwill prices.
Yeah.
And you don't get those at the department stores.
The Salvation in my town on Wednesday, they have Family Day.
Mm-hmm.
They have 3 color tags half off, and they rotate.
I've heard that about some stores.
Not all of them do that, though.
Uh-huh.
I buy my clothes at Costco. They're so cheap, but good quality. And if there's something wrong with them, they take it back, no matter what.
There's no
questions asked.
No.
What? You don't have Costco?
The only one is like right near Boston, and that's like an hour and a half for me.
Oh, man. How about like TJ Maxx?
Oh, yeah, I like TJ Maxx.
You get the max for the minimum at TJ Maxx.
Mm-hmm.
I used to volunteer there for 6 years with my students.
Really?
Great. They have a lot of good
great yoga pants there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of great programs for special needs, high school students and adults.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I try and support places that do stuff like that, obviously.
That's nice. I tried to get my son in one of those, and he's one of those special needs who doesn't think he's special needs.
Welcome to the thing.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So it's difficult.
So you're trying to get a job for him?
Mm-hmm.
How
But
old?
he's 24.
Okay, here's my work hat. So I'm the employment specialist at my school. I work
Mhm.
with the middle school up to transition age kids. So need any pointers?
Yeah, transition. We just stopped. We just at 22 stopped.
Yep. What does he like to do?
Watch football games,
Okay.
sports
So he likes to be inside or outside?
inside, like his mama.
Sporting goods store?
Possibly.
Local college that has some kind of sports thing going on?
Apparently, we make too much money.
For what?
Well, for him to like, he would have to pay full price for college.
No, I meant go there
And at a college,
working in their sports department.
in a college.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Does he like crowds?
No.
No. I was gonna say if you have like a semi-professional baseball or something like that, but if he doesn't like crowds, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, he's like recluse or agoraphobic,
Okay.
Germaphobe, in denial.
Oh.
It's tough. That's why Mama's so crazy, Kim.
It's okay. More power.
Huh?
More power to you for supporting.
I know. It's tough. I tried a lot of things. I think one day, I'm in hopes of one day something's gonna give,
So was he doing a day program before COVID?
No, he was actually, odd jobs.
Okay.
Hobby Lobby.
Oh.
Burlington.
Yep.
But COVID, it closed those places down.
Yeah.
And so, unemployment. That's where he's parked at now,
Okay.
He's just sort of parked. But I'm not pushing anything because COVID is kind of like a pause, just pause everything.
Hold on, Divergent Crafter. Tell me more about this Goodwill sells yarn by the pound on Shop Goodwill. Tell me in the chit chat. I want to hear about that. Like online or those specific locations that have by the pound? Because I've been to one of those. Do you have any of those near you guys?
I have not seen that sort of thing.
So Goodwill by the pound, you basically go in, pay a certain price per pound, or if it's furniture, it's a set price. There's one in New Hampshire that I've been to once. It was a great experience. I would go back again, but it's like a 2-hour and 15-minute drive for me.
So unless you have another reason to go to that area.
Yeah, I was there because we were going to, me and my best friend were having a thrifting day and an antique day. Yeah, I made out good there. We stopped at this place called Antiques Alley. It's really huge. It's in like 2 different old mill buildings. And the owner was destashing her yarn. So she had it on sale, and then all the stuff from her booths were also on another discount. So I got tons. I mean, I want to say I got like, I don't remember what the exact count was, but something like 180 skeins for less than $60, and they were like high-end brands.
That's not so bad.
Yeah. It was very nice. That was a
I
while.
could deal. Hmm?
I said that was a while ago.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what's going on. What's going to happen in the coming year or more? No one does, I guess.
Steve got his first dose yesterday of the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
He qualified as a utility worker.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Who's that? Your husband?
Yep. Yeah, he's an electrician in the IBEW.
Ah, you go Union.
Where do you work? You work for Union?
My husband does. He's garbage.
Oh, yeah.
He's trash.
Tell me
I
how
love the way you say that.
Yeah. I always tell my kids, trash puts food on your table. Garbage puts food on your table, boys.
Yeah, Steve got elected this year as the president of his local.
Really?
Yeah.
So then I take it then he's active in the union goings on.
He's been very, very active for probably the past 16 years. He's been on a bunch of different boards, and he was the secretary for one term, then he was vice president for a term, and now he's president.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, Divergent just had a suggestion for your son, Sandy. How about lawn care at ball fields?
Ah.
Or that kind of maintenance at ball fields, that sort of thing.
Here's the problem with that. If it's like semi-pro or something, it's super competitive.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
But I mean, if you got down to like
probably also unionized.
Single A, be as bad.
It's a slippery slope because he knows the easy jobs to get because of his condition. He knows, oh, I don't want that job because they're just giving me a handout. It's tough. I'm telling you. Like when my boys were in high school, they both had muscular dystrophy. So they qualified. The school was going to provide them with iPads. This was when iPad first came out. They were going to get their each of them iPads instead of carrying the big textbooks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And having to write on notebook paper. They were going to have their each of their iPads. They both said, "No, Mom, we don't want it. Nobody else is going to have it. We don't want it."
Huh.
So they fought me on every stage.
Yeah.
They didn't, I don't know. I'm more of a, like, if you give me a handout, I'll take it. I'll take whatever you're going to give me.
And run with it.
Yeah, give it to me. Give it to me. But I don't know where they got this. Maybe from their dad, my husband. I don't want, no, I'm fine on my own.
Don't worry about me. I'll just sit here in the dark.
But my mom will have to suffer too, because she's the one who's got to do a lot of work for me. But we hate her too at the same time. Well, what are you going to do? But here, cheers, David. Kim.
I've just emptied my glass. So I have half an hour. So I'm going to go refill my glass. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. So wait, am I confused? Are you pregnant right now?
No.
So I'm confused. When you first came in, you said, I was thinking you were expecting twins.
Nope, that's Steve's cousin. So we're going to Steve's cousin. So they're having a boy and a girl.
Oh, okay.
showers next weekend.
I'm glad I cleared that up.
So I kind of back burner the baby blankets because I get very crochet distracted.
Uh-huh.
And this one got too big for me to take to like appointments and like out of the house, and so I kind of put
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it gets so big it's just not possible to be like, excuse me, can I use the chair for my project and sit in this chair? So I really have to buckle down and finish these this week, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So it won't take me too long, but
David, I was thinking Kim is expecting twins right now. I had to clarify that with her. Are you having twin babies?
I would be quite surprised to learn that Kim was having twins now.
You guys started talking when she came in, and you already knew like the backstory, and I was like, twins. She's making a blanket. Is she having twins?
No, she just has 2 young children that are similar in age.
no, I think she thought I was making the baby myself. Their first cousin, he's having twins.
Oh, I didn't catch that part.
That's okay. Yeah. So the baby shower's next Saturday. So I have to these have to be front burner until I'm done with them. I really can't work on anything else.
Oh, I understand that now. Okay.
So I made the 2 jewelry things for our live yesterday. And then I said, I can't even take out my cardigan because I constantly want to be working on that right now. It has to be put in a bag away until I finish these, because otherwise I'll just keep working on that.
Yeah. Is that the cardigan challenge that people are talking about?
Jeanette?
I don't know what people talk about it, but I haven't really investigated.
Well, Linda Simpson posted about it, and she referenced, I think it was the one who first came up with the idea,
DOI.
whose name I can't remember.
Is it
But
DOI.
DOI, yes, that's correct. And if I understand correctly, the idea is just, oh, look, there's somebody else. Oh, I can't make my cursor move. I want you to come up, Jane, but I can't. Oh, there we go. There we go.
No, we don't.
Where'd she go?
Oh, back to stream.
And I'm back.
Yay! Anyway, yeah, if I understand the cardigan challenge correctly, there's no date on it. You just, if you want to do a cardigan, something that you have had in your mind, that sort of thing. If you want a new challenge, just do it and just talk about it amongst the people who are also doing it. And, when it gets done, it's done. That's fine.
It's any pattern or just one specific one?
No, it's any pattern that you choose or make up your own.
So I guess this could be for the challenge. I didn't realize I was doing it for a challenge.
I thought
Could
about
be.
to do that. That is just a hexagon that then you sew it together and you just sew in the back. And how did they say in New York? Bada beam, bada boom.
Exactly. Yeah.
My crojo is gone. So.
Well, it sounds like you're getting it back.
Well, I think
We'll help you with it.
It has to do with the fact that I went 10 years without buying any yarn. Who did the who? Oh, it's her.
Oh, Kim Hill, have you not heard that story?
No.
It's wonderful.
Where's the Spider-Man? He was asking the other day. You got to clarify that to him because he asked and we never did respond to him. Well, I used to live in Wyoming where the population is pretty old people, and every time somebody in the next 3 towns died, automatically I inherit everything they had. So there was 5 big, humongous boxes, bags. There was hooks. There was knitting needles. There's magazine. There was things very expensive from 1930s and so on. There's vintage, but it got to the point I used to have a huge house, and I used to have a huge basement, and my basement was like Joanne's, So I just got rid of everything, donate to people and stuff, but I still had a lot, and I still had my yarn that I never had the chance to use it. And now I look at my yarn, and my yarn is old. It's like, there's nothing better than have new yarn. You get very inspired when you see a new yarn, and the ideas start popping in your head, right? When you see something new. I do not know about you, but that's how I am. I look at something that I never seen before, a new yarn or a hook or whatever, and I just start having ideas. And I think I've been very long without it. Plus, I went blind for a year and a half, and it was a period of adjustment. I used to have to crochet very bulky things. I crochet by feeling. So, and now I have these. So after I got my vision back, I used before pre blindness, I had chronic migraine.
Oh.
When I got my vision back, it went from chronic to refractory. Means that it came and stayed and never left. So for about almost 6 years, I'm always with migraine, and it's very annoying to do things with your head throbbing. That's why when I forgot her name, she said she has issues with math, and sometimes she just wing it. I said I can count 2, 3. That's it. So sometimes it get very frustrating because I wanna. How's the name of that knitting stitch? Fun and fan. It used to be a wavy one. I used to love to do that. I can't do it anymore. I just can't keep counting, even though there is stitch markers for that. But
yeah.
So, so I'm trying to get back to. So I thought if I make hats I can do it. It instant gratification projects, right?
Right.
So that's what I'm trying to one hat at a time. So I was thinking also to do, but I'm not sure if I get. See, that's the problem. When you do a amigurumi, you have to make 2 legs, 2 arms. When you have that much migraine, one leg might end up bigger than the other or thinner or something. So might be end
That
up
happens
looking
to
like
me
a
without
voodoo doll.
migraines.
Yeah, Amazon.
That's true. But I thought,
Yeah.
they are so squishy cute.
They're so
And
do it just so.
they're adorable. I have a friend that she almost used thread, like sewing thread, so small. She crochet an amigurumi. She's from Japan when this madness start, right? And it's so beautiful, her work. I was like, I wish I could do that. Oh, that dog, so happy behind you, David.
Oh,
I
this
love that dog.
one. Yeah.
What's his name? You never named that dog?
I haven't named this one. I have
You
another
have to
one.
name him.
I have another one. A number of years ago, when I was still with my ex, and I was very sick, and I was in the hospital, he brought me a little stuffed golden retriever puppy. So his name was Puppy Whuppy, or his full name is Puppy Reginald Whuppy. So I need to name this one because I still hold Puppy Whuppy very, very dear. He's in my bedroom right now. This one I have not named. What do you think I should name him?
Horatio.
Horatio is good.
I like to give
that.
crazy names, real proper name to dogs.
I was taking a walk today, and I ran into a dog, and I said, "What's your dog's name?" And she said, "Franklin."
Franklin, yeah. Okay, let's make.
Isn't that amazing? I think people are doing that because more and more a dog is not a pet, is a family member.
Yeah.
My
puppy that I'm taking home this weekend is going to be, his name is Chester.
I like that name, Chester.
Chester.
Yeah. So,
okay, so
I
this
did
one
this
is
for my
Horatio
dog.
now.
This was
Okay,
the prop
Horatio.
for my dog today.
Oh, that's so cute.
That's why I said I
Don't
put in
make
the
me start
comments.
singing.
The kids nowadays were driving me nuts. They were trying to steal this from my dog. Oh, puppy.
That's
Oh,
Chester.
he is so cute.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
That's Chester. So I live in a building that does not allow pets. Oh, and I have a letter from my doctor saying I need an emotional support animal. And I've been.
Oh, that's really cute, Jane, too. Yeah.
And the kids were harassing my dog, and they took this stuff away from her head and tossed a dirty diaper on my dog. I just decided to take a break, like I was taking a break earlier to take her out.
I would have given them a serious break.
What?
If they treated my dog that way.
And then, I was furious. I came back sweating, and I don't sweat. Sweating is gross, so I don't.
Oh, that's a decision you've made, is it?
Is that how it
Yeah,
works?
I'll say. Yeah, I don't sweat much. I have no idea why. I also hate sweating, so I think it's a combination. I mean, not liking in my body. So I think I don't like because it's so rare for me to sweat that when I sweat, I say, ew, gross. But yeah, I don't sweat much.
It is gross.
But I came back sweating, and I was like a bull. So mad. One of those with a tons of spine.
Were you using colorful words?
No, I actually didn't because first because there were 7 kids.
Oh.
But they were like, first I wrote it down in the comments that kids nowadays, sorry about the word, they're douchebags. But and they were like the monkeys from the Wizard of Oz, but I take that back. At least the monkeys from the Wizard of Oz listened to the witch. They were more like the monkeys from Jumanji,
Ugh.
They're totally out of control. And I'm like, what kind of kids, what kind of people are raising kids to terrorize a 14-year-old dog? My dog cannot even run anymore, even though she looks adorable. Ooh, I just have a couple.
Yeah, she looks very sweet. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing. Yeah. I mean, it's easy to think about these things in the past tense and say, "Oh, I would have done this," and I'm sure you're thinking the same thing. I wish I had said this. I wish I had done that, and I fall into that all the time. But
that white face.
Oh, that's good. Oh,
and
he's so cute.
I didn't do anything, and I gotta tell you why. Nowadays, everybody's always on the edge. And you say something, and I'm gonna say, "Oh, you're gonna say that because my kids are not white, or because my kids are gay, or because never because of the proper reason." Everybody's always on the edge, and I didn't want to start a fiasco, and I don't want nobody to say I'm the one that hate kids because that's not the point. I just don't like kids that is what is the words? Not that lacks respect. And I'm not saying to be perfect, but like they treat others like human being,
Mm-hmm.
Because for
Yeah.
somebody toss a dirty diaper and on a dog, kind of people are these? I don't know. So
Yeah.
I just came back in and I just stay quiet and continue walking. My dog was getting frustrated, and she's taking medicine for medicine for arthritis because her life expectancy was 10 and she's 14. So she has arthritis and she was in pain. And I'm sorry, a dirty diaper tossed very well, it hurts, especially when you're a dog. So I was very upset, and I myself was in pain. And when I'm in pain,
It sounds like removing yourself from the situation was the right thing to do.
Yeah, because it comes out very colorful, Come
Yeah.
on, very.
I mean, it's other choices would have been equally valid, but the right one for you was to remove yourself from the situation, for your own safety and for your dog's.
Yeah, because in the end of the day, nobody would listen anyway. They wouldn't believe that my kids don't do that. You know? So
Yeah.
so we just leave it alone, walk away. I got a
Yeah.
couple of pictures. So I don't think my dog will be here next year for next Easter. So
Oh.
that's why since she turned 8, I take photos of every special moment with tiaras. There's 4th of July, there is Mardi Gras, there's all kind of stuff.
Mm.
And I take photos with her because she helped me for all this time, even before she was a service dog, even before she was a therapy dog, because she used to be a therapy dog, and we used to visit cancer patient before I myself got very sick. So she gave her best, and I want to have lots of fun photos of her as memory, and I want to enjoy. So I the main reason that I didn't lost it is because I want that photo moment to be a cool thing between me and her. And I didn't want to allow anybody to steal that joy from me.
Mm-hmm.
I did it. Then
Mhm.
I have my other creature coming here. Say hello to people.
Oh,
Thank you. I'm gonna go to your pillow.
that's a big old kitty.
Yeah. I want a Maine Coon. This is a half coon.
Hmm.
She's not quite a Maine Coon, but
Front half or
she
back?
had a no. She's not a Maine Coon. It's just because she's a big cat, but she is not a Maine Coon, and she has a very big primordial sac. Where
Mhm.
people think that she's fat, but she's not. It's just a big primordial sac, or
Jane,
they call the
from?
the space.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
hold on.
Where are you from, Jane?
Originally, I'm from Brazil, but I'm in Texas right now.
You're in Texas, okay.
Hmm.
Missing Colorado every single day.
It's
there's
funny.
not
I miss Dallas every single day, and Jane is in Dallas and hates it.
When you come here, we gotta meet.
Mm.
Hopefully, my girls.
Who was it who was saying that there's going to be a Dallas area crafters get together soon?
Jill?
I'm not sure.
Is
the other
Starla
day
still
when
in
I
the
went to-
room? Starla's in the Fort
When I
Worth
went-
area.
When I went to the doctor, I have no idea where I went. There was a hat, like from the highway. I was going towards Mesquite. No, I was going
Mhm.
towards Dallas Arboretum.
Uh-huh.
And there was this huge hat. It's like a bowler hat. And I was like, what is going on with that hat? And I just wish I had the time to turn around, go in the back street and go see. I think it's by the fair place.
Oh, the
You know, when they have a little
fairgrounds
fair.
in Dallas?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Not
I
quite
went to.
there, but where
Yeah,
they have something like that.
yeah.
I will look.
Everything okay there, Sandy?
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounded like you were turning your household upside down for a minute there.
I'm sorry. I was looking for a pair of scissors.
How many do you have?
As many as it takes.
I have scissors all over the place, and except when I need some.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. Mhm.
Because I
Exactly.
have 14 pairs, and I never
Oh,
find.
yeah.
I
You can
only
never
find
find
my
one.
sewing, but the sewing one I don't use for anything but sewing.
True.
And then I also found this little.
Ooh, a wine spritzer.
Yeah. We'll see what that does to help me drift off to sleep, because David, Jane, Kim, I can't sleep because I'm so excited about the puppy.
Oh,
Oh my
So about what?
goodness.
This is
Are
gonna be
you
the
going to
longest.
your camera and vlog the picking up of the puppy?
I might, but this is gonna be the longest week of my life because I'm just like we're leaving Friday, but we're not leaving Friday in the morning. My husband has to work a half a day at work. So I have to go with him to his office and stay with him for a half a day at work. And then we leave for Missouri from Chicago. 6 hours.
Oh,
And we just like I'm just
Oh,
like
she said the word Chicago.
Huh.
Chicago. You like Chicago?
I
Chicago,
did.
Chicago, that
I was
Southern
in
town.
Colorado. I was in Colorado, and I met somebody. Her name is Megan. I'm not gonna say her last name. Doesn't matter. And she found out that I was in Brazil. I was a wedding dress seamstress, and in that time, all the wedding dresses were like poofy, and she
Mm-hmm.
wanted something like a fairy dress with. So I said, "Well, if you buy everything, I'll make it for you." So I made the dress as a gift. All of a sudden, come a guest of honor package. They flew me first class to Chicago. They live in Lake Forest,
Oh yeah. That's rich
and
people. Rich people.
and they were the simplest people ever. And they took me to meet Sammy Sosa, that I had no idea who it was.
oh my
They
goodness.
got
I
they
know.
got me. You know that seat on the stadium that is where you catch the ball,
Yeah.
the very close. I was freaking out because I was like, that ball gonna hit me in the head. And I didn't understand anything about baseball. I was really in the country. It was a fiasco, and I wasn't feeling well. And they bought me beer and the hot dog and the nuts, and
Ooh.
I don't drink alcohol, and I couldn't eat anything. And I wasn't okay. You want to hear this funny story, David? Prepare yourself to laugh, because my husband was evil. So she said, "Well, my grandma has basically she basically is the owner of the country club, and I'm not sure which zone it was, west, north. I do not know. One of those big country clubs. And I didn't want my wedding in the country club. I'm so upset. So me being new in the country, I'm in Colorado where there's a lot of Western thing. I thought a country club was where the cowboys go and drink in the barn and
No.
whatever.
No.
So I was so sorry for her that she had to have "Yeehaw" in her wedding. So I take the simplest clothes I ever had. I almost got something torn just to fit in. I do not know what I thought. And I get there, and they put me, I forgot the name. You know that building that has the diamond shape in Chicago?
The Prudential?
I had no idea. Her rehearsal dinner I was facing the diamond,
Mm.
and I was couple street down on a first class hotel. I
Wow.
have no idea. It was so fancy. We were afraid to touch the knobs on the door. So fancy it was.
Wow.
I was, and then she said, "Jane, I need to take you for dinner. What did you bring?" I had nothing fancy to wear. Nothing. I brought everything. And she said, "What happened? I thought your wedding was in the country club. I didn't want to be overdressed." She said, "What do you think is a country club?" And when I saw the country club, I was like, I wanted to kill my husband because he could have told me what a country club. So that's when I learned the meaning of when you assume,
You make an ass out of you. Yeah.
So he said, never assume anything.
Yeah.
So yeah. Jane
Were you
was
able
overdressed.
to
They bought me
get
clothes.
a hold of clothes that for
I'm sure
the
she was
rest of the
like
weekend?
a magnificent mile. They can just get any dress
Yeah, I
on
was
Michigan Avenue.
downtown. I was
Yeah.
like, they
There's
just say
so
the
many
size
dress
and
shops.
somebody else. Yeah.
Yeah. That's Easy,
So
right?
her
Like
mom
that.
said, "Hold on, what's your size? What size
Easy.
the shoes you wear?" Just brought it. Come in those fancy
Yeah.
bags that I never purchased anything on.
Like Pretty Woman.
I'm telling
Pretty
you, I'm
Woman walking
thinking.
down the street.
I think in 4 days they spent over $7,000 on me.
Wow.
And
I could
then
use
there's
some
more.
friends like that.
You know, she got an RV for engagement, and she engagement gift, and she got a brand new. What was the car? What's those big cars when the big cars were
Escalate.
in Escalator or something like that?
Cadillac.
Fancy with, and she, you know what she did? She just, I don't care for that. I don't care about money. And she sold and bought a little itsy bitsy car. Because money, but I said, it's always funny. If you have the money, you don't worry about money because you have the money.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But it was very interesting to me because I was in their wedding and everybody was shocked because when I first got here, I looked like a teenager. I was 25, but I looked like a 14-year-old. I do not know why. I looked very young. And even the cops stopped me on the street to see why I was not in school.
Mm.
It was in Utah when I lived in Utah. I was like, because I'm old enough.
Yeah.
So it was, yeah, my husband had to come and get me in the police station with my ID because I was very Brazilian and I didn't carry ID.
Mm.
So he said, you are not going anywhere without an ID. So,
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Actually, in most other countries, you really can't travel without go anywhere
I
without
carry
your
my
ID.
ID right here on my phone.
I
See?
finally got used to
Right
carry
there.
a purse. I was very carefree, you know. In Brazil, I didn't carry anything, and I used to put my money on my shoes, and I didn't need to worry about anything. But you know, and I was less to be robbed in case there was a case of one of those things. But on that wedding, also there was a lot of influential people with money, and they were like, "Jane, what do you do?" And my English were very limited, more than now. And all of them gave me their card. When I got to the hotel, I tossed it all in the trash. I said, "What am I gonna do with a bunch of cards?" So I'm like, man, I could have been in a better situation. But I didn't know. But you know, I didn't go there for um self promotion or anything. I just wanted to see my friend getting married in front of her house in Lake Forest. You know, it was very cool. Walk from the house across the street into the lake, by the lake, not into the lake. It was very nice. It was very
That sounds
nice.
quite lovely, actually. Yeah.
I loved it. And
Yeah.
when I got to Chicago and I smelled that pollution, I was like, because up to then I was in Colorado and everything was fresh air, fresh air, fresh air. So it didn't have that much, you know. Colorado Springs is not like it is now. It was, you know, and I was so, and the city has a smell. I do not know if you agree with me, David.
Oh yes, I know about city smells.
Have the smells.
Yeah.
So you know, when I smelled the city, I was like, I'm home. I
It's
love
like
Chicago.
how I feel about cigarette smoke. When I smell cigarette smoke, I feel like, oh, it smells like childhood.
I get that too.
Especially
you know?
marijuana, childhood.
No, not so much the marijuana, but the tobacco smoke. Because my mother smoked up until probably my mid-30s when my dad had open heart surgery, and then she had to quit for him. But also, my mother grew up on a tobacco farm in North Carolina, so every time we went to North Carolina to visit, we smelled those tobacco smells with the tobacco curing in the barns. It's a really beautifully sweet smell.
Isn't it amazing what a smell can trigger?
Exactly. But you know what? My grandfather, who never smoked ever, died of lung cancer and skin cancer and probably other things because he had grown tobacco all his life.
See?
As a secondhand smoker, maybe?
No,
Or the
it's
nicotine got to him?
being in those tobacco barns where
So
the
it's
tobacco is drying out and curing, and the tobacco dust gets in your lungs.
And at the same time, my dad has had 4 heart attacks, smoked several packs a day, each day, diabetes, heart issues, kidney issues, not lung cancer.
Well,
Amazing.
you know what? There are a lot of. Well, I don't want to go there, but when I was at my heaviest, which was well over 400 pounds, I went for a test once, and for calcium buildup in the arteries.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who administered the test was a young guy, athletic, fit, and everything. He told me his coronary calcium score was worse than mine.
Really?
Yeah. I had so little blockage at that point.
To me, what it reminds me, my childhood, is the smell of ocean.
Ah, yeah.
Because I grew up in Rio. And I used to be a thin little thing. The altitude of Colorado did this to me.
Who wasn't? I was like 103 pounds.
I can say I cannot even have a little cracker because the dog come here and got from my hand. But it's totally worth it to give it to her. I came to United States, I was 47 kilos. So I'm twice as heavy. So now it's me and myself in this body. So my name in Portuguese, Jane, is pronounced Jane. So I say inside of me there's Jane and there's Jane on top. So that's why I'm so heavy. But I think majority of my issues is due to medication and lack of mobility. When I was better and I used to be more, ride a bike and walk everywhere and do everything, I was thinner because I refused to drive the car across the street. But then now I have a rollator, I have a service dog. I waddle. Is the word waddle like a duck? I waddle.
I still have
And
mobility problems. I fall. I'm pretty weak because the past couple of years I've been pretty sick, and I'm a little better now. But don't tell anybody because I have a disability claim pending. So I'm not better at all. Forget I said that.
Mm-hmm.
join
the club, David.
I
Join
do.
the club.
I do know what
Join
you're
the
saying
club.
because as I do not know if anybody else here saw my channel. Know what my channel is about? Is about awareness of different invisible disabilities. So as a disabled person that doesn't look disabled, people think, "Oh, so you're better now." No, not better.
No.
It's not a code. What I'm trying to tell people is not a code. It's not the flu. It's a chronic illness, a progressive chronic illness. And I just keep adding, maybe if I keep adding words, maybe it will come in. So people don't understand. So, for instance, one of them is fibromyalgia. I have severe fibromyalgia to the point that I got disability. And the fibromyalgia and the RA and the migraine, they hold hands together every day and knock me down. And every day, and if you guys don't know, I'm very emotional. So if I cry, just forget it. Don't worry. Don't pay attention. It's just the way I'm getting old and emotional. So every day, today I walked a couple minutes ago. I went to take Haley for the last walk, And every step I took down, it was excruciating pain.
Mm.
And every step I refuse not to walk my dog. I refuse. And I was thinking, and I looked at Haley and I said, every night I wanted to give up, but every morning I wake up and I say, okay, I'm gonna fight the fight.
Mm.
Is an everyday thing, and you give your best through the day until you can't get no more, can give no more, and then you go to bed and you rest a little bit, and you wake up the next day. Guess what? Gotta fight the whole thing again, and it's a continuous thing. And some days you wake up with more spoons, if you know the spoon theory.
Mm.
So wake up with more spoons, and then people go, oh, you're feeling better, you okay now? So is the medicine's working? I just want to slap people.
Ugh.
But I don't
Well,
have
I
the
always
strength
want to
to
slap people regardless.
It's just
Yeah.
like, what is wrong with people? So I think that's why I started this channel to talk about it. Today I was
Yeah.
talking before your live stream. I was in another live stream where people are blind, are disabled as blind. But what people don't know, not all blind people is 100% blind.
True. Yep.
Yeah,
So
exactly. There's vision impairment, there's hearing impairment. It's all on a spectrum,
Mm-hmm.
and
exactly.
other kinds of impairment. And what you're talking about, waking up and fighting the good fight. I can't tell you how many times I have woken up and thought, oh, I don't want to fight today. And then after a while, I'd get bored with laying in bed and say, well, I might as well get up and do something.
Yeah.
And then by the end of the day, I'd go, okay, that's something. And then I'd go back to bed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I've said before that February of this year was really, really bad for me. I mean, I have seasonal depression every year,
Yeah.
but this was the worst I've had in a very, very long time.
It was so bad for lots of us. Like,
Oh, I'm sure.
yeah,
I'm sure. I know I'm not
you and I.
unique in that.
Yeah.
I sort of hate
You
that
are
I'm not
unique.
unique, but
Yeah.
but I know that I'm perfectly normal. I sort of hate that too.
What is
No,
normal?
it's like
What is normal?
disability. You're disabled enough that you cannot work, but you're not so disabled that you can get disability. So I guess sometimes the depression can be like that. You're depressed enough
The
to
unhappy
be sick.
medium,
Yeah.
Do you want to hear what the first denial letter said?
What?
It
About
said that I could work as a software developer.
Oh, it said for me, you could do some tasks and you'll be fine. Maybe you're not going to be the best at it, but you can get out there and work. But mine
Yeah.
wasn't specific like yours. Software developer. Oh my gosh.
The only thing I have ever done that resembles software development was developing with one very specific, very narrow range tool that I learned. I was a typesetter. I learned programming with a specific typesetting language. I have never, ever, ever, ever learned traditional typesetting tools. If I had, I have not worked in that as a quote developer since 2012. Even if I had learned those tools, they would be obsolete now.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know what they're thinking.
I'm
Well,
not sure why we do that. I wonder if I'm not sure because I had a car accident in 2003 that put me in bed for 9 months. I was in Colorado, in Larkspur. I do not know if you know Larkspur, where the semi trucks all stop, and a car rear-ended me at 85 miles an hour on the highway, and I was in a complete stop and pushed me the length of a car and a half. And from there, I totaled my car on the spot. And so I didn't understand why I didn't bounce back. For 10 years, I didn't want, I could have been approved for disability 10 years prior to now. But in my mind, I was like, everybody has car accident every day and go on. But I didn't know I had all these other issues with RA and blah, 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 that would aggravate my problem. I didn't know I had bulging discs already. And for 10 years, I still went to work. I had to do ligament reconstruction. My whole right side went, the foot that was on the brake, my whole right side went out of place. So that's why even my clothes was never right. I gave up on that. So on the 10 years after that, and I did fight the good fight. I have to relearn how to type, had to relearn how to do everything, to write, to do everything. And I got my, I used to work with the migraine in the hospital. The tears are falling down because it's so bright, but I'm still working. And then I got this job as an interpreter, and my English was so much better. I didn't even have an accent. I have no idea where my Brazilian accent went. And then came something called aphasia, and the neurological problems came. And then my accent came back, and it's stronger than when I didn't know English. And I confuse the words. I forget the words, and I talk a lot, but sometimes I cannot even say a word. And I was in the middle of a phone call. And I remember up to today, the doctor said to the patient, "What brought you here today?" So basically she said, "I have pain somewhere." And I couldn't remember what was the word pain in English, because she said in Portuguese. And then I froze there for 5 minutes. And the doctor was so upset and go, "Hello, are you trying to milk it?" And then I was like, "I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulties." I hung up. And that was my last interpretation, because I couldn't even remember small renditions to interpret them. It got so severe that I told my doctor, I can't put somebody in jail or can let somebody that is guilty free. I can kill somebody if I don't interpret the right medication or the right symptom. So then I got my disability. So I got my disability, and you think, now I'm going to take care of myself. Right? That's what people say. I'm going to get my disability so I can rest and take care of myself. It doesn't work like that.
No, of course not.
Then came the depression, because now I feel less than, I'm lower than dirt. I feel like I have no value. So the depression came so hard over that. So over not being able to work, over not being able to do my things, that I have a therapist now to cope with being disabled. So we can never win. It's insane.
Exactly. Starla says Starla says she can't get disability. They say because she's a widow. How ridiculous is that? And Joe is here. He's amazed that we're all still here. He tells me to wake up. I'm awake.
Since the beginning. I'm here with you for 8 hours.
I'm awake. What? I promise I'm awake.
Sandy, he's telling me to wake up. Joe,
listen, Joe. You need some of these.
Listen,
what is it?
Listen.
Oh, I've got a stimulating beverage. Believe you me.
Wait.
What is that?
This is a Brazilian drink. You know, Guaraná. The like
I haven't.
Energy drinks have Guaraná. Is a berry that goes in
okay. I haven't heard of that.
I have a
it's
little.
Really good.
This is gonna help me go to sleep, because Joe, my puppy, is coming this weekend, so I'm like overexcited. So I need to calm down.
You need a Xanax.
I need a Xanax, an Ambien, a gummy.
Get one of those
Edible.
apps on your phone that promise to put you to sleep in 5 minutes.
Does CBD
Yeah.
oil does that to you? Make you relax?
CBD oil does nothing. I tried that. It does nothing. Nothing.
I've actually
nothing.
never used CBD oil.
I took a edible gummy, not gummy, edible cookie on accident once before. Whoa. At some point you just sleep, it like push you on high alert, like what is going on? What's going on?
Now, was that CBD or THC?
It was THC.
Okay, I
She got
think
the
there's a
nasty
difference.
It was a
Yeah,
cookie.
it was a cookie. Yep. One of the times I
Hand
went
me
to
that.
Amsterdam,
You're
because you know in Amsterdam they have these
Cafe.
coffee houses or cafes,
Oh,
and I stayed in a little guest house, and my room was directly above a coffee house. So there were certain aromas coming up through the window. It was very
yeah,
interesting.
those are very good aromas. They were, like I said, they remind me of childhood, that pot smell, but it will make you in an altered state, like not, it won't calm you down and it won't get you, it just makes you no pain. No pain. I'm just saying no pain. But like, what was that? Who said that? Who
Yeah,
said that?
exactly.
Was that me? Was that me? Who said that?
Honestly,
inside of my head?
yeah, I really don't like the smell of pot smoke. And I
I'm
tried it
telling
once
you,
in,
this is
or
what
once
remind
or
me of
twice in,
Texas.
what?
You don't like
That's
green
what Dallas
peas?
remind me.
I don't like green
Smell of
peas or
pot.
pot smoke. Yeah.
Okay,
Ha!
so and I
Everywhere
love
I
it.
go,
I love
people
it.
smoking
I'm
pot.
sorry, Jane.
I
What are
live
you
in
saying?
Colorado.
Okay.
In Colorado,
Yeah, but
but nobody, everywhere I went, I didn't smell the dang thing. Here
yeah.
in Texas, in Dallas, where it's not legal, everywhere.
I'm sure. Yeah. I
I'm
tried it
glad that
maybe
I
once
got
or
this
twice in
apartment.
college, and never got anything out of it. So I'm like, it's not worth the risk, because I was a voice major, and any kind of smoke that you inhale is damaging to your vocal cords. And pot smoke is a lot hotter than regular cigarette smoke, so it's much more damaging. So, I never got anything out of it. I've never tried it in any other way.
I was born when I was young. I never smoked, never smelled, never did alcohol, never did drugs, never. I was a church person. My joy was going to church, and I
Me
used to
too.
like to.
Oh.
We used to have a gospel group. There was an
Mhm.
orchestra, and I used to sing, and I was the lead singer. Me and my other, there was two lead singers, but we were always singing. It was such a cool group, and we used to go into tours and sing here and sing there. And then I had to remove my tonsils, and they yanked my vocal cord, and I got this nasal voice that I didn't have this nasal voice before. Apparently, my doctor um, got stuck on a traffic jam, and they gave me two students. That was in Brazil, by the way, where it's a free care, right? So by
I
the
don't
time my
understand. Your tonsils are quite a long way away from your vocal cords.
they didn't know what they were doing in my throat.
They,
I don't know what
well,
they did, but after the surgery, I was like Daisy for a long time. Took years and therapy to be like the way I am now. But
now it's
until
understandable that the experience of phonation would be different, because your oral cavity has changed. But do you know that they actually damaged your vocal
that's
cords,
what the
or?
that's what the doctor told me. because when he walked in, the anesthesia wasn't quite there yet, and they were yanking things. Yeah, because I think
Yanking.
they were thinking, yeah, I think maybe they thought that the tonsils are something to be yanked like a tooth. I'm not sure.
What
Instead
were
of
these freshman biology students or something?
I have no idea. It's my luck.
I mean
It's one of these.
yeah. I mean that's
It was another joy of my life that was taken
yeah.
out of me.
I would
If you sing,
suggest that your voice could be recovered, even if your vocal cords are damaged. There
you know what I
are.
did? I never sung again. I never sung again after that. I just
Oh,
suppressed any desire to sing, even in the
oh,
shower. I
that
stopped
makes
singing
me
to the
feel
point that
so
I
bad.
cannot follow how you say, I cannot sing along, I cannot so I'm not sure if you guys are church people, but like in the Bible about the treasures that the Lord gave you. I buried that one very
You
deep.
hid it under a
Never sing
bushel
again.
basket, didn't you?
I set on fire, I did everything, and I think I was very young when that happened. I was just 20. I didn't quite
Oh,
understand why
you
I had
know,
to leave something that I enjoyed
I
so much, and it was free.
that makes me very, very sad. You
But
had.
when you sang, I
I
was
should
like,
be
oh
talking to
no,
myself too, but you had so much joy in singing, and your
I
voice
did.
is not damaged beyond repair. You
No,
can
but
work on it,
even
and
my
there are
talking voice
ways.
is
I'm sorry.
awful. Even
No,
my
it's
talking
not.
voice is awful. It's nasal.
I
I
do
didn't
not
have
hear
like this
anything
before.
unhealthy in your speaking voice. And believe me, after years and years of vocal training, I'm very sensitive to that sort of thing. I do not hear anything unhealthy in
Um,
your speaking voice. So
well, at least
anyway,
she
I
can
should be talking to
communicate.
myself because I should be doing the same thing for
I
myself
can
because I
communicate.
really, 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 really miss singing. And it was my life at one time.
It's so much fun. It's like I felt like I was one of the angels singing, like in the in the heavenly choir, and it was so much. It
Mm-hmm.
was pure
We
joy.
should have a sing along.
Yeah. Do you know
For
that
sure.
scene in Sister Act
Ah,
when she's talking, when she's, I think it might be her first meeting with the choir, and she's saying that how joyous singing is, and she's going, everything is saying it's better than ice cream, it's better than this, and she goes, it's better than sex, and of course, the conversation comes to a screeching halt. But you know what? It is
Yes.
when everything is connected. It really is.
I used to
And
like to sing in the hall of the church halls when the acoustic was pretty good. Nobody was there, and I was nuts. I'm still nuts. I used to offer to clean the church so I could have the hall just for myself.
oh, what joy it
And
must have been to sing
I
in
had
that
no
space.
audience. It was just fun. It was just fun. It
Mm,
was pure joy. And I think for me, singing was a form of praying.
exactly. Exactly. He who sings prays twice. I don't know who
Mm-hmm.
said that, but I believe it.
And I'm going to say I never felt so close to the Lord than when I was singing.
Yeah.
It was
Exactly.
amazing. It's kind of like, I'm not sure. It's like, it's a joy that comes from within when you sing. It's when I think,
Exactly.
I think, in my opinion, you can train yourself and you can train and you can train. But there are people that they can sing anything without any training. And that you can't buy. You can always get better at singing, but singing is a talent. is something I think is a gift that God gave it to you and to you alone, and nobody else gonna have the same voice as yours, you know. So when I saw you singing, I was crying. I was like, look at his voice, it's so beautiful. I'm sorry making him cry because you sounded so beautiful, and I felt that joy that was coming out through your mouth, and I was like, look, he can't get any happier than that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry.
No,
It was just
it's
beautiful.
beautiful. Don't apologize.
David.
It was beautiful.
David.
I don't know what that means, but here's my
What is
hand
it?
too.
I'll put that too.
But
I made him cry. I hate myself now.
I just miss it.
It is beautiful. You should sing again. Your voice is amazing.
It was in
sing in
2006 when that recording that you've heard came from. Anyway, I didn't mean to to go this far, but I'm not
I
surprised.
made him emotional. Shame
Yeah.
on me. It's just
No,
beautiful.
no, it's beautiful. Thank you.
And he
But-
can sing in Italian. How fancy is that?
Caro mio ben, santo.
You know Cecilia Bartoli?
Not sure.
She used
Cecilia
to-
Bartoli? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
she
used
is
to
a
love
lovely
Cecilia
singer.
Bartoli.
Yeah.
When she sing about
Yeah.
the butterflies,
Mm.
she has one of those songs. I don't know which opera, but she used to sing about the farfalle, you know. And I used to, I like
Yeah.
Italian too.
Yeah.
If you
There
sing
are-
and if you really like, you learn Italian.
I have sung a lot of Italian. And I've sung a lot of French and German. Yeah. And
You
I miss
know,
it.
do you
And a lot
like
of Latin,
Josh
a
Groban?
lot of church Latin. Yeah, I know Josh Groban, yeah.
I love his voice too.
Mm.
I was never able to get a ticket, not even a nosebleed section to
Oh,
go to
yeah,
his concert.
I bet they sell out fast.
Well, once my husband was determined to buy me the ticket, and as soon as the thing opened, the sales, I already sold out.
Oh, Sandy,
That's-
where did you go?
Oh no!
Okay, well, that's okay. Kim, you're not saying
Sandy,
much.
I gotta have a wall. Like
But I'm glad you're
with
still
yarn
here.
too.
Well, I'm just taking it in and listening. I didn't know a lot of that about Jane, and I didn't want to interrupt the moment.
But actually, it's lovely that you're here and experiencing this with us. It's sort of, I mean, this is our social life nowadays. And so I feel like you've had this moment with us, you know? Oh, well, anyway.
You know, singing is beautiful. Singing, and you know, I also love to do things with my hands. I think so far so good. I still have my hands.
Mm-hmm.
So I just need to get my Crojo back. And you know, Jenny, I forgot the channel name. I think she's in Alabama. She goes a lot to Triple C.
To what?
She goes a lot to Triple C. But Jenny gave me some yarn.
Do you mean
And-
Butterfly Dreams?
Yeah, yes.
Ah.
She
Okay.
gave me some yarn, and I think it's so beautiful. So I think I'm gonna make
Yeah.
a shawl or something
You know,
in the easy something simple. Maybe just a granny square to start.
yeah, exactly. I think the best thing that I can say, which is something that I was told many years ago with a totally different context, but take an action. Just, you know, do something. It doesn't have to be a big action. Just do a little something, and
Yeah.
it'll come back to you. And
I made 2 hats so far.
uh-huh.
So that's better than nothing.
It
And
doesn't
I
even
do
have
not
to be as
know.
big as 2 hats. Just do a
You
little
remember,
something every
Ethan,
day.
you said you wanted the tutorial of the hat
Mm-hmm.
with the V stitch? Because
Yes,
usually
I
use
did record a
informal.
tutorial for this hat. It'll be going up, I think, next week. I'm not
I
sure.
like it.
I have to
I like it that it's
take a
blue.
look at the video and edit it and make sure it's okay, because I want it to be perfect. You know.
I know Kim, and I follow Kim for a while, and I didn't know we are all to see how we are all connected here, huh? I
Oh
follow her
yeah.
for a while, and I always like her video. And I think was the name of her channel that got my attention.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
And it just
affordably
popped.
crafty. Yeah.
Yeah, because like you said on the live stream that I was making, all you can afford to send it is a bag of air.
Yeah. I
People
met
have it so
Kim
hard.
through when Yarn Geek was doing her live at 5 every morning. That's where I first met Kim.
Mm-hmm.
And then
My partner in crime.
your partner in crime. I still miss those morning live at 5s, but I understand how incredibly taxing they must have been.
She did it 77 days in a row.
That is another word that we don't use on YouTube. I think you missed that discussion, Kim, but that was amazing.
Yeah.
That was.
I mean, I was getting ready for work. I didn't weekends. I wasn't up that early,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and then she'd go right from her live. She'd be on from 5 to 8, and then she'd do our live for 3 hours every Saturday, and then she'd be on later in the afternoon on Yarn Hookers for another couple hours.
Yeah, she is pretty much amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
And actually, I have great admiration for all the yarn hookers. And I've said before, Kim, that I consider you an honorary yarn hooker, simply because that's how I met you.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're all really, really great.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's all I've got to say.
What are you doing, Kim? Kim.
Oh,
Kim, what are you crocheting?
Oh, I'm making 2 baby blankets for Steve's cousin. They're having twins. There are baby showers next weekend. I like to make my baby very sturdy. What?
Forgive my gasp, but Granny D just came back into the room. We love Granny D.
Hi, Granny D. What's up? I like to make my baby blankets like with not a lot of holes and very like thick so that they can also be used as like play mats.
Uh-huh.
That's what I do with my kids anyways.
Yeah.
How big is the
final dimensions? Yeah.
Well, this is the halfway point because I switched to my second skein right here.
Uh-huh.
That's a pretty darn big blanket. Yeah.
I don't really think it's that big. I don't like to make tiny ones either because I want the kids to be able to use it until they're probably first grade or something. It'd be reasonably sized.
Oh, yeah, I get you there. Yeah.
I want them to be able to use it for longer than when they're an infant. That's just
I like the colors.
Yeah, I like how they're working up.
Yeah, exactly.
Where did the other lady go?
I don't know.
Sorry?
Where'd she go? I said, where's the other lady go?
Yeah, Sandy just left, and she didn't say she was going, and I was very sorry about that because we love Sandy.
Happened.
That's entirely possible. And it's late. It's 12:30 here. It's 11:30 there. So
maybe she drank this stuff. fell into the computer. Woke up in the
Oh.
morning with all the keyboards and
Yo, honey, I've been drinking all day and I haven't done that
no, I'm
yet.
saying her. I'm saying her.
Oh, well.
I wish
Oh.
I don't know if
Oh.
I'm gonna get another puppy. I'm not sure. My doctor told me to get it, but I don't want any other puppy. I want these dogs to last forever.
Well,
and the dog that you have, you've had him for so long, and he's got such a huge place in your heart. And I understand that, when the time comes, that it's going to leave a huge void. That
I don't even. I was looking at her, and a week ago, I thought, man, she's not gonna make one more week. And then this week, she wake up, wagging her tail, fighting her good fight. I was like, I'm a fighter.
we could
went to
learn from
Dr.
them. If
Sudet.
they're willing to fight the good fight, we should be.
Yeah, I read somewhere if we learn to live the life as a dog, we would live longer. First thing they
Do you
do when
know?
they wake up, they stretch. They stretch, stretch, and stretch. We don't,
Mhm.
right?
I cannot tell you how many stories I've heard of people who were in pretty hopeless and desperate situations, and then they recognized either with a pet they already had or a pet that they were granted, that there was another being that they could take care of, and that this was a responsibility, and somehow that turned their lives around. And one of them, actually, he's I don't know if you've heard of the shelter in Southern California called Marley's Mutts.
Mm-hmm.
That's his story, and he's amazing. Okay, Sandy says hello. She's in bed now, and she wishes us a good night.
good night.
And Mark
She just went to bed.
says, yeah. Mark is still listening and is amazed that I've made it through, 9.5 hours now.
Yeah.
So,
I'm glad that she's in bed because she was trying to figure out how she would fall asleep.
yeah, she's very excited about her new puppy. I'm very excited about her new puppy.
I wish she makes a video so we can see the puppy.
I hope so. I asked her to make a vlog of when she goes to pick up the puppy. She has to go to Missouri, apparently, to pick it up.
From Chicago to Missouri is quite a trip.
Yeah, it's a bit of a schlep, yes.
Here in Texas, like like by the Arboretum, the White Rock, they have organization, and I have no idea, but they just have puppies for adoption.
Jane, my friend is very, very involved with Rockwall Pet Rescue.
Mm-hmm.
If you know of that organization and you are able to do anything, I would encourage you to at least reach out and tell them I sent you. Yeah. I mean, just reach out and say hi, because they do great work. They have saved thousands of dogs from euthanization. They have, they take dogs. Sometimes they foster them if they need time to heal before they can be transported. And then they take them to other cities and other states for adoption events. And they have a really, really amazing rate of adoption for these dogs. And my friend, I don't know, as of a year ago, he had already fostered temporarily well over 50 of these dogs for just a few weeks while they were recovering, and by now I don't even know what the number is.
Yeah,
But
it goes very fast, and they send me mails saying that they need foster, and I was
mhm,
thinking because when you have your service dog and your
mhm,
service dog retires, like this
mhm,
one, before the retirement or before your dog is gone, you need to get what they call the bridge dog. Is the
mm,
dog between your dog that is
mhm,
here now and before your dog is gone, so you don't go through the horrible state without a dog, because a
mhm.
service dog takes 2 years to train.
I would love
And
for you to meet my friend and his friends involved with that pet rescue. You know where
yeah, I'm
Rockwall
gonna
is.
have to. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
So
I
let's talk offline, and I'll put you in contact with him.
sure I will.
Okay.
And I know that I thought about fostering because if I
Oh, who
adopt a
knows?
dog
Uh-huh.
and the dog does, because a dog has to have a certain things to be a service dog,
Oh, of
the
course.
right
Yeah.
temperament. You got to do
Yeah.
those tests to see if so the dog doesn't freak out. And if the dog doesn't go through that, then they can be emotional support, but they cannot be a service dog. But
Yeah.
I thought if I have the dog, if I foster the dog, I can kind of do the training and see how
Mm-hmm.
would it
Mm-hmm.
go because I
Yeah.
train my own. I'm
Exactly.
I will never buy
Oh,
a ready service dog because it costs up to 33,000.
Oh, I'm sure. Starla says she knows about Rockwall Pet Rescue, and she needs homes for her last fosters. Who knows says she lives 20 miles from Rockwall.
Me too.
So it
Where
would
are
be
you?
lovely if all of you could connect, and if all of you could also connect with Rockwall Pet Rescue and
Yeah,
tell them that I
especially
sent
here.
you.
Yeah, because the shelters here,
Uh-huh.
they are not no kill. They do kill, and then
Of
they go in
course,
gas
yeah,
chamber. And for every
yeah,
dog that come in, 10 gotta go out because the seams are bursting. So it's very
mm-hmm,
sad. I if
exactly.
you I went I got this one USPCA, ASPCA, no,
Mm-hmm.
ASPCA. They have
ASPCA.
SPCA and they have ASPCA. They have both.
Mm-hmm.
And I got her, and my friend got her sister because they had so many cats. Because that week was the week that they were about
Mm-hmm.
to clean the kitty corner, and I was like, no, 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 nobody gonna. And she is like, what is the word? She's kind of autistic. She doesn't compute like because people
Mm-hmm.
don't believe, but animals have the same issues that we do,
Mm-hmm.
dementia and all those things. So
Mm-hmm.
she's very autistic. She's not, she's sassy too, but she is autistic. She doesn't compute.
Sassy
And
is good.
her sister the same way. They don't compute the same way. In fact,
Mm-hmm.
I had to I had to take her claws out. I had to declaw her. Not very proud of it, but I have autoimmune problem, and she used to, like how autistic kids they can, how you say, understand if you think any little change is a fiasco in their mind. Same thing for the
Exactly.
cat. She's
Yeah.
laying down here, and I just moved like that. Was a reason for her to just get a hissy fit and start scratching me to the point that my my specialist said you're gonna have to give this cat away because you might
Mm.
get an infection, a horrible infection. So I said I'm never gonna give that dog or a cat away. So I talked to the vet and we had to do I did the decline. So now she wake up and she hit me with her paw and she does all kind of things to me. She chased me around the house, literally hunting me, and but doesn't hurt me. So and I cried my eyeballs out when I chose to declaw because it's amputation kind of. But the
Mm-hmm.
vet said to me, just think if you take her vet, if you take her back where she came from, she's not readoptable in that place. They will put her to sleep because they don't have the capacity or the time or whatever to take care of a cat with mental issues. So
Mm.
and she said, "You're doing her a favor. You're saving her life." And she was very young because I got her. She wasn't even 7 weeks old.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
They actually said she was over 7 when she was not.
Well, they're often very inaccurate when they try to estimate age. Kim, I don't remember. Do you have pets?
So Steve had 2 cats when I moved in with him.
Mm-hmm.
One passed away, it was 3 years ago now. But she had diabetes, so she was on insulin twice a day.
Oh,
The last like 3 years that Steve had her, so it was 2 shots a day.
that's very difficult.
Yeah. And she was sassy, so I used to have to hurry up and chase her around the apartment and pin her down before I went to work every morning.
Mm-hmm.
And then our second cat, Valentine, passed away a little over a year ago. That was the lockdown weekend of doom when it
Oh,
was
dear.
I had to get put down, and then nobody showed up for my son's birthday party as far as my daughter was concerned.
Mm.
So are you
That's
gonna
bad.
adopt a new kitty?
Probably not, because I had pretty severe allergies to the cats. That I had to. It was not good. And then in the past year, 2 years, Steve has developed cat allergies. So what probably is going to happen is we'll probably get a dog when my son's probably in like 1st grade.
Good answer. Yes, dogs. I was going to ask you about that and suggest that you think carefully. But yes, good answer. Dogs.
So
They
he's
take
old.
more work, but
Well, so he's old enough to kind of have some buy-in for taking care of the animal too. He's much more of the animal person than Skylar is. I'll ask about Valentine all the time.
Kim, I used to have allergies so bad for cat that my eyes, my husband said, "Wow, your eyes are so red. You look like the devil."
Oh no, I had
But you know,
attacks like several times a day.
25 years later, I'm not allergic to them anymore. I have no idea. I kind of
you probably built up an
my-
immunity.
In fact,
Yeah.
this one sleep with me on my pillow, pushing me
That's
off the pillow
sweet.
the whole time.
Yeah, probably demanding her space, knowing cats.
But you know,
I'm surprised
what
she
is
doesn't
so
bring power
interesting?
tools to push you away.
The thing that is funny about this cat, my other cat that passed away, she is my emotional support. That's the title I give it to her. But my other cat was my emotional support cat. She died at 19. When I
Oh
had
my.
migraine, she used to lay down like this on my head and turn on the purring machine and go purr. And a lot of people don't know, but the cat purr lower your blood pressure.
Huh.
That's why the
And
cat
that
purr makes
was
you relax.
helpful?
It was.
Wow.
It was the only sound. This one, she does similar because I think she sees I'm in distress, and she tosses herself like this on me, very violently. Nothing gentle about this one.
Yeah, I think animals are very, very sensitive. I watch a lot of pet rescue videos, and I have, I've observed a lot where like a new adoptive family comes to meet a foster, a pet that has been living with a foster family, and the pet seems to be able to sense the intent of the new adoptive family, and they know this person wants to love me right away, and so there's this instant bond that it's intangible, and I don't
smell. They feel love.
exactly.
We release
I mean,
chemicals like, oh, like a dog,
Exactly.
and that I
Yeah.
gotta release some kind of sort of smell. They know, like they like me. I think they want me. You know.
You know, it's in addition to smell, and you know, they are like 40,000 times as sensitive as we are to smell. I think there's also a sensitivity to energy that we don't even know how to measure or recognize.
Mhm.
If you understand what I mean. It's an energy that they can sense in people who who want to love them right away. It's the same way you sometimes see people who say, "I would not date someone who doesn't like my dog or whom my dog doesn't like," because
And now science
dogs.
proves that dogs
I'm
can
sorry.
smell somebody's. And now science proved that dogs can smell when a person is a bad person.
Exactly. I have seen videos about dogs detecting disease long before medicine can.
Huh.
The
Um,
cancer.
yeah,
Have you seen
exactly.
about the story of the husky that was poking her? Her the the husky was poking his owner's belly very aggressively, and she got very upset at the dog. And then that day, she went to the the doctor, and when she did the CAT scan and everything, was shown that she had cancer. So the dog already
Mm,
knew and was poking on the side that the cancer was.
yeah,
Amazing. Amazing.
I think that's one of the ones I've seen. I have seen a number of stories where uh, a, a dog who was like totally bonded to a couple, when the wife became pregnant, they knew before anyone else, the dog did, and they would like stick like glue to the woman and just want to protect her like anything. And then as she, you know, as the pregnancy would progress, and sometimes I've seen stories where if there were difficulties with the pregnancy, the dog would indicate before there was any other indication. And
It's
I mean,
amazing.
these are energy things that we don't know yet how to measure. It's
You
not
know,
that they don't exist. We just don't know yet how to
yet.
measure them.
Oh, just imagine God gave them a nose that works 100,000 times better than ours.
Exactly. Exactly.
So,
Starla
we-
says she found the booze that she forgot she had. You go, Starla. I knew I loved you for a reason.
so when a person see a dog, sorry, smelling another dog's butt,
Mm-hmm.
they go, you're gross, you're disgusting. But what
Not
person
at
does not
all.
understand is that a dog doesn't smell poop. They smell age, sex, mood, health. They smell so much more with that
Dogs
to
have
get to know.
glands back there that secrete these
It's
things, these
amazing.
substances that transmit information to other dogs.
I'm telling you,
And
David,
yeah,
if you're depressed one day, just wake up and go to a dog park where there is puppies.
oh, I
Because you know the puppy breath.
know.
The puppy breath. I tell people. Usually, I don't like to be very religious, but I think the way God makes things makes so much sense if we pay attention. So, the puppy breath is the mama's uh, um postpartum depression medication, because the puppy breath has the pheromone that makes you happy. There is nobody that doesn't like
Mm,
puppy breath. It stinks, but you still love the puppy breath.
exactly. It
Makes
is.
you
It
happy. So
is.
it's perfect.
There
Nature's
are so many
perfect.
biblical references to the breath of God,
It's amazing.
and it's true. And you know, I mean, we can have a totally separate discussion about what the Bible is and what it means, but You know, puppies are, I will say, I have a very strong spiritual connection to dogs and puppies.
I'm telling you, if
And
heaven doesn't have dogs, I do not know.
exactly,
Just,
exactly, exactly. I mean, I like cats, okay, and I know that there are people who are passionate about cats and don't care so much about dogs.
I love them too.
That's okay. That's okay. Because the same connection I get from dogs, they get from cats. They're all there as a connection. And you know, I've written extensively about my belief that, beauty is my connection to the divinity, whatever the hell that is. And to me, the spirit of a puppy, the spirit of a dog is beauty.
Have you heard of that poem, God Made a Dog?
I'm not sure.
Oh, there's this poem going around that's more like a saying that God made a dog to teach you this and this and that. Somebody to
Mm-hmm.
keep you company. Somebody that show you how to relax. Somebody not to hold a grudge. All those things that you learn with a dog. So they said that's why God created a dog,
Mm-hmm.
to keep you company and all those things. And I was like, when I heard the first time, I said, the day when Haley goes, when she crossed the Rainbow Bridge, I had to make a video with that poem because of all the things she taught me. And I think when I tell people that God worked through that dog, people think I'm being sacrilegious, but I'm not, because God created dogs. He created cats, created all the trees, created all this good stuff in this planet, right? So why I'm gonna put an imitation of how God gonna work through something to help me to cope with my
Mm-hmm.
problem? And I
Yeah.
remember when I got Haley, she was the size of my hand, my manly hands, and I brought her home, and I put her on a grass to walk because I was teaching her.
Mm-hmm.
First day is already service dog training, and she lay down on the grass and she started rolling, and she had a smile. She was a puppy, so cute, and she had that smile, and then she didn't care about anything. She was just happy for rolling on the grass, and it was the simple thing, just that joy of that dog being so thankful, being so grateful, and enjoying that grass. I was like, I need to be that happy. God put me in this earth to be that happy too. And so she taught me to stop and smell the flowers, because up to today she loves smell flowers, literally, to not worry so much, not to hold a grudge, because I'm not perfect, and she forgives me every day
Exactly.
for
Yeah.
taking too long to go downstairs, or to take after half an hour before I'm being able to bend and give her the food. She forgives me every single time. So I think God, when He gave me this dog, He tried to ease up a lot of suffering that I was going through. And I'm very thankful, because I learned so much, and I was brought back from a state of I was so rebellious. I was so angry because I
Mm.
got in a car accident and I couldn't move. How dare, where was the angels that were supposed to watch over me, and then not just give me a little angel, personal angel, that said, no, it's not the way you thought. And I think, you know, like they say over here, God works in mysterious ways. Um, I feel like I don't want another service dog. I want this one forever because she taught me so much.
Mm.
I cannot be so selfish to not let her go. So, but
Oh, yeah, I
it
completely
will be
understand.
it will be very hard, and every day I pray, please give me a little bit longer, give me a little bit
Yeah.
longer,
Oh,
but I
please,
cannot be selfish.
please keep us all posted
Yeah,
as
she
the
will
coming
come.
year unfolds.
She I spent an arm and a leg at the vet for medicine to take her pain because she went 3 days without eating. That's sound sign of distress. She wasn't moving. She wasn't being able to go up and down. So, and I couldn't carry her. So I had to ask my neighbor to help. And she wouldn't eat or wouldn't drink. And the vet said she was in a lot of pain. So she's with fish oil. She has to take fish oil.
Mm-hmm.
She has a probiotic, and she has some medicine for her joints.
Mm-hmm.
And I never know that, when you love somebody, being a person, a dog, a cat, you don't see them aging. It's kind of all of a sudden I look at my dog and say, when did you get this powdered face? When did you stop being a puppy? 14 years
Exactly.
later. I'm not sure if
Exactly.
people have this reaction with kids. Like, when did you
Oh,
grow that beard? Is it
exactly.
like
And
that,
it's
Kim?
like we see these pictures of like dads whose little girls are suddenly brides and they don't know where the time went, that sort of thing. But it's the same with all the time that you've had with your pet.
Yeah, I go
And
like,
yeah,
when did
I really want to hear how it goes, from day to
she
day,
lost all her
because
black whiskers? Now she just has white
oh,
whiskers. And I was cleaning the car.
yeah,
I
sort of
found
like
her
me.
last.
Ah.
I found her last black whisker when I was cleaning the
Oh
car. So I
no.
grabbed her. That's gold.
Oh, I'm
Because
sure.
the Pandora bracelet,
Uh-huh.
you can make a bead, a memory bead with the fur or with something from the animal or person.
Oh, I
They
haven't
call
heard of
memory
that.
bead, and they use resin, and they put
Resin, yeah.
for my cat that passed away.
Mm-hmm.
I asked the vet to shave a little bit of the fur on top of the
Mm-hmm.
heart. So the lady got the fur, put it inside of the mold, and she put green glitter. It was the color of her eyes. And put the liquid and become solids. Then she puts the little bracket things that is silver, and then you can put it on your Pandora bracelet and have forever.
Wow, that sounds amazing.
I have for
There
all my
is,
animals.
yeah, there's a video out there called a song called "God Is Dog," and I will find it because I really love it. I will post it to my Facebook page, Bearded Yarn Dudes, because it's just amazing, and I think you will find it very moving. I think everyone will. I can't watch it without being moved, and I've seen it many, many times.
I'm probably gonna cry.
That's okay. I have tissues.
I'm a crying baby. I'm wondering if this is a sign of old age, because I remember when I was younger, I didn't cry easily, and now anything I'm like, drive me nuts.
Well, you
What's
know what?
wrong with me, Kim?
When I was younger, I was stupid. I didn't
Well,
understand
you're not.
anything. So I think that now that I've grown in years, I hope that I've grown in maturity and understanding, and that's why I will cry at the drop of a hat.
Me too. Any little thing I cry.
So I
It's
mean,
insane.
yeah. I remember when I was in college. I think I was probably just 17 then, and one of my music teachers played a recording that was it was of a beautiful, beautiful piece of music, and he said that it was composed by Samuel Barber, a brilliant 20th century composer. And this was in the 20th century. Remember, I was in college. This was 1980. But, and he was telling the story that students had been saying, oh, 20th century music is all academic, there's no feeling in it. So he played this piece of music by Samuel Barber, which is an amazing piece of music. And he said that there were, among that original group, there were students with tears in their eyes. And at the time, the 17-year-old David listened to it and was going, yes, it's beautiful.
Like,
yes, it is beautiful. Yes, I agree with you. It's beautiful. Sorry though, I don't cry. And nowadays, I can sit here and be talking to you about particularly moving pieces that of performance moments that I have experienced, and start crying. I'm getting misty now. But I'm 58 years old. I'm allowed. I wish 21-year-old guys were allowed.
I
know what
guess
I
we are.
mean?
We just don't think I don't think we think with the heart. when
I
we're
never had
younger.
this whole idea of, guys don't do this, guys don't do that, because I always knew I was totally different from the social constructs that I was raised around. And I thought differently. I mean, that's why it was so easy for me to go into, an area of study that was totally foreign to everybody in my family, because they were all this whole peasant mentality of go to school, get a job, work your whole life, and if you're lucky, retire, And I was going, I want to do what I love. I want to pursue art and music and passion. In the end, there were obstacles that I didn't overcome, but I don't regret trying. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
At least you gave your best. Like, you didn't overcome certain obstacles, but you still you overcame a lot of them. Not all, but you tried your best. And I'm not sure how I can express to you.
No,
But
I
yeah,
think
I
I know what you're
understand.
saying. Yeah, yeah. I
You're
mean,
not gonna not do anything, but you
yeah.
didn't
I mean,
get to
it's
where you wanted, but you achieved much more than people thought you would achieve. You know what I'm saying?
that's possible. It's very easy for me to beat myself up and to say that I failed at everything I've ever tried, except for crochet. But at the same time, I've had valuable experiences. I'm 58 years old and penniless and have no money for retirement. But I've got memories.
Mhm.
Know.
Don't feel so bad. The majority of us don't have anything either.
Mm-hmm.
Retirement is, I think this idea for us to grow up, go to school, get a job, get married, have kids, raise them, and
Mm-hmm.
then retire
Yeah.
was once upon a time possible. But see, I have a friend, she's 77 years old, she's a
Mm-hmm.
nurse, and she still don't have one penny to go into retirement. And she just did a reverse mortgage. Never heard of that before. The reverse mortgage so she can enjoy do things that she likes to do without, you know, because you never know when you're gonna go, but you also gotta live your life because tomorrow is not for sure, right? So if you just
Exactly.
save for the future, I had a friend that she saved all her money. She did everything correct. She retired today. Tomorrow was supposed to be the cruise of her dreams. On the way back home on her last day from work, she died. So
Mm,
what for? She saved so much money. She didn't do anything fun for years so she could have the retirement of her dreams, and it didn't happen. So to a certain point, I understand that we have to do things that we have to do, and if we end up in this boat that everybody is right now, nobody can retire anymore. It's the
exactly.
new
Yeah.
norm. It's the new norm. My husband was talking to me. My husband is younger than I am. When he said, "Gosh, I had to start work on my retirement before I can't walk." So we are
Mm,
on this boat nowadays. Retirements.
mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
think we barely, most of people, either they don't have anything or they barely have something.
Yeah.
Very few of us have enough that can save a lot for the future.
Yeah. Exactly. If I don't get this disability claim, I'll be bagging groceries at the supermarket. And I can't really
Hmm.
stand all that long, but I got to do it, you know?
I was blessed with the judge I got when I went to court, and I told him, what did I tell him? I came to United States, learned English, I worked hard, and now I'm here, and my life is over. That's how I feel to me. If I could, I would get in debt to get the cure, but there is no cure, so I need this assistance. So basically, that's what I told to the judge, and I,
Mm-hmm.
according to the, but I use the company called Alls App, right? ALLS up.com,
Mm-hmm.
and they help you a lot with disability.
Mm-hmm.
They don't help you. They assist you for a reasonable fee. Let's say like
Yeah.
that. There's not. I like when people say they help you. They don't help you. They do the work for you, right? For a
Nobody works
reasonable
for
fee.
free. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I've,
And
I've,
they
I've got
even told me
a
how to dress, what to wear, what not to wear, because, for instance, my fingers are getting crooked. But if I can button up, I might not qualify. If I dress like my neighbor, my friend, she has multiple sclerosis, and she thought, I'm gonna go in front of a judge. I'm gonna dress properly because as a sign of respect. Well, the judge took that as you still can get dressed, you still can wear makeup, you still can do your hair, and she didn't
mm-hmm.
get. So
Yeah.
it's so weird. When do you have a court date?
No. I, I have a firm working on my appeal, and they claim that they have a good record. Um, and they wouldn't be doing this if they didn't think that we could get something, because they don't get paid unless I actually get the
Yes.
disability. Because when you are actually granted, you get a lump sum based on the date that you actually filed, and they take a portion of that. So they wouldn't be doing
Yes.
this if they didn't think that it was a good case.
I'm gonna tell you
So,
something. The amount you get took me 2 years for me, 2.5 years for me to get my disability.
uh
And I applied, I got denied. I appealed, got denied. Then I went to court, and then went approved. Um, that amount of money you get, by the time you get, because you can't work, right? There is no money
Mhm.
coming in, right? Then by the time you get that money, you're so behind on everything that all you do with that money is pay bills, pay bills, pay bills, get everything
Oh
in
yeah,
order.
I completely understand. Yeah,
Even though it sounds like it's a lot of money, it's not.
but it's not enough. It's never enough. And then the lawyer takes his portion of that.
The 33% or so,
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah.
whatever it is. Yeah, I think Ozab takes 33%. And I thought it was worth it because all I need to do is when they call me, I gave the information over the phone
Yeah.
because my vision is really messed up to fill out those forms.
hmm
They
They
need to be properly filled. If not, you don't get a chance.
yeah. In theory, they know what they're doing.
Yes, they do.
So, and they claim a high success rate.
They do.
So, you know, I at this point I just have to wait and see what's going
Yeah.
to happen.
You just
And
gotta
my
take one
my
day at a
biggest
time.
worry is whether my crochet and YouTube activity is going to work against me. Whether
Well,
they're going to say, well, if you can do a YouTube channel, you can work.
well, it depends.
But they
I
still haven't proven that I have. Sorry?
I didn't monetize. I had a chance to monetize this channel before, and I didn't because I didn't want to jeopardize the chance of of anything. Because it's kind of interesting because you work your whole life, you pay your taxes, you put money
Mhm.
into Social Security, and when you feel ill and you need that assistance that is not giving you paid into it, you gotta go through
I have put a shit ton into Social
unnecessary.
Security. And when I think that even if I were to wait until proper Social Security age, that your Social Security income is based on the last 2 years of Social Security income, well, I'm screwed
Mm.
because, oh, hello, what you got? I can't see. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, my sister's here. Thank you.
Hey, sis.
She brought me a snack. Jane says hi.
Hi, Jane.
Mhm.
Okay. Wait until you start getting insurance like the Medicare.
Well, in
That's what is
theory,
so upsetting for me.
my sister actually has been on disability for 2 years because she has really very bad back problems, and now she also has problems with her ankles. Um, and after 2 years of disability, apparently she's qualified for Medicare, even though she's 59. Um, so I'm just hoping and praying that I can get some form of disability at some point. I don't
I
even
hope
need a
so.
lump sum payment. I can live without a lump sum payment. I just want I want the status so that eventually
That's how
I'll
it
have
works.
a little bit of a steady income, and then after a while I will qualify for Medicare. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you get your disability, at least that's how it was for me. I got disability, but it took 2 years for me to get approved. So I got it like in August. By February, I got approved for Medicare. However, in the state of Texas, they don't do the part B, C, whatever E, whatever.
Mm,
So I got through Aetna, and that's when I
yeah.
got screwed because this Friday my husband come home with me yelling at somebody on the phone, and I'm the most on the phone, I'm very patient. I'm very calm. But I lost. I thought, and my husband coming in, and I told the lady, "Well, you just gave the shovel to dig my own grave. Thank you very much." And I hung up. I wish I had the old phone that you use to smash it, but now we go like we just press the phone, right? Because the first medication was 1,500, and I don't qualify for the pharmaceutical discount if you have Medicare. Only if you have private insurance. So then the second medication was 1,200, and now this one is 1,000. And I said, "Lady, I make $900 after your insurance take your portion. How can I afford a medication for 1,000? I can't. Just one of the medication. The other's 500. The other's 200, 600." And I was like, I need to have 4,500 a month to take my medication. So I said, and because my husband work, so we can have a roof over our head, I don't qualify for assistance for my co-pays, my medication co-pays. So for myself and my husband to have assistance, both of us together, we would have to make 1,400 a month. Tell me, who can survive in Dallas with 1,400 a month?
Exactly.
I don't know where you are if you can survive with 1,400 a month.
It's
without
rare
assistance.
anywhere. No.
So it's unrealistic what they give it to us and what is reality. So
Oh,
you know,
yeah. Yeah. Any
and
expectation
I
that they
got
have of the grasp on reality is, hey, Kim.
Hi, I'm gonna head to bed.
Actually, I think I will too very soon.
Okay.
So, I mean, I could keep talking all night long, but I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
So, I'm really, really
Kim,
glad
was a
you joined
pleasure
us,
to
Kim.
meet you.
What'd you say, Jane?
Was a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, yeah, it was nice to learn about you too. Thank you. David, you're almost at 10.5 hours.
I know. It is 10:23, something, whatever.
Yeah.
And I still have 14 people in the room. Who knew?
What was the highest you had?
I don't remember. It might have been in the 30s.
Okay. That's cool.
But, it'll all work out in the end.
Okay.
I might do another one of these in the future. Anyway.
It was nice spending time with you.
I loved it. I always love
Nice to
spending
meet
time with you,
you.
Kim. And I always love spending
I
time
was
with
just
Jane
reading
as well.
Yeah, I was just reading here what Starla said about her disability. I got in
Based
shock
on her
here.
late husband's earnings? Yes. Bye-bye, Kim.
Is that by Kim? And I think that is because Starla, have you worked?
I think Starla had a great
Because
career as a chef. But anyway.
So that doesn't make any sense. How do they do that? If you worked, if you pay your dues, and now
Pardon me.
depending on
Pardon
your
me.
husband?
Pardon me. Are you expecting the government to make sense?
No.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was
I
going to say,
learned
what's
that
wrong
when
with
I
you?
had to deal with immigration.
Yeah. Anyway,
I learned that
I'm
doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry, everybody, but it is getting late, and I've been on longer than I expected, and I have thoroughly enjoyed all of it. And I want to thank everybody who is still here. Thank you, Jane, because I've enjoyed our chat.
You're
I enjoyed all of
welcome.
our chats.
I'll talk to you later. I'm gonna leave so you can say goodbye to the folks.
Okay. Bye-bye, Jane.
Bye.
Okay. Now I'm going to say goodnight. Oh, hi, Barbara. You're back. Glad to see you. Starla, we must talk offline. And everybody else, I'm really glad that you're here. I'm really glad that you've joined me. And those of you who have stayed a long time, what's wrong with you? But anyway, I'm gonna have to call it a night because I need to go to bed. I'm sort of fading here. But thank you so much. You've made this marathon live stream a success. And tomorrow morning I will know just how much of a success it is, because I don't even want to look at the statistics right now. I'm just gonna have to sign off. But good night. Good night, everybody. Good night, Starla. Good night, who knows? Good night, Elizabeth. Good night, everybody else. And thank you so much. And keep coming back. Bye-bye.